Okay, it looks like we are live. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the Tuesday, May 5th meeting of the Placer County Board of Supervisors. We will begin with a salute to the flag led by our CEO, Todd Leopold. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Great. Thank you very much, Todd. Appreciate that. And I want to just thank my colleagues for allowing us to have this meeting later in the day. The intent was to, when we talk about our budget, we want to be able to have the opportunity for our residents to give feedback, give input, and we were asked by a couple of residents earlier this year to have some of our meetings in the evening. And so I thought that because the most important thing on our agenda, typically one of the most important things that our board does is take action on our county budget, we wanted to have time for people to give input. So thank you for starting at 12:30 today. I appreciate that. Before we move into board member and county exec reports, I'm going to take some discretion as the chair, and I have asked Pastor Scott Broditsky, he is the pastor of community development at Destiny Church, to lead us in a prayer since we've got some challenging things before our board. And we started our year with a prayer, and so we've asked Pastor Scott to lead us in a prayer. So if you would bring him in, Megan, that would be great.
Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you.
Okay, so Father, we come to you at this time when we need you most. Father, we need your guidance and your direction. Lord, you've said that you place leaders over us, and I pray now for these people that you have placed over Placer County. I thank you for them, for their hearts for our community, to serve those that they have charge over, and for this amazing county that we all live in. So, Father, during this time when frustrations can be high, when tensions can tend to pull us apart, we need your guidance. We need your wisdom and your direction, and I pray for unity within this Board of Supervisors. It may not be unity in thought or direction, Father, because you've given each of us unique passions, but I pray for unity in spirit and in cooperation. Father, hard decisions need to be made, and I pray for peace over this board. I pray for a calm to permeate this meeting, and I pray against any spirit of divisiveness. Lord, we think of the families in our county that have had members sickened and even taken away by this virus, and our hearts go out to them. Comfort them. We pray over the countless businesses in our county and across this state and nation that have been drastically impacted by closing, and these people have lost their jobs and businesses that won't be able to reopen. So, Father, we lift them up. And for those that have been impacted emotionally as we see domestic violence increasing, Father, heal these families. So thank you again for our leaders here. We commit them and their families to you, Father, in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Scott. Appreciate that very much.
Absolutely.
All right, we are going to move to board member and county exec reports. Do I have any report outs from board members? Not right now. And anything else from you, Todd, at this point? Okay, great. Thank you. We will move to, actually, before I do that, I'm going to make sure people understand public comment and the opportunity to participate in public comment coming up, as well as 4 individual items. So, Megan, do you want to go ahead and read what our public comment procedures are so people are aware of what they are? They've changed a little bit from our last board meetings.
Absolutely. Public comment for the board meeting will be offered telephonically in the board chamber. Citizens who wish to speak on an agenda item or who wish to speak on topics not on the agenda should call 530-886-1800 to have their name, phone number, agenda item number, or topic placed on a public comment callback list. The chair will ask for public comment for each agenda item in sequence. Staff will call each person signed up on the callback list for that item and will place the caller on hold in the queue for verbal public comment before the chair announces that public comment on the item is closed.
Great, thank you, Megan. We'll move to our consent agenda, and all of these items will be taken with one motion unless somebody pulls an item to be discussed. Anyone want to pull an item off of consent? I have none. Nothing, and I don't think we have anybody from the public who's pulled anything, have they? Okay, so with that, I'm going to go ahead. I'm highly unlikely somebody's going to pull it right now. So with that, I will take a motion.
Second.
Motion by Holmes, second by Wygant. Roll call, please.
Wygant?
Yes.
Holmes?
Yes.
Euler?
Aye.
Gustafson?
Aye.
Gore?
Aye. All right, motion carries 5-0. Now is our public comment time. So we will be bringing people into public comment. I am asking people to please limit your comments to 3 minutes. Typically, I allow people to go longer, but we anticipate a long meeting today and a lot of public comments. We want to make sure people have time for public comment as well as move it along. So I'm going to ask people to stick to 3 minutes, and if you go longer, I will nicely say thank you and wrap up. So with that, we'll take our first public comment. Please state your name for the record.
Catherine Clare.
Go ahead, Catherine.
Hi there. I own a condo in North Star that we use and also rent on a short-term basis. I am asking the board to postpone the deadline of the SPR permit to a minimum of July 31st and preferably till January 2021. We have already paid our top tax. We're currently banned from renting on a short-term basis for an unknown time period. Even when the ban is lifted, the summer looks to be a disaster. People are scared. They're holding on to their money. The financial future is uncertain. My husband's been laid off. We don't know when cash is going to start flowing again. It's a time of grief and hardship. The postponement of the permit fee is a small request. We ask if we can count on you to do this.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please.
Please state your name for the record.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Marilyn Jasper, speaking on behalf of Public Interest Coalition. The winery brewery zoning text amendment will come before you soon. It imposes incompatible land uses on rural residents and recently added unenforceable modifications with even more unacceptable significant impacts. Unlimited events of less than 50 attendees is bad enough because the phrase, quote, at any one time, unquote, opens the door to day-long rolling events. That's where 50 people show up, say, from 10 a.m. to 11 a.m., followed by 50 new attendees from 11 a.m. to noon, and so on, all day, every day until closing. Many of the recently added 17 modifications make the ZTA even worse, such as when counting attendees, any patrons who are on site for tasting are excluded from the unlimited event's maximum head count. This creates a loophole that prevents enforcement in all-day annoying noise and traffic in rural residential areas. Beer wine industry members may claim that they would never do that for all-day events or unlimited events. As long as beer wine operations have that ZT allowance, they can rent their facilities to others who then hold day-long events. Or when a wine beer facility owner sells their operation, the new owners may open every day with rolling events, in addition to their beer wine tasting room customers. The county's general plan ag land use specifically identifies commercial ag land uses that can exist without creating conflicts with other land uses. The general plan rural residential section states typical uses include limited ag support businesses such as roadside stands, with tasting rooms being the functional equivalent. Both the general plan and the right to farm ordinance do not include or allow commercial events in rural residential ag or farm zones, unless they follow the Ag Event Center ordinance. This ZTA needs to be scrapped. A new ZTA effort must include input, can't emphasize that enough, from citizens, such as forming a rural residential task force, having a seat at the table. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Marilyn. Next caller, please.
Where they're hanging up. Good morning. Please state your name for the record.
Is it my turn?
Yes.
Oh, hey, hi. Sorry about that. Fun doing this by phone. It's Robert Wendon.
Go ahead,
Robert.
sir.
Hey, hi, everybody. Thanks for taking my call. I'll be short, and I think someone brought this up previously. It's about the short-term rental permit fee and process that's obviously due May 31st. I'm just hoping that can be extended, since right now there actually is no really short-term market. As you know, all the rents have been canceled and no one's booking for the summer, and that fee is 100% out of pocket. So it would be great if you could push out the deadline at least another month, maybe till the end of June, so we can all figure out what's going on. The other problem is too, with all the shelter-in-place rules, for those of us who are not in the area, we're not even supposed to be going up there to get the places ready for all the good neighbor requirements that are required to meet their permit requirements. So hopefully you guys can put that on the agenda and then push it out at least a month so that we can all abide by it and hopefully have an idea of what the rental market looks like. So I appreciate it. That's pretty much it. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your comments. Next caller, please.
They have one on hold. Okay, they hung up. We're good.
Okay, it looks like that is the end of regular public comment. Thank you to folks for your comments. Supervisor Gustafson, go ahead.
Thanks. I just wanted to check in with staff. I know I had raised this issue on the short-term rental permits. We had already extended it from the end of March when it was originally set to the end of May, and I think that's why we're hearing the questions now. I believe Steve Pedretti is looking into this, Todd, but do you know if that's going to come before the board or if that's something he can handle administratively? I think he did it administratively last time.
Actually, maybe I can address that. First of all, you can handle that administratively because the deadline to have the permits, to apply for the permits was not part of the ordinance. I took the liberty to check with Mr. Pedretti this morning, and he said he's discussing plans to extend it at least until June 30th, maybe to July 31st. So those discussions are ongoing at this point.
I think the thought is we'd bring it back on the 19th at our next board meeting and give a recommendation to y'all.
Okay, great.
And he can do that, but I think we just give him an update.
And that's great news, and I think the other update for everyone who's listening in, as well as I had a lengthy call yesterday with the Resort Association, and many of the property management firms are reporting that they've had the highest inquiry rate after the governor's announcement yesterday to start booking trips and vacations. So what they hadn't seen in the last month, they started to get in numbers of emails and calls and concerns. So I do think, and I think a lot of the concern up there that you'll hear later is being inundated with people wanting to do dry vacations this summer. So I'm hopeful we will have a resurgence for those that are really hurting from the lack of revenue now, once we get through another item on our agenda today.
And let me just clarify for the record, if Mr. Bedretti does go ahead and extend the deadline, that will be administrative action. It doesn't come to this board, but obviously he'll be advertising that.
Great, thank you.
Super, thank you very much. All right, we will move to our 1240 timed item, and it is the Roseville Vineyards Estates annexation into County Service Area 28 Zone of Benefit 165 Dry Creek Fire. And I believe we have Michelle Kingsbury on Zoom, yes?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Hi, Michelle.
Hi, good afternoon. This is Michelle Kingsbury with Community Development Resource Agency. This should be a quick item. This is to consider protests, tabulate ballots, and adopt a resolution to annex Roseville Vineyard Estates into Dry Creek Fire, CSA 28, Zone of Benefit 165. We have a parcel map for approximately a little over 26 acres for Roseville Vineyard Estates in, and as required in their will serve letter with Placer County Fire, they are required to annex into Zone of Benefit 165. This is a technical item. It should be pretty quick, but with that, I'll answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. It looks like there are no questions from board members. Do we have any calls in the queue on this item? We do not. And just a reminder, folks, if you want to call in on an item, call in as we're addressing it so you can have public comment. All right, so with that, we'll bring it back to the board.
We do need to tabulate ballots on this one.
Oh, we need to tabulate ballots. That's right. I'm reading this. It is actually a ballot tabulation. So would you please take care of that, Megan?
Yes, we received one and the vote was for yes.
All right, so we have a yes. People need fire coverage. All right. May I have a motion, please? All right, a motion by Supervisor Euler, second by Supervisor Gustafson. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you, Michelle.
Thank you.
We'll move to our 1245 timed item, and this is the 2020 annual adjustment of impact fees. And Dave DeFonte is joining us.
Good morning, Chair, members of the board. Can you hear me?
Not very well, so maybe, I don't know if staff needs to turn it up.
All right. Am I coming through loud and clear yet, or should I speak up?
That might be better, Dave. Thank you.
All right. I will shout as much as I can. All right. So the action requested before you today is to introduce, waive oral reading, and adopt an urgency ordinance to delay annual adjustments to a series of impact fees in response to the COVID-19 emergency. So if adopted, this urgency ordinance would apply to the Tier 2 development fee, the countywide traffic fee, the Riola Vineyard specific plan fee, the Parks and Rec impact fee, the Park and Rec facilities Quimby fee, and the Placer County Fire facilities impact fee. So a very brief background here. As you recall, on April 21st, staff presented an item to your board to make annual adjustments to these fees. Each year we bring these fees to you to make adjustments pursuant to changes in either a specified consumer price index or a consumer cost index to make sure that the fees keep up with inflation. So during my presentation on April 21st, I noted that the timing of these fee adjustments was problematic given the COVID-19 emergency and its related impacts. Some of those impacts which are well known and readily apparent, while others are really unknown at this time and still under review. The Building Industry Association at that time also cited some concerns over the increase of the fees at that time due to the expected decrease in construction activity due to COVID and the uncertainty around other potential impacts as well. And the BIA's concerns are echoed by other industry experts as noted in your staff report. So pursuant to your board's direction on April 21st, and based on the immediate need to limit the impact of COVID-19 on construction and development projects, staff is proposing to delay the board hearing on the annual adjustment of these fees to July of this year. And that delay would result in effective dates of the fee adjustments, if they're approved in July, occurring on or around October of this year instead of July of this year. So the proposed urgency ordinance in front of you includes the 6 fees identified at the prior board meeting. Government Code Section 25123 allows the county to enact such urgency ordinances for the immediate preservation of the public peace, health, or safety, and to make the ordinance effective immediately. So as stated in the staff report, the need to alleviate added burdens to construction and development projects and to retain jobs and revenue sources during this time qualifies as a basis for the urgency ordinance. So should your board approve this ordinance, staff would return in July to consider adjusting the fees at that time. In July, your board could again choose to delay adjustment of these fees if you deem warranted at that time. I would note that the Riolo Vineyards owners group has indicated that they would like to adjust the Riolo Vineyards specific plan fee program at that time, even if your board chooses to delay adjustment of the other fees just due to the nature of the RVSP fee program. So the proposed ordinance in front of you requires a 4/5 vote and would be effective immediately and would expire at the end of the year after the anticipated effective dates of the proposed fee adjustments. So one final note, we do have Cedar and Public Works staff again on the line should there be any specific questions about a particular fee program. And with that, I do appreciate your time on this very busy afternoon and would be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much, Dave. Looks like we have no questions from board members. And do we have any public? Nobody from the public, so we'll close public comment. And do I have a motion?
Move approval. Second.
Motion by Gustafson, second by Wygant, and we'll take a roll call, please.
Wygant?
Yes.
Holmes? Yes. Euler?
Aye.
Gustafson?
Aye.
Gore?
Aye. Thank you very much, Dave.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll move to our 1250 item, which is presentation on emergency preparedness and wildfire mitigation activities. And we have joining us Holly Powers. Hi, Holly. Nice to see you. Let's make sure it's on.
We just got a late call on the last item.
We got a late call on the last item. So if you would hold on,
Absolutely.
Holly, we do want to make sure we hear from the public. So please go ahead with the public comment.
Good morning. Please state your name for the record. Good morning. Afternoon. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Hard to break old habits.
No one's there.
All right. We will bring it back to item 3A. Go ahead, Holly.
Is the mic on now? There we go.
Now it's on.
Good afternoon, Chair Gore, members of the board. Holly Powers, your Assistant Director of Emergency Services. Thank you for the opportunity to present today on the county's emergency preparedness and wildfire mitigation efforts. I wanted to start by thanking the Placer County Sheriff's Office and CAL FIRE Placer County Fire for their continued support in the county's Emergency Operations Center over the last 9 weeks and moving forward in our response to the COVID-19 epidemic and pandemic in the county. The partnership and support has been integral in the communication and coordination with county stakeholders and partners. Additionally, county departments that have dedicated staff to the EOC include the County Executive Office, Public Works, Facility Services, and Health and Human Services. I'm humbled by the willingness and dedication of the county staff here to step up and support the response efforts, and I'm very proud to be a Placer County employee. With that, I'd like to introduce CAL FIRE Placer County Fire Chief Brian Estes.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Madam Chair, members of the board, staff. First and foremost, I just want to thank everyone for allowing us to be here in person and address you. Personally, as a fire chief and one of the many fire chiefs in our region here, I think I can speak for my men and women that one of our biggest struggles with the last couple months has been just our lack of personal interaction with each other. And it's been a challenge, and it will continue to be a challenge. I do want to echo some of the comments that Holly made and really thank all of you for your support in the last 2 months. The catalyst or paradigm shift in what we've seen that the Sheriff's Office, the Fire Department, and OES have done for the public in Placer County over the last 2 months, I think, has been paramount. And the cooperation and collaboration has been amazing. Very, very proud to be your fire chief. We're not out of the woods by far, but we have, I think, led the way in a lot of our emergency response to this here within the county. So one thing I can tell you is that the weather and the fuels and the impending fire season doesn't really care what COVID-19 or anything else is doing. And it will be upon us. It is already at the front door. So I wanted to take this opportunity real quickly this morning to brief you on the events of this last year in 2019 and what our preparedness levels look like for 2020. The first thing we're going to see, and I've got to make sure that I get this going here. So the first thing we're going to see as we go through a couple of the stats from 2019 is that it was far less disastrous, if you will, than 2018. Much of that was punctuated, obviously, by the Camp Fire late in 2018, but we still saw a very, very active and above-average fire season in 2019. Statewide, we had almost 8,000 SRA wildland fires. Almost 258,823 acres were burned across the state, and 732 structures were destroyed. There were 3 fatalities directly related to SRA fires. And as we bring that into Placer County, we have 367,000 acres of state responsibility area within Placer County. In our entire unit, which is Placer, Nevada, and Yuba counties, we had 259 wildland fires. 89 of those on SRA were within Placer County. And one of the things I'm really proud of with these statistics is that of those 89 fires on SRA, every single one of those fires was kept at 10 acres or less contained. And that is one of our mission statements as a state agencies is to contain 95% of our fires at 10 acres or less. And I think we met our objective this last year. So as we look at 2020 and our fuels and weather conditions, as we all know, our April snowpack was much lower than we would have expected, and certainly much less than what we saw in 2018. We were about 57% of normal as of April. We're not probably going to see any kind of impact as we move forward from this point on, but we will see, I think, some residual from 2018 left in some of our reservoirs and water supplies, which is positive. Our grass loading is higher than average, but not quite at that critical stage we saw in 17 and 18. One of the big differences this year is that predictive services for generally speaking, the Southwest area, including California, they're not expecting any monsoonal flows. So what that means to us is that when we do see those lightning periods come through California, they are expected to be much drier this year. And that can be a significant point of ignition, especially in our higher elevations. So we'll be looking at that. There's 2 things I wanted to talk about that I think are really particular to Placer County and I would say are real accomplishments for 2019. One of them is the North Fork of the American Shaded Fuel Break. And we're going to watch a short video here in a couple minutes. But that, as you know, I've talked at great length about that project, and as we got through our first year and into the second year, we are right at about 91% complete. And we've talked about percentages in acres, but what the facts and figures I have here are really treated acres. Some of that country in the North Fork of the Americas is extremely rugged, and some of the communities that we're protecting are right on the canyon rim. When we say treated acres, that means we've gone through and we can safely say that we've done everything we can for that community protection in those areas. So 780 acres of land has been treated thus far on that shaded fuel break. I directly relate this to the protection of over 5,000 residents in the communities of Alta, Colfax, Applegate, all the way down through North Auburn. At its peak, we had over 143 personnel assigned to this project in some capacity. Those were efforts from both CAL FIRE, California National Guard, the 3 Cs, and all being administered through grants in excess of $2.73 million and facilitated through the RCD here in Placer County. So I'm very proud of the efforts up on the North Fork, and I think we're going to see a great video here in a couple minutes that's going to exemplify those efforts. The other thing that we saw was a decision to staff a fire engine and some staffing on the east side. We saw a dry winter come into play in this last winter, and so we made the decision to staff a state engine fully funded at Station 50 in Truckee in partnership with our our strong alliance with the Truckee Fire Protection District. Normally that would not be funded in the wintertime, but we made the decision to do that. And I think it had some real good benefits. One of the things, we were able to really concentrate on fuel reduction efforts in specifically Burton Creek State Park in the north end of Lake Tahoe, and in a lot of areas where we had ongoing vegetation management in the Truckee Basin. In addition to that, we were able to become a part of that mutual aid system through the wintertime and provide that assistance to both North Tahoe and Truckee. It also, as it related to the west end of the summit, provided a valuable resource to the Placer County fire stations, specifically Colfax and Alta, because we had that top end, the Blue Canyon and Donner Summit area, with another resource bolstered. So I think it was a really good effort, and wanted to make sure we mentioned that. As we look into 2020 and our preparedness and our staffing levels, we will go to peak staffing in June, early June. On the state side, what that means, in addition to our county fire stations, which obviously are staffed at full staffing all year long, but as we ramp up to our peak staffing, that'll put us at 22 state engines, 6 of our fire hand crews, 3 dozers, and all of our firefighting aircraft available at Grass Valley. In addition, as you know, and I talked about this last year, we were afforded the funding and our staffing an additional state-funded engine 3.0 at Colfax Fire Station, which is a great added benefit for a fire engine company that was unfortunately taken away due to budget cuts back in the late 80s, early 90s. So we've reestablished that. We have the Grass Valley Fuels Crew, and I say it's Grass Valley only because they are staffed there on Loma Rica Road, but they will primarily be doing fuels reduction work into the future on the North Fork project. And then in our aircraft program at the state level, we have the first 4 of our S-70 Blackhawks that were funded in last year's fiscal year that are in service, and that's a huge attribute to our aviation fleet. Specific to Placer County Fire Department and last year's stats, it was a little bit slower, and primarily I think that's due to the fire season, but you will still see that we ran over 13,000 calls for service in 2019, which is an amazing stat. It's a very regionalized, dynamic fire department that I'm very, very proud to be the fire chief of, and it really ranges from very dense urbanized and light industry to suburban to very rural areas and wildland-prone sections of our county. We had 296 technical rescues specifically in 2019, ranging all the way from the confluence up the North Fork and including Hidden Falls. Almost 7,000 of those calls were EMS related. And as we move forward and we start talking about enhanced services and moving to advanced life support across all of our fire stations in the county, I think it's important to see that the vast majority of our call volume is EMS or rescue related. We will see, I believe, a continued about 4% increase in demand for services. This year across the region in all fire services, I think you're going to see a downtick. And that is something that fire chiefs struggle with. But what I've told people is while there may be a downtick in the amount of calls, the types of calls, the stresses on the first responders, and what we're dealing with is like nothing we've ever seen before. So there's a trade-off with that. And I will tell you that one of the things I've seen through the last couple months is just a collaborative effort with the county and a trust you can't really you can't pay for. It takes that sometimes a crisis to bring people together and for that collaboration. And very, very proud of where we are with the county, the trust I receive from you as the board, and with my partners in emergency services. So before I turn it back to Holly and to Lieutenant Wright, I'd like to see if we could cue up the video, which is a example and some great work that the county PIO's office did on the North Fork of the American Shaded Fuel Break. When you look historically in Placer County at our fire history, most of our large damaging fires in Placer County have started in the North Fork of the American River, and they have impacted those communities up along the 80 corridor.
This is the view from the Mount Howell Fire Lookout just outside the city of Colfax. The small city is bordered by the scenic North Fork of the American River. Beautiful to behold, but ripe for a destructive wildfire.
Colfax is just a single point that happens to have an intersection of a lot of risk. And we have had fires occur in the drainage repeatedly. There's a lot of fire history in that area. Yet with that fire history, we still have massive amounts of fuel loading.
It's always been CAL FIRE's primary mission statement, the protection of life, property, and resource in that order. A major wildfire would not only threaten over 5,500 homes and businesses, but would also risk the state's vital Interstate 80 corridor, the Union Pacific Railway, the Kinder Morgan Petroleum Pipeline, the Colfax Municipal Water Treatment System, and electrical and water resources that supply over 500,000 customers. In totality, we have over $2.3 billion in assets at risk.
As a direct measure to protect the residents in the area and these critical resources, 35 priority fuel reduction projects were identified as part of the governor's response to catastrophic wildfire threats. The state of California granted CAL FIRE $1.3 million to work on the first phase of the North Fork American River Shaded Fuel Break. Starting just east of Colfax, crews have done an incredible job clearing vegetation on a steep 2-mile stretch of rugged wildlands encompassing over 1,000 acres. The first phase of a proposed 17-mile shaded fuel break from Auburn to Colfax.
So that shaded fuel break, really what it looks like is it's an open park-like environment that still has mature trees available. It's developed by removing brushy material, which we call ladder fuels. They help keep ground fires from reaching the treetops or the canopies. When you get fires in the canopies, it creates a much more volatile fire, casting embers into the wind and causing spot fires well ahead of the main fire front. And that is the most damaging potential to the loss of structures and destruction of homes. It's from ember cast that is thrown from the main fire.
A shaded fuel break essentially is allowing that fire to either drop to the ground or prevent the fire from entering the canopy in the first place. That allows our resources to go in and attack a fire quickly and prevent it from becoming that large damaging fire.
CAL FIRE crews, in collaboration with crews from the National Guard, California Conservation Corps, and private licensed contractors, perform this vital work.
So we're using mechanical equipment that's mowing, we're using mechanical equipment that's chipping, we're using prescribed fire, and all of that requires hand labor. So the laborers that are on site are cutting with chainsaws and hand tools and then feeding that material into chippers or creating piles that would then be burned.
The project will continue, potentially for the next decade, as funding becomes available to complete the remaining sections of the vital 17-mile fuel break from Auburn to Colfax, helping protect the citizens of Placer County from destructive wildfire.
So I think that shows, regardless in the next 5 years of what specialized funding comes, it is going to remain a priority for our fire department here in the county and for CAL FIRE to remain vigilant out there. And I think the protection of those communities along that 80 corridor is just a real good measure, and it shows our dedication to the county's efforts in fire prevention. So with that, before I turn it over to Holly, I wanted to thank you all again. And answer any questions specifically to my part of the presentation.
Thank you, Chief. Supervisor Euler?
So first of all, I want to say how disappointed I am that you didn't show up in your turnout kit. That face mask would have eclipsed anything.
Yeah. I was thinking maybe a level A hazmat suit or something.
That would have worked as well. So maybe I misheard, but I thought I heard you say we're anticipating a downtick in calls?
So this time next year when I'm standing up here, we're going to see that this year since COVID-19, we are seeing a downtick in calls for service. Not in 2019, but in 2020 when I'm standing here next year, I'm going to tell you that we're going to probably
for a defined period of time where folks weren't driving as much. And
yeah, but it's significant, and I think across the region, depending on what your demographics and population density looks like, it could range. For us in the county fire department, we've seen a downtick of only about 10%, but I think in some areas you could see as much as 30%.
Yeah, I have an acquaintance who owns a towing company.
Yeah.
And his business dropped off over 50%.
And I think it's relative to what you're seeing with private sector and transportation and everything else. But the nature of the calls can be a little trickier through this.
Okay. So when then on that same, you were on slide 7, you show your bullet reads increased demands for service.
Mm-hmm.
Yet you were speaking to the issue of the downtick in the calls. So where are we anticipating the increased demands for service? Is that from this point forward? Is that more on the fire side as opposed to EMT side? Where are you anticipating?
Yeah, great, and I appreciate the clarification. So historically, over about the last 10 years, we have seen about a 4% increase in demands for services year to year.
That's with our population growth.
Yeah, and it's just it's everything. It's changing demographic, it's population growth, et cetera, et cetera. About 4%, and those are relative. You know, one type of call doesn't really spike over the others, but the EMS remains at about 75 to 80% of our call volume. We are going to see this, 2 to 4 month period of time is going to have an effect on, really specifically on 2020. I think after this passes, and I believe it will, and I believe we will get into some semblance of a normal demand for service from our public, I think we will get back into seeing about a 4% increase in service annually within our jurisdictional authority.
Okay. Thank you.
You bet.
Supervisor Holmes?
Yeah, thank you, Chief. It's been a while. Can you remind me how that fuel break project was funded?
Yes, the North Fork of the American Shaded Fuel Break project was one of the 35 priority projects funded on January 1st, 2019 by the Governor's administration across the state. And as you may remember, we had 2 of them, the Ponderosa West Defense Zone in Grass Valley and the North Fork of the American, that were both funded, and both of them have about a 5-year lifespan out of them.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Supervisor Gustafson?
Thanks. And Chief, thank you, and thanks for your leadership in the EOC and getting that established and everybody's work there. I'll thank all of you on that. I am interested in the call volume. Does that also reflect all the mutual aid that you're providing?
It does.
And do you have that breakdown approximately for the rest of the supervisors? I know Supervisor Holmes and I've seen the report, but I don't recall it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have the exact number in front of me, but it's right in the neighborhood of about 2,000 calls a year that we are providing mutual aid outside of our jurisdictional boundary lines. And that's really reflective of a regionalized fire service. Every fire department, district, municipality provides some level of mutual aid outside their zones. Placer County Fire Department, just because of the regional expanse of our jurisdiction, probably provides much higher mutual aid out to our partners. But that's a valuable relationship.
Thank you, and it's a critical asset for all the taxpayers of Placer County that you're able to respond and help support some of the smaller districts.
It is, Supervisor, and I guess just to tag onto that, all the fire chiefs, regardless of how the dispatching is administered or how the district boundaries are administered, we all believe in getting the closest resource to the member of the public that is calling 911, and that's the important component of that mutual aid or automatic aid system.
And I think my final question is one you'll probably have to guess at, but I've heard from medical professionals and certainly from our hospital administrators how reduced the number of ER visits there are and regular hospitalizations, and I assume part of that is also reflected in your reduction in calls. But do you have a sense of that people are refusing service or to be transported, or?
Yeah, I think there are
out of concerns of
yes
the virus.
No, I think that's a valid assessment. Our numbers of specifically EMS transports to hospitals is down. You're still going to have a certain level of your EMS call volume that you're going to be transporting no matter what's going on. But there are folks out there, I think, that if given the decision, may opt to take another course of action versus being transported to an emergency room or going to an emergency room on their own.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief. Appreciate the update very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So at this point, I'll turn it back over to Holly Powers with OES.
Fine. Again, Holly Powers, your Assistant Director of Emergency Services. So I'm going to start discussing now some of the countywide preparedness and partnerships we have. I'm going to start with planning first. So OES is currently updating the county's emergency operation plan. This is the umbrella plan that outlines how the county coordinates as a whole during events, also with our stakeholders. Some new aspects in this plan update is we are including all 6 of our cities in the planning process, which will create a countywide plan that allows for unified planning, response, and recovery. And again, this is not a hazard-specific or situation-specific plan. This is really outlining our authorities, references, and how we work together. We also have multiple annexes to our emergency operation plan, or EOP, that we're working on, some of which are hazard-specific. So we have a hazardous materials spill annex, dam failure, mass sheltering, and right now, due to the current COVID-19 environment, we're developing an additional sort of annex on any of those plans that may have that we need to have alternate considerations, such as our mass sheltering plan, which now currently we can't have congregate shelter. So there are certain planning components we now have to bring into the mix to make sure we're prepared to support our community. Additionally, identifying facilities and guidelines for cooling centers and coordination with PG&E and Liberty Utilities on their community resource or charging centers during a public safety power shutoff. So it's an additional plan that doesn't directly impact all of the plans we have. It'll just be one to take into consideration our current environment. We are also in the first draft of our extended power outage plan to assist in the coordination of our upcoming public safety power shutoffs. Purpose of this plan is to assist in the coordination and communication of issues or concerns from local governments and districts as well as our community. Make sure we're supporting those critical lifelines to support our community during a public safety power shutoff. The Placer County Sheriff's Office manages and utilizes our emergency mass notification system, or Placer Alert, and they've had a procedure in place for many years for alerting the public during any type of public safety event. We're working in coordination to develop our public alerting annex to be included under that EOP umbrella, and again, that's more of the reference guideline type of plan, not the actual how-tos. Additionally, the Sheriff's Office, CAL FIRE, Placer County Fire, and OES have been working together to produce a series of responder evacuation coordination plans to assist in the rapid decision making during an event that requires evacuation. From this planning process, we will be updating our evacuation guideline handouts and information for the public. Other activities from around the county include prevention and mitigation work by mainly our Public Works Department. They are currently under evaluation of all their county properties via contract to develop a phased approach to bringing county properties into compliance with our new hazard vegetation management ordinance. County Roads continues to spray and mow on county maintained roads, and our Parks and Grounds has initiated goat grazing. They've been able to clear about 250 acres in many of our parks, including Hidden Falls Regional Park, Dry Creek Open Spaces in West Placer, our own Placer County Government Center campus, Taylor Ranch Nature Preserve in Penryn, Griffin Quarry in Penryn, Todd Valley Pond in Forest Hill, and Miners Ravine Nature Preserve in Granite Bay. They've also established some new shaded field breaks in 2 of our campgrounds, 6 acres both at Bear River Campground and Todd Valley Pond Park. And they plan to start a 16-acre field break in the Schaefer's Mill parcel in Martis Valley this summer. Additionally, Public Works continues to manage our tree mortality efforts across the county. We've removed approximately 2,000 trees to date. We have another 3,200 trees to be removed this year in 4 contract packages located in Forest Hill, Auburn, Colfax, Soda Springs, and Tahoe. To date, the county has spent $4,519,583 on tree removal. For the additional 3,200 trees we have planned will be an additional $4,325,011. This totals our spending approval budget for tree mortality to $8,844,583. $595. That really works out to about $1,700 a tree, which is running average with the other 10 counties that are also doing tree mortality work under the governor's proclamation. And we're also seeing continued work in the French Meadows watershed, as you guys often hear updates from. The county also has a strong relationship with the Placer Resource Conservation District, who manages our residential chipping program and green waste bins. The RCD is very active in supporting our community and has been providing low-cost chipping to our residents for many years now. The chipping program is grant funded and has seen a year-over-year increase in demand. However, given the significant reduction in jail population, the workforce for this program has been limited, and in our current COVID-19 environment, the RCD is currently using internal staff to run the chipper program about 4 to 5 days a week to keep up with some of the demand. I also wanted to highlight some of the community preparedness that's been going on in the county for the last couple of years. The Placer County Fire Safe Alliance was created in 2001 and has been a collaborative effort between federal, state, county, local governments, and our community. The Alliance's vision is to have an informed, educated, and fire defensible communities that will result in enhanced protection of lives, property, and natural resources through a collaborative approach in a fire-prone environment. Within the Alliance, we work with our fire safe councils, of which we have 6, and FireWise communities, of which we have 48. I'm really proud to announce that to date, Placer County is second in the state with recognized FireWise communities, and we're actually third across the nation, which I think is commemorable for our residents who have been working very hard in their properties. We have a wide variety of FireWise communities, varying in size from 7 dwelling units in a community in Colfax to over 2,000 dwelling units in the Olympic Valley. The county has a contract to coordinate and assist our FireWise communities moving through their certificate process and becoming recognized. Over the past 4 years, our Fire Safe Council, FireWise communities, in partnership with the Resource Conservation District, have been awarded over $5 million for fuel reduction and community outreach and education from a variety of funding sources, including the Cal Fire Prevention Grant, the California Fire Foundation, the California Fire Safe Council, as well as the Middle Fork Project and others. Additionally, our community members have invested over 77,000 hours of work on their property and neighboring properties, and as well as working home hardening and defensible space, hiring contractors to do clearing, home improvement, chippers, which creates a total investment of over $8.8 million over the last 4 years, which I just think is phenomenal and something that needs to be recognized how hard our community is working. Contact information for the Alliance, our Fire Safe Councils, and our FireWise Community Coordinator can be found at the Placer Fire Alliance website, placerfirealliance.org. For more information, if a community member wants to get involved in a Fire Safe Council or an Alliance, that's there. And with that, I'd like to introduce Lieutenant Shane Wright from the Placer County Sheriff's Office to discuss future public outreach.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
Shane Wright, Placer County Sheriff's Office. Last time I was here, I didn't have the chance to publicly thank you, the board, Chief Estes, and the sheriff for supporting my appointment to the CAL FIRE Type 1 Incident Management Team. So thank you very much for that support. And I think that it ties very well into painting the perfect picture of preparedness for the county, in that I think it was maybe 2 months later, I was deployed to the Kincaid Fire in Sonoma County. Very similar county makeup, in my opinion. But there was quite a few takeaways from that. That fire burnt up 78,000 acres, and it displaced 180,000 evacuees. Upon return, what did Placer County get out of that? It got quite a few takeaways, some lessons learned, some things that we can do better, some things we've been doing right. I spent 2 weeks putting together a presentation for Placer County Sheriff's Office personnel. Many supervisors, dispatchers, PIOs, and GIS personnel went through that. There were some great conversations about some projects some plans that we plan on implementing. One of which is a zone system for the county that ties into the mass notification. Basically, I take out that reflex time of a real-time incident, getting information out in a timely manner. So as you're probably aware of, the Sheriff's Office is responsible for the evacuations. Typically, that starts, if not 9 times out of 10. We tie in with our fire partners almost immediately. We go into unified command. They provide us with the intelligence and situational awareness that we need to prioritize the areas that we need to evacuate or put a warning message out to. I'm pleased to inform you that I think it was early last year, we adopted the same terminology as Cal OES and FireScope recommended for best practices. Our terminology is evacuation warning, evacuation order. There's also a shelter in place, but there's only 3 terms. It keeps it simple, and it is best practices, and we adopted it. So we're also responsible for the mass notification. We have a few ways of doing it, and typically we use every single one of them. One is our landline system. That's through our vendor Everbridge. We also have placeralert.org, which is an opt-in system, and anybody that is listening or any of your constituents, I would encourage you to have them sign up. It's messaging that they can get straight to their cell phone, text messages, phone calls. It's really one of our better tools. We also immediately follow that up with social media posts. One of the things we're aiming to this year that I think is going to provide a lot more clarity to the people that are evacuated and in the evacuation warning area is more or less a screenshot of the actual Everbridge message through social media to provide them some clarity on what the actual impacted area is. One other thing we have that actually started last year, fortunately we didn't need to use it here in Placer County, but it's a high-low siren that our patrol cars are now equipped with that we can drive through a community, and there's a few different ideas depending on which county you're in, but for Placer County it means to evacuate immediately. It was approved by the CHP commissioner. We're up on all the legalities of it, and we will be using it this year should we need it. With that, I'll turn it back over to Holly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Oh, looks like we have a question from Supervisor
Caught me.
Gustafson.
Trying to run out.
No problem. Do we use Nixle too?
No, so that's that would be our Everbridge. It's just a different vendor, different company.
But Everbridge is landlines, is that correct?
Correct.
No?
Everbridge is landlines, and then with the opt-in, you can also get, with the Placer Alert, you can also hit the cell phones, emails, text messages.
Great. Well, I think one of the concerns, at least in our high visitation areas throughout the county, is people that are here visiting don't know what to do. And that's where I know when Truckee has used their Nixle, I get a notice, and I didn't sign up for it. So I'm just wondering if that is something we should consider where we have millions of visitors in and around the county who might not be signed up and not know to sign up. They don't even know what county they're in half the time.
Yeah,
or what state.
I'll definitely research that and get back to you. I think we had Nixle at one point. I want to say that we went to Everbridge, and I'll try to figure out those reasons of why we switched vendors.
Yeah, because it just any phone in the vicinity of a geographic area gets that ping then for an alert to something. So anyway, just a thought.
For sure.
Thank you.
You bet.
Thanks for all your work.
Thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, and with that, this is just a screenshot of our readyplacer.org website. I would encourage any county employee or resident to go to readyplacer.org. This is where you can find more information on how to better prepare yourself and your family for this season coming and any season that we have. Additionally, for more detailed information on preparing for wildfires, you can visit CAL FIRE's readyforwildfire.org, and that has all the detail you would need about home hardening and defensible space work that you can do in your own organization and at your house. And with that, thank you for your time this afternoon. Are there any questions for me?
Supervisor Holmes?
Yeah, you mentioned the CHIPPR program. Did the Did they raise the fee for that? I know they were talking about raising it to $65. Have they done that?
Yes, sir. The fees were raised on the chipper program. They did an assessment year over year of how much it was costing for them to run the chipper program. So it's still a 50% cost share, but I believe it is $60 or $65 an hour. There is still a low-income waiver available that just is self-certifying and can be filled out at the time of the services.
Okay, I just hadn't heard any pushback. I figured there'd be some pushback from them. But
As far as I know, the RCD has not heard any significant pushback on that increase. It's still very reasonable if any of you have had tree work done.
yes, it's a good program.
Very efficient.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Gustafson?
PG&E.
Yes.
Fire safety shutoffs. I had several calls from businesses, obviously, about our later item on the agenda, but also concerned that if they don't reopen and then we get into shutoffs again, like they were so damaged last fall with the long term, especially in the Colfax Forest Hill area where they went 10 days without power. So last I attended a meeting, we got a pretty good update, and there were big efforts coming forward from PG&E with isolating and narrowing where the shutoffs would be and how quickly they could respond and the resources they were going to deploy. I'm wondering if we could have them come back and do a presentation to the full board so that we know going into this next season if that would be possible. I don't know if the other board members would like to hear that, but I certainly need to hear and understand and continue the pressure to make sure there's an investment there to protect our businesses.
Absolutely, I can put in the request for PG&E to come back. We have done work with them already, planning, and I know that they have done significant work on the grid and making the each portion smaller so we can they can more strategically turn on and off our communities that may be impacted. So we actually have a couple workshops with them to get more GIS specific information. So we'll be able to pinpoint within the county with more precision this year than last year who's going to be impacted across. But I will definitely make calls today and see when we can get them on the next board.
I think it would be great to hear from them directly for the board
Exactly.
to be able to ask them questions and continue to pressure more investment in protecting our communities. So, thank you.
And with that, I don't think we have any public comments, do we? No. Holly, I just want to say on behalf of our board, thank you and your team for all the work you have been doing for more than 2 months with the OES being staffed, working weekends and late nights. You all have done a yeoman's job, and we want you to know how much we appreciate it. Share that with your colleagues. It has been a challenging time, but you all have just done a great job, so thank you very much.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Board members, I just want to give a quick shout out to Holly too. I know she just was recognized by Comstock Magazine as one of the top 40 young professionals under 40. So
That's great. Well deserved.
She's going to be recognized in the July 20th magazine, and she's one of 10 that they're actually doing a profile on. So you're just outstanding, and I appreciate all that you've done over the last, year and a half that you've been here? Feels like it's been a little longer, right? But she's just been a tremendous asset for us, so I appreciate everything you do.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Talk about an opportunity to grow in leadership, huh?
Thank you.
Now you need to go figure out how we're going to respond to the Asian giant hornet invasion.
It's on the list, Supervisor. It's on the list.
Solve that for us. That'd be great.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Yes, we appreciate you being here. Okay, we are going to move to some of our department items, yes, which would be item 8A, our Placer Conservation Joint Powers Authority appointment of board members, and we'll get our folks on the line, which they are. Greg McKenzie is on the line.
Go ahead, Greg, you're up.
So good afternoon, members of the board, ladies and gentlemen. Greg McKenzie, your Placer County Conservation Program Administrator. I have 2 items for your board's consideration today. The first being to appoint Supervisors Wygant and Euler to represent the county on the Placer Conservation Authority's Joint Power Agency JPA board, as well as to appoint Supervisor Gore as an alternate member. Also, item 2, to direct the clerk of the board to add the Placer Conservation Authority to the list of board committees and commissions. As you may recall, back in January of this year, your board approved the Joint Power Agency formation documents. The City of Lincoln subsequently approved that in February, our JPA partner. County Council, after that, filed the notice, which is required with the Secretary of State. And so that brings us to this point where we need to appoint board members to the JPA such that we can start making or taking actions to bring the JPA into line with PCP adoption. And that would include actions such that we can approve bylaws, a budget, and ultimately, prospectively, accept permits from the state and federal agencies. So with that, unless there are any questions, I ask for your approval of the 2 actions requested. Thank you.
Thank you, Greg. It looks like there are no comments from supervisors and nothing from the public, so we'll bring this back to the board.
I'll second.
All right, a motion by Supervisor Holmes, second by Supervisor Gustafson.
Just quickly, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Greg, I know that you're participating remotely and you can't see us, but I did want to assure you, as has been the practice with all other PCCP milestones, I am in fact wearing my purple tie. Wanted you to be comforted in that knowledge.
That was a thing? I didn't know that was a thing.
Yes. Anytime we have a PCCP action item, I have to wear purple in recognition of the conservation area on the map is in purple.
As am I.
Yes, as is Rob. Yeah.
Thank you. But that is nice to know. We're making progress after 20 years.
You better get a purple tie.
Yeah.
I need a purple tie. Oh, or a scarf. Okay, that's fair.
I'll buy you.
Thank you. Okay, so we had a motion by Holmes, second by Gustafson, and all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed?
Just want to make sure nobody changed their mind.
All right. Motion carries 5-0. So thank you very much, Greg. Appreciate that update. We'll move to item 9A, and this is alternative leasing procedure amendments to Placer County Code, Chapter 2, Article 2.32, Section 2.32.040G. Next time I'm not reading all of those. Okay, we have, is it Farron Call on the line? Or
go ahead, Farron.
Good afternoon, Chair Gore and members of the board. We bring this item for your consideration to introduce and waive oral reading of an ordinance to repeal and replace subsection G of County Code Section 2.32.040 related to the alternative leasing procedure. The purpose of the ordinance is to renew the Director of Facility Management's delegated authority to enter into and execute leases and licenses, and to align the language of the County Code more closely with the Government Code Section 25537. Your board first adopted an alternative leasing ordinance in 1992. This ordinance has streamlined the process for the county to enter into agreements to lease county-owned and controlled property. The director's delegated authority under the alternative leasing ordinance expires after 5 years, requiring his authority to be renewed upon each expiration. This year, staff proposes a new ordinance that conforms more closely to the California Government Code. Those changes include updating the notice requirements, the addition of license agreements, and allowance for a more streamlined bid process. The new ordinance also renews the director's authority for an additional 5 years. And I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you, Farron. Appreciate that. It looks like there are no questions from board members. Any public calls? All right, we'll bring it back to the board.
Move approval.
Second.
Motion by Gustafson, second by Wygant. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you very much.
I think it's irresponsible that our employees are recklessly ignoring the admonition of the governor to stay off the beaches. I just want it was incredibly irresponsible for him to be on the beach when the governor said we can't be there.
At least she can enjoy it.
I just want my objection on the record. That
Okay, we'll move to item 10A, which is the short-term acute inpatient psychiatric services.
Good afternoon, Supervisor Gore and members of the board. I am Amy Ellis, Director of the Adult System of Care. Today, I'm bringing an action item to you to approve a contract amendment with ResPad Health Corporation for the period of July 1st, 2019 through June 30th, 2020 for psychiatric health facility services, increasing by $400,000 for a total amount not to exceed $1,100,000, and to authorize the Director of Health and Human Services to sign the contract and any subsequent amendments up to $100,000 consistent with subject matter and scope of work with risk management and County Council concurrence. Placer County's system of care provides mandated mental health crisis intervention services to adults and children who are experiencing a mental health crisis. During fiscal year 18-19, over 3,300 individuals received crisis evaluation services, and approximately half of those required inpatient psychiatric hospitalization. If the county's psychiatric health facility is at capacity, individuals are referred to alternative facilities. We prioritize placements at our PUFs because they generate a federal revenue and result in lower costs to the county. ResPad PUF has accepted a higher volume of clients than originally anticipated, creating this need to amend their contract. Maintaining this contract is critical given the shortage of psychiatric beds across the state. The additional option of ResPad PUF will further help reduce the burden of overcrowded emergency departments in our community while avoiding the most expensive option of private hospitalization. Funding consists of 95% in state and federal revenues and 5% in county general funds and is included in our fiscal year 19-20 budget. Any questions?
Thank you very much, Amy. It looks like no questions from board members and nothing from the public. So we'll bring it back to the board.
Second.
Motion by Holmes, second by Wygant. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Amy. And it looks like you have item 10B, which is provision of conditional release program contract amendment with the Department of State Hospitals.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon again, Amy Ellis. So with this time with the request with two action items. First, to approve an amendment with the California Department of State Hospitals for the conditional release program we call CONREP to increase revenue by $396,418 for a total dollar amount not to exceed $1,179,256 and extend the agreement through June 30th, 2021 and authorize the Director of Health and Human Services to sign the amendment and to sign subsequent amendments not to exceed $100,000 consistent with current agreements, subject matter, and scope of work and with risk management and county council concurrence. The second is to authorize the Director of Health and Human Services to the option to renew the agreement for 2 subsequent 1-year periods and to execute the agreement with risk management and county council concurrence and amendments up to $100,000 consistent with the current agreement scope of subject matter and scope of work. So the Department of State Hospitals recently made a recommendation to Placer County to extend the terms of the agreement by 1 year for a total of a 3-year contract rather than renewing a 2-year contract. This recommendation was made in the interest of balancing and preserving personnel resources during this challenging COVID-19 times, while continuing to provide these essential and mandated mental health services. Since 1986, this revenue from the Department of State Hospitals has funded Placer County's conditional release program, CONREP, which is called CONREP. CONREP provides mental health treatment and supervision to persons who are required by the legal system to participate in treatment as a condition of their release from state hospital. The goal of the program is to ensure greater public safety in communities through mental health assessment, treatment, and supervision to clients in outpatient treatment. Research has shown that this model is effective in reducing recidivism. The program is fully funded with state dollars. The dollars for fiscal year 19-20 are included in the department's fiscal year budget, and the dollars for fiscal year 2021 are also included in the budget. Happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Amy. It looks like there are no questions from board members and no calls for the public, so we'll bring it back to the board.
Second.
Motion by Holmes and second by Wygant. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Terrific. We will move to item 10C, which is intensive residential mental health services 1-year umbrella contracts with multiple entities. We have Twyla Abrahamson. I think I said that right. Twyla, I call her Twyla.
You do, and that's fine. So good afternoon, Chair Gore, Supervisors, Mr. Leopold, Ms. Schwab. I am here not from the beach, but I'm here from our lovely Sunset office where they are working on the solar panel installation. So if you hear any noise in the background, I apologize in advance. However, I'm here today to represent the Children's System of Care and pleased to be presenting this item and also the next item. So the Children's System of Care is mandated by the State Department of Healthcare Services to provide a range of mental health services, including psychiatry, counseling, and social skills training to children and youth, as well as intensive mental health services, which are most often currently delivered in group homes. Continuum of care reform has been in an implementation phase, and I have briefed this board a number of times over the past few years, and it is anticipated still to lessen the overall numbers of children statewide who will require these intensive residential services in congregate care settings. However, during the transition to specialty trained resource families based in the community, there is still a need for these intensive programs for very troubled youth. These programs, formerly named group homes and now named short-term residential therapeutic programs, you've probably heard the acronym STRTPs, have effectively served approximately 35 Placer County youth last year from the child welfare, probation, and mental health service sectors. Of note, less than 3% of all Placer County youth in care require these residential or congregate services, which is compared to a statewide average of 10%. The contracts before you today assure that timely and effective intensive mental health services are delivered to youth in order to limit the time and duration of residential care and to help them acquire the skills necessary to return to home as quickly as possible. The STRTP providers responsible for these services are listed in your attachment A, and they are also on the annual list under the Director's Amendment Authority, and they're updated each and every year and then published to your board. So we're requesting that your board take the following actions. 1, approve the annual contracts with multiple entities for intensive specialty mental health services by group home providers in a maximum aggregate amount of $1,500,000 by way of a maximum payment authorization established by the Auditor Controller for fiscal year 2021. Approve the provider list, authorize the Director of Health and Human Services to sign the provider agreements, and authorize him to sign subsequent amendments consistent with the agreement's subject matter and scope with risk management and county council concurrent. And we're also requesting that you authorize the Director of Health and Human Services to amend the list of providers as long as any amendments are reflected in the 2021-22 list. Funding for these services in the amount of $1,500,000 are included in the department's 2021 requested budget, with $1,005,000 or 87% of state and federal funding and a required county general fund match of 13% or $195,000. So I'd be happy to answer your questions, and thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Twyla. It looks like we Supervisor Euler.
Yeah, just one quick question on the on attachment 1, the providers list.
Yes.
You have the asterisk indicating that we have 2 new providers. One of them is underlined. Is that any significance, or is that just something that happened in formatting?
No, I think that looks like it happened in formatting.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right. No other questions from board members. Any calls in from the public? No. All right. We'll bring it back to the board for consideration.
Second.
Motion by Holmes, second by Euler. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. And Twyla, you've got item 10D, which is the Community Outpatient Mental Health Services 3-year umbrella with multiple providers.
Thank you again. And I'm here presenting this time for both the children and adult system of care. So Placer County Health and Human Services, as you're well familiar, is mandated to provide a lot of services and by the State Department of Healthcare Services. And this one includes psychiatry, counseling, crisis intervention, and social skills training to both adults and children in community clinic and outpatient settings. To meet this mandate, Placer County employs a nationally recognized model that utilizes a network of private counselors, therapists, and psychologists to maximize the availability of necessary specialty services while limiting the need for more costly hospitalization and residential care whenever possible. This mental health private network provides outpatient services to children, youth, and adults, and currently includes over 40 licensed independent practitioners. All providers added and deleted from the annual list under the Director's Amendment Authority are also published to your board by inclusion on the fiscal year 21-22 list. This umbrella contract assures that timely and effective mental health services are delivered to approximately 500 children and adults each year, resulting in better outcomes for families and lower rates for out-of-home and hospital care. The budgeted amount for this umbrella approved last year for $500,000 for each of 3 years had an aggregated total of $1,500,000. This amount will need to be amended and significantly increased this year and for years going forward due to a change in the method in which services are authorized and encumbered. Previously, authorizations for services were written to individual providers when a new client would be sent to them, and this authorization was written broadly to cover assessments, treatment plans, individual therapy, collateral contacts, case management. The authorization may or may not be entirely used during the course of treatment, but the provider could only bill for services rendered. While this same system is still in place, what has changed is that the fiscal department now encumbers the dollars on the authorization as if all the services will be performed. This has then reduced the amount of dollars available in the umbrella to authorize services at any one time to more providers to serve children and families. Thus, the umbrella must have more dollars under its authority for authorizations to be written at any one time in order to serve all of the folks. It is, however, not anticipated that the increase in dollars in the umbrella will actually be used each year. The total amount expended for the previous year did not exceed $500,000. And I've been managing this contract personally for the past 12 years, and it's never exceeded $500,000. So we are requesting that your board take the following actions. 1, approve 3-year agreements with multiple providers for mental health services in an aggregate amount of $4,500,000. That would be the $1,500,000 annually, by way of a payment authorization established by the auditor controller for fiscal years 19 through 22. Authorize the Director of Health and Human Services or a designee to sign the provider agreements and sign subsequent amendments consistent with the agreement's subject matter and scope of work with risk management and county council concurrence. And number 2, to authorize the Director of Health and Human Services or designee to approve the 2021 network provider list and amend the list of providers as long as any amendments are reflected in the fiscal year 21-22 network provider list. Funding in the amount of $1,500,000 has been included in the department's fiscal year 19-20 requested budget for these mandated services, including the same match as before, $1,305,000 or 87% in federal and state funding, and $195,000 or 13% in the required county general fund match. And additionally, funding in the amount of $1,500,000 will be included annually in the department's fiscal year 2021 and 21-22 future budgets, respectively. It is anticipated again, however, that the total expenses should not exceed $500,000 annually as previously approved. So I'd be happy to answer any questions about this item as well.
Thank you, Twyla. Supervisor Euler has a question.
Yeah, just out of curiosity, I noticed we've got 4 folks dropping off of the list while we're adding 2. Do we have any idea why the 4 who have removed themselves chose to do so?
Yeah, we usually do exit interviews with each of those providers to find out. Part of the reason usually is that they have enough of their private insurance clients, and sometimes people are actually retiring. Of the 4 that were listed there, I think we had at least 2 of them retire.
Okay.
Twyla, I do have a question. With the current situation, I know that we have the mental health hotline number that's available to our residents who can call and ask for services. Have we seen an uptick in that number, and would you anticipate that we would have more need of these services in light of the situation in the last couple of months with the coronavirus?
So I'll take the second question first. Everyone across the state and across the nation is absolutely talking about, they are anticipating that once some of the easing is happening, once certain things come to pass, that absolutely there's going to be an increased need. What that percentage need is going to look like, no one is entirely sure, but right now it feels a little bit like what we would normally have in a summer situation, and I'll speak specifically for children. When they're out of school, of course, we have less people reporting not only child abuse sorts of things, but mental health concerns. And right now that is a concern. We have also been looking very closely for our adults and our youth at our hospitalizations and at our crisis requests. And some of it has increased, but some of it strangely has not, because there feels a bit like there's some pent-up demand. So to answer the first question, some of our crisis calls or our hotline calls have actually reduced a bit, but what we are getting in for both our hotline for child welfare and our crisis calls for adults and children are really very, very serious situations. So without looking into that crystal ball, I think we're going to have a lot of need, and a lot of need is going to be coming to us soon.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. It looks like any questions from the public, and not, we'll bring this back to the board for action.
Second.
Motion by Holmes, second by Gustafson. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thanks so much, Twyla. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
And we'll move to item 11A, which is utility relocation agreement with PG&E and Nevada Irrigation District, Auburn Creekside Highway 49 improvements. Kevin Ordway.
Yes. Good afternoon, Chair Gord, members of the board. I'm Kevin Ordway with the Department of Public Works, and today I'm asking you to adopt a resolution authorizing the Director of Public Works or designee to take all actions necessary to enter into utility relocation agreements with the Pacific Gas and Electric Company and the Nevada Irrigation District for the Auburn Creekside Highway 49 improvements up to a total amount not to exceed $1.2 million. And the reason we're doing this is we're trying to get these improvements included in the current Caltrans project that's along Highway 49 under a contract change order. If we're able to do that, it has a significant cost savings and it reduces the impacts to the traveling public. The one thing that could prevent us from doing this is not having the utilities relocated in time. So we're trying to expedite this process. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the update. Looks like there are no questions from supervisors, nothing from the public, and just appreciate you looking at ways to save money and get works accomplished sooner than later. With that, all right, Holmes and Gustafson.
Thank you.
All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Thank
All
you.
right. It is 2:00. It looks like we have time for our closed session items, so we'll throw it over to County Council.
The board will now adjourn to closed session to consider the following. 2 items of significant exposure to litigation. The item of initiation of litigation has been dropped from the closed session agenda. The board will then adjourn as the board, convene as the In-Home Support Services Public Authority to consider 1 item of conference with labor negotiator.
Terrific. Thank you. So we'll move to closed session, and our hope is we'll be back in time for 2:20, but probably by 2:30, but close to 2:20 for our timed item at 2:20. All right, we will reconvene and we'll have our county council report out.
The board met in closed session to consider 2 items of significant exposure to litigation. In both cases, the board heard a report and provided direction. The board then adjourned as the Placer County Board of Supervisors and convened as the Placer County In-Home Supportive Services Public Authority to conduct a conference with the labor negotiations. Thereafter, the board adjourned as the Placer County In-Home Support Services Public Authority and reconvened as the Placer County Board of Supervisors. This concludes report out of closed session.
Great, thank you very much, Karen. And fairly well on time, we're going to move to the 2:20 timed item, which is the urgency ordinance for suspension of penalties and interest due to late remittance of transit occupancy taxes. And I believe we have Jug Jastro on the line. And you know what, before we actually have him take this up, Todd, would you report out? We have an update on the questions that were posed earlier today during public comment.
Yeah, board members. So one of the comments that was made is about the delay of short-term rental permit fees. And after hearing an update from our Community Development Resource Agency Director, Steve Pedretti, he's made that administrative decision to delay that through July 31st. So I think it addresses some of the comments that were made and concerns for this permit collection time frame. Right.
Thank you, Todd. Appreciate that. All right, so now we'll go ahead and have Doug go ahead and present item 4A.
Okay. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. I'm Doug Jastro, Revenue Services Manager for the Revenue Services Division of the County Executive Office, as well as the Transient Occupancy Tax Administrator. The item before you is a request for your board to adopt an urgency ordinance to temporarily suspend penalties and interest of late transient occupancy tax remittals until July 31st, 2020. And I'd also like to point out that there was unfortunately a typo on the staff report stating July 31st, 2019. The correct date is 2020, and that date's used on all of the other documents. I just wanted to point that out. The reason behind this request is pretty straightforward. The governor's executive order in response to the COVID-19 emergency has limited the commercial operation of vacation rental units, including hotels and motels. And this has impacted operators' ability to process and remit TOT to the county. The lodging community and transient occupancy tax certificate holders in Placer County have done a remarkable job in cooperating with this executive order, which has contributed to public safety and supports the area's finite healthcare system. Of particular note are the efforts of the North Lake Tahoe Resort Association to inform would-be visitors to Eastern Placer County of the executive order's limits to commercial lodging and non-essential travel. They've done a great job encouraging potential guests to delay their travel plans until it's safe to do so, and also partnering with Placer County on its outreach efforts. All of these efforts, from lodging operators and organizations to promote the greater good, despite its heavy toll on revenue, has caused many operators to miss their remittance deadlines. The transient occupancy tax ordinance already allows for penalties and interest to be applied, appealed by the operator, and waived by the tax administrator for good cause. But this urgency ordinance is being requested in part to alleviate additional administrative burdens that would allow operators to focus their efforts elsewhere. So in response to the COVID-19 emergency and its impact on the operators of lodging facilities, staff proposes the suspension of penalties and interest on an interim basis until July 31st, 2020 for unremitted TOT collected from January 1st through March 31st, 2020. Reporting is still required, but the suspension of penalties and interest would allow the additional time to process and send payments to Placer County. So I thank you for your time, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Great, thank you very much. And I think I have a comment from Supervisor Gustafson.
I actually have a question, Doug, and a comment. First, the question. The reports were due April 30th. Have you received most of those reports, or do you feel people are complying with at least reporting their?
We have been, yes, people have been complying with the reporting section of that, but I think that we have experienced a large reduction in what we normally would expect to receive. The reporting period was for January through March 31st, and really the executive order only impacts a small portion of that. And kind of despite that small window for this particular reporting period, kind of the unofficial numbers so far for April is we've received a little over $2 million for April. And just to put that in perspective, last April, we received 3.6 million. So close to 1.5 in what we've received. So we haven't yet processed the reporting. So that very well could be a higher number eventually once that those payments come in.
I was wondering kind of what percentage of the 4,000 certificate holders had actually provided the reports even. Do you have an indication of that?
We've had very good compliance of that. I don't have an exact number on what's been coming as far as reporting, but we've had excellent compliance on the reporting part of it. There has been operators that haven't sent in the tax, but I would say that we're close to 95% of compliance rates on what's been sent in reporting wise.
That's great to hear. And I wanted to take a moment to thank you for all of your process through this, all the notifications. You were giving credit to others, but you were sending out and doing a lot of work with host compliance to make sure that we got those notifications out to the short-term rental owners in particular. The lodging properties were very, and the professional property management firms were well ahead of the curve in voluntarily starting to cancel reservations and closing down. But it was a lot of the out-of-town owners that we just weren't sure were getting that message, and I really want to thank you while you're giving everyone else credit for the hard work you put in to make those notifications occur. So thank you on that.
Right. Yeah, definitely a team effort on that. Thanks.
All right. Looks like there are no other questions from board members. We'll move this to the public, and I know we probably have a couple of calls.
Good afternoon. Please state your name. Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record.
Hi, Jeffrey Hintz, CEO of North Lake Tahoe Resort Association. Good afternoon, Chair Gore and Placer Board of Supervisors, and the entire county staff for working with the North Lake Tahoe Resort Association and our entire lodging community in considering this urgent request for waiver of penalties and interest of late payment for TOT remittance through July 31st. Our entire business community has been brought to our knees financially since this crisis began March 13th. Like many of our North Lake Tahoe businesses, they have seen zero revenue into their cash registers. They've watched their spring and summer group business disappear, and above everything else, they've had to refund tens of millions of dollars in deposits and paid bookings for that period and beyond. Our lodging industry is bleeding, really hemorrhaging losses with no end in sight. Federal loans have been almost non-existent, and to add insult upon injury, our lodging industry is not building any cash reserves right now because they are unable to take new reservations due to the complete shutdown of travel and the uncertainty of when travel will commence and when reservations can begin again. This crisis has been unlike any other experience by our tourism community. The impact of COVID-19 is 3 times as impactful than 9/11 and the Great Recession of 2008 combined on our lodging sector. Approving this today will not be the panacea for our lodging industry, and a second waiver for a fourth quarter waiver may be necessary too, but approving this today will be the relief and assistance that this sector needs today and will provide some stable footing to begin rebuilding for a future that is still unknown. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Next caller, please.
Hello, I think this is John McDonald.
Go ahead, John.
Okay. I I'm assuming I'm hearing a little delay here on the phone. Regarding what Jeffrey just brought up, adding to that was the issue of the short-term rental ordinance requiring a permit. And originally the deadline for that was March 31st. And I know it's been obviously extended, but it has not been included, and I think it should be included in this extension of the late remittance for the TOT tax. It would be logical to have that included as part of the delay till we can begin being able to receive money that we can afford to pay with. And I was just asking if that would be possible to include that, the permit fee that would be requested.
Thank you, John. We'll take the rest of public comment and then follow up with your question when public comment ends.
Okay.
Great.
Thank you very much
Thank you
for your
your
time.
input.
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record.
The late remittance for the TOT tax.
Hello.
Here.
Hi. Can I have you turn your audio off in the background?
Yes.
Okay. And go ahead and give your comments.
Am I live?
Yes.
Oh, hi, everyone. Chairman Gore, members of the board. This is Alex Moralatos. We own the Moralatos Lakeshore Resort in Tahoe Vista. And I just wanted to thank you for bringing this forward for consideration, and I applaud our controller and our finance departments for working with us. I had only one piece of feedback, and that is this. And I am one who has faced the cash shortfall in this fairly dire, unplanned, unprepared for period. And that is this, that if we collect in July, we still don't know what revenue we will be generating in order to cover that liability. And that is my concern. I know we can set a date today, but I would just ask the board to consider flexibility on the July date, is my point. In that if we are not allowed to open and not allowed to generate revenue, we're gonna be in the same situation in July. And so I just wanted to suggest that there be flexibility on that date of payback, in that we may need that given the unknown. Straightforward. Those were my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. Appreciate your input. Next caller, please.
We have no one in the queue.
And no one else in the queue for this item. So we'll bring it back to the board. I'm going to have County Counsel just respond to the question that John brought up.
Right. So the one speaker was requesting that something be added into this ordinance regarding the short-term rental permit application. Short-term permit application is actually contained in Article 9.42 of the County Code. It's a completely different ordinance, a completely different code. This particular provision only deals with the payment of the TOT revenues, the remittance to the county. As was stated by the CEO at the beginning of this item, the deadline to apply for that short-term rental permit application has been extended to July 31st. There is no requirement that that ordinance, again, 9.42, be amended. That's completely administrative. And I know Mr. Pedretti will be posting that on the website so that everybody is aware of that particular item.
Thank you. Thanks for clarifying for John that was already extended. Thank you.
Yes, go ahead, Cindy.
Thanks. I just wanted to make a point in echoing Alex's concern. You know, at this point, we really don't know. The governor's most recent discussion on Tuesday still puts off lodging and tourism to much later in the summer. There is a tremendous concern that we could lose our summer. Our summer is the number one collection point in tourism dollars for Lake Tahoe. and for the county and for those businesses. And so with that, I support this change to July 31st because I am extremely hopeful that the lodging community and the recommendations they've made to us, I think they're more prepared than some of the other industries to re-engage and to do it safely and to reopen and to do it wisely, and talking to many of the operators. But I do want to reserve the right to come back and if things haven't changed, that we consider an additional delay period until they can get up and get revenue coming back in. So,
thank you. Any other comments from supervisors? I don't see any. So with that,
I'll move approval.
All right, motion by Supervisor Gustafson, second by Holmes, and roll call, please.
Wygant.
Yes.
Holmes. Yes. Euler. Gustafson.
Aye.
Gore.
Aye. Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to move to our 2:30 timed item, which is an update on COVID-19. We'll first receive an update from our CEO, Todd Leopold, and then hear from our Placer County Health Officer, Dr. Sisson. For those who want to comment during this item, you are welcome to call in and we'll get your name and number and we can call you back. Know that we will be talking about the resolution after this item. And for anybody who does take public comment, I'm reminding folks that we're only going to allow you to speak for 3 minutes so that we can move the board meeting along and allow people to comment as they would like to do so. So with that, Todd, we will let you move forward.
All right, wonderful. I'm going to touch on 3 things today kind of regarding operations and as we've kind of framed up our recovery effort from a coordination standpoint. So let me start with kind of the modified county operations. I know we had looked at every 2 weeks trying to take a look at the county operations up through May 1st. As we've moved on past May 1st, we really identified that part of our effort now really needs to move to what's a phased approach. Currently, county government's been open and remains that way, but there are some services that either are in a modified working arrangement. We have a few that aren't up and running right now, and then we have some services that are being done remotely. So I think the general approach that we're taking from a county-wide operation standpoint is really broken out into 4 different areas. The first one is really developing our transition to work protocols, identifying PPE equipment that we may need, whether it's masks or gloves or any associated items such as that. Cleaning supplies, there is on our consent item today, we did, you as a board approved an additional contract for cleaning supplies to make sure that the areas that we're employees coming in contact with and those coming in to do business with us are taken care of and appropriately maintained. The other is distancing protocols. This comes into not only for employees, but also our individuals that are coming in to do business with the county. The second item is really looking at our closed services. So we have a team working to identify whatever those closed services are. I'd say the most visible one is our library operations right now are not functioning at the moment. So what we want to do is go through the list of all those items. Some departments have their services, but not everyone is, every piece of that is available and operational right now. We're identifying those and trying to look at how do we get services that are either closed back to a modified start environment or bringing them back online. So that's one item. The second one is really looking at modifying our front counter areas where appropriate. So we do have some large front counter space, whether it's our community development areas, clerk and recorder's functions, all have a lot of direct citizen interaction, and so we want to modify those work areas so they're not only safe for the employees, but those coming in to conduct business with us if they so choose. And then finally, we have obviously the majority of our staff are remotely working right now, and so we have some procedures that we transition those remote workers back to their areas. One, looking at the space that they currently locate, whether it's in a current office space or they're in more of a cubicle setting. So we're really identifying those, and this transition is going to happen over the next number of weeks. We had some lead times on the equipment and the PPE equipment between 2 and 3 weeks. We basically went and acquired a number of those items about a week and a half ago, so we're looking to have a number of those things coming online here shortly. So at your next board meeting on the 19th, I'll be sharing with you what items or areas either potentially have come online and which ones we're doing in a more modified approach consistently. I think the key is just flexibility right now. So that was the first one, really about the county operations and kind of our phased approach of bringing it back online. The next one is the approach that we're really calling our recovery coordination framework. As a community, we've broken down in concert with our public health director guidance and coordination around to evaluate specific areas of our community. They're comprised around 7 recovery teams. Health and Human Services and housing or homelessness related activities are being handled with that specific team under the leadership of Jeff Brown. Health and medical systems, working with our hospital systems throughout the county. Dr. Sisson does that on a really a daily basis right now. That coordination will continue through this time period, and so that's always been up and running. It'll continue to do so. But we have brought online a couple other specific teams around key areas, community amenities and infrastructure. Dave Defani, one of our deputy CEOs, is handling that function, really working in coordination with PCWA, some of our utility efforts, as well as recreational amenities, not only here on this side of the Sierras, but up in Tahoe, in concert with Aaron and Jennifer that are up in our Tahoe area, are talking about regional coordination around recreational amenities. Really a bigger focus is also our regional economic recovery effort. Sherry Conway is leading that in coordination with the other economic development folks within our jurisdictions and our chambers to really address how do we identify protocols around opening up businesses as that deems appropriate. This current effort has been in coordination with our public health officer, and she's been instrumental in giving guidance around these protocols. Conversations have been taking place even as of today, have been really positive, and I think our business community is looking for guidance, whether it's not necessarily even opening today, but they have some ramping up opportunities they need to do. And so we want to ensure that they have the necessary timeframes to do that and do it safely. The other 3 items and areas of focus around the teams is our public safety and courts. Court system is looking at how do we start coming back online here mid-May is initial thoughts, and they're looking at doing that in coordination with our jails and with our law enforcement services. So public safety and courts remain a continual focus. I mentioned our county operations. We have a team specifically focused around that. And then the 7th area is our schools. Gail Garbolino Mojica is handling all of our school districts and coordinating those efforts. Really, what does the fall look like? So we kind of have a recovery framework. We're meeting on a weekly basis. We've really taken our Emergency Operations Center and transitioned it from truly law enforcement updates to more around these 7 core areas. On a Friday morning, we have an update from each of the leaders that are leading each of those individual teams, as well as follow-ups and their update calls with folks, not only in our law enforcement or our community that we typically work with on the EOC, but our jurisdictional partners are also on that call. So as we transition, it's really about how do we do this safely, and creating a framework in which to work around and work through is really important. So I want to just touch on those 3 key areas around operations, the establishment of the framework, and then how the modifications and kind of change in our emergency operations center is taking place now. So I'll leave that. If there's any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer those.
Thank you, Todd. Appreciate that. Supervisor Euler.
Yeah, Todd, my questions are more toward the issue of actually opening our buildings back up, getting our employees back in. Obviously, where we have interactions across the counter with members of the public. We have an additional level of comfort that we need to provide to folks, and safety, but certainly within our own buildings, within our own kind of employee universe, do we have a plan as to when we are going to actually start seeing people back in these buildings? And in addition to that, I'm very anxious to start getting people back to our actual public hearings and start holding actual public meetings again, whether it's Planning Commission or our full board. We've got plenty of room in here for spacing folks out, and if folks are here for an item, we can reserve seats for an item, and we can spread people out, and we can queue people up and all that good stuff. So I think whatever we can do, as soon as we can do it, to start re-engaging with the public across all levels of the county, we need to start focusing on that.
Okay. And obviously we want to do that safely, and I think what you'll probably see is transition back into this boardroom area will be similar to how we transitioned out. We had spacing and distancing we put in place in terms of the seats in the back for individuals that want to come in and interact with us in person. That's probably what that transition will look like. I can't tell you that exact day, but I know I will just give you the assurance these are the conversations that are taking place now, and we'll just be coming back and talk to you about what that looks like. Sooner the better.
Supervisor Gustafson?
Yeah, and I echo the concern about getting folks back into our meetings and also providing any other technology that we can in the interim. I know many people want us to see their faces and not just hear their voices when they're testifying, whether it's Planning Commission or any of our others, or commissions, or the board. I heard earlier today on a call that I think it's Sac Metro Chamber is doing some purchasing of supplies in bulk to help the business community. I had raised that issue with you too. Is there anything that we've done with our economic development group to potentially assist our small businesses in acquiring and still selling to them at cost, but rather than all of them going out and trying to procure these items and compete with us, the state, the nation, for procurement of those PPE, disinfectants, those sorts of things? Have we been able to do anything along that line, and have the chambers done that as well?
Yeah, so great question, and it's one that actually has been taking place really since this board meetings began and a little earlier today. I do have the the latest. We did provide, we're working on kind of we call it a toolkit for our business community. One of the efforts and pieces in there talks about different sort of vendors that provide these sort of items, whether it's PPE equipment or any other cleaning supplies, really consistent with the vendors that the county has in place. And so we provided those to our business community so they can do it. I will tell you there is some concern about the county actually taking the procurement responsibility on versus giving those guidance to the business community, specifically around FEMA. And FEMA's guidance advises against not acquiring PPE for others unless it's our healthcare or our law enforcement or first responders. One, to ensure that they have the equipment, and I think taking away from those, I think that's just some guidance we provided. Obviously, we have a procurement operation that has done this acquisition and been procuring items already. So they can provide guidance. I think it probably is more an effort where we provide the guidance and let them do the acquisition than us doing it on their behalf. I don't know if there's any other reason for...
Okay. Well, I would just encourage us on that list also. There's an awful lot of merchants and businesses that have gone into different types of business during this situation, especially our distilleries and creating hand sanitizer. That's a great model, and let's shop locally. Let's push and make sure that other businesses know about that and support that. I know anything we can do to help our local business community have that resource and be able to market within the county to other businesses, I think would be a step forward as well.
Okay. We can definitely do that.
Thank you.
All right, nothing else from board members. Let's move to Dr. Sisson, who will give her update now.
Hi, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Hi. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board, for this opportunity to give you an update on the coronavirus situation in Placer County. Since I last provided an update to your board 2 weeks ago, we've made immense progress that helps position our county well for a gradual reopening. Slide. Do we have slides?
Yes, there they are.
Okay, I guess I just don't get to see them. All right. In terms of numbers, as of this morning, there are 162 confirmed cases of COVID-19 in Placer County. This represents a 22% increase from the 133 cases I reported to you 2 weeks ago. Of these 162 cases, 10 are hospitalized, with 4 in the intensive care unit. 8 residents have died. Not surprisingly, the majority of cases are in South Placer, where the majority of Placer residents live. However, in the last several days, we have had an outbreak at a skilled nursing facility in Auburn with 10 residents and 4 staff testing positive. Next slide. Last Friday, May 1st, I allowed the local health officer order to shelter in place to expire to eliminate confusion caused by the coexistence of both a local order and the governor's statewide order to stay at home. Placer County remains under the governor's executive order to stay home until further notice. Just yesterday, the governor announced that the state as a whole will be easing into stage 2 of his California roadmap later this week. Next slide. Starting Friday, retail businesses can open in a modified fashion with curbside pickup, and the associated manufacturing and supply chains can also reopen. The modified order will allow customers to pick up items from businesses like bookstores, clothing stores, florists, and sporting goods stores, but will not reopen offices, seated dining at restaurants, or shopping malls, which come later in stage 2. Higher risk environments like movie theaters or salons would come even later in stage 3 of the state's roadmap. And only with the full lifting of the stay-at-home order in stage 4 would large gatherings like concerts resume. We don't know if there will be regional flexibility to move into stage 3, but right now, the governor has given counties the ability to self-certify that they meet certain criteria to then move fully into stage 2. This is our focus today. Next slide. What do these criteria look like? We're still waiting for specific metrics from the state, but we know we must meet criteria in at least 5 areas. Trends around the prevalence of COVID-19, our testing capacity, our contact tracing capacity, our hospital capacity, and the supports we have in place for vulnerable communities, such as in congregate care facilities. I will be discussing each of these in more detail. The first criterion is related to the burden of coronavirus disease in the community. I'm pleased to report here that Placer County has made tremendous progress. Thanks to our community staying home, there are very few new cases in the general public being diagnosed each day. While the recent nursing home outbreak in Auburn has caused an uptick in cases and hospitalizations, this is not reflective of the broader trends. The next criterion to advance within stage 2 is testing capacity. With much hard work and collaboration, coronavirus testing capacity in the county has more than doubled in the last 2 weeks. Through a partnership with OptumServe and the state of California, we've launched 2 new testing sites in Roseville and Kings Beach, each with the ability to test 132 people each day. These sites opened yesterday and are offering testing free of charge to anybody with symptoms of COVID-19, even mild symptoms, and will also be able to test healthcare workers, first responders, and other essential workers without symptoms to make sure they aren't spreading disease unknowingly. I want to thank the City of Roseville, Placer Valley Tourism, and the North Tahoe Public Utility District for their generous support of the testing sites. The next criterion is contact tracing. Contact tracing is done by public health staff in response to a newly identified case of COVID-19. Once somebody is confirmed to have COVID-19, they are interviewed by a disease investigator to learn who they have come into contact with since the 2 days before they became ill. All of these close contacts are then notified of their exposure to the confirmed case and interviewed to determine if they have symptoms. All contacts would then be asked to quarantine for 14 days since their last contact with the case, and all would be tested for coronavirus as well. The contact tracing process is labor intensive and must happen quickly in order to remove potentially infected persons from circulation, so to speak, before they can transmit infection to others. Placer County's contact investigation team is currently 6 full-time equivalents, and we estimate that we could need up to 100 people in later stages of reopening. Placer County Public Health is working closely with the California Department of Public Health to rapidly build our contact tracing capacity. CDPH has developed an online training academy that will be able to train 3,000 workers a week, likely a combination of reassigned state and county employees, along with a technology platform that will facilitate communication between state and local contact tracing teams and allow ongoing and automated monitoring of cases and contacts. Pending approval, Placer County Public Health has volunteered to serve as a pilot site for the new training academy and technology platform so that we can build our capacity as quickly as possible. When it comes to hospital capacity, the next of the stage criteria for stage 2 acceleration, we are in great shape. Placer County's hospitals report that they have an approximately 30-day supply of PPE on hand to protect their healthcare workers who are treating patients confirmed and suspected to have COVID-19. This is considered enough for a safe reopening. Placer hospitals have robust healthcare surge plans that will enable them to more than double their capacity from a baseline of around 500 beds to over 1,000 beds if needed. Just last week, Sutter Roseville Medical Center opened a brand new state-of-the-art expansion with a new emergency room and intensive care unit ahead of schedule to support the COVID-19 response. The final criterion is preparation within congregate care settings. We're surveying our facilities now to ensure that they have at least 2 weeks of PPE on hand, and we will provide it if they are lacking. The other piece of this preparation is the ability to test in an outbreak situation. We've already demonstrated our capability to do just this. Last week, we partnered with UCSF to test all residents and staff at the Auburn Skilled Nursing Facility currently experiencing an outbreak. We're working closely with the California Department of Public Health to respond to the outbreak, which so far has 14 associated infections, with 6 people hospitalized. We're still early on in the outbreak, and it's too early to tell how many more infections may occur in this facility. I look forward to working with your board to evaluate the state's full criteria as soon as they are issued and to quickly prepare and submit an attestation and containment plan to the state if we meet those criteria. I will say that from what we're hearing from the state, the proposed criteria and metrics have changed significantly from yesterday to today, so it's difficult to gauge whether Placer County will indeed meet the criteria to qualify for a local variance. As we move forward, Placer County Public Health also appreciates the opportunity to work with our CEO's office as they lead efforts with local businesses to develop plans for a safe reopening. These plans may include things like temperature checks for customers and frequent cleaning and disinfecting of shared surfaces. Next slide. In summary, The state as a whole will ease into a phased reopening with a loosened executive order on Friday. Placer County may be eligible to move fully through stage 2 sooner than the rest of the state, pending release of the state's full criteria to qualify. We will be working with the business teams organized by our CEO's office to support adoption of best practices for a safe reopening. Finally, I'd like to thank the people of Placer County for their tremendous sacrifices to follow the stay-at-home order for as long as they have. They have saved lives, but lost many other things in the process. We are all grieving these losses. But despite our collective grief, there is much reason to hope. The statewide stay-at-home order is being loosened. We will get a vaccine. The pandemic will not last forever. We will get through this together. Thank you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you have at this time.
Thank you, Dr. Sisson. We appreciate the update. We'll start with Supervisor Euler with questions.
Yeah, Doctor, thank you for the update. So our daily new case load is declining with the exception of the one spike with the Auburn Area Care Facility. Is that correct?
Yes, we've been, with the care facility, we've been averaging 3 new cases a day over the last 2 weeks.
Okay. You introduced one of your discussion points by attributing the reduction in new cases to folks adhering to the stay-at-home. And I'm wondering, do we have evidence of that kind of a causal relationship? Because the reason I'm asking the question is, I don't know about you, but my experience is within the last few weeks, traffic patterns are essentially returned to normal during commute hours. I live on a very busy road, Auburn-Folsom Road in Granite Bay, and when all this started, as our cases were climbing, you could play a pickup football game on Auburn-Folsom Road and not have to brake very often. And now it appears like we have essentially mostly a normal commute pattern. And so I'm just wondering, are we looking at actual, because I know in a previous board meeting you had referenced the utilization of big data to track people and how folks are moving. Are we in fact seeing that as these cases are going down, it's because people are remaining home, or are people breaking with that, resuming their normal routines, and yet we're still seeing cases come down?
Yeah, it's a good question, and I think we can't say for sure, but I think the evidence certainly points in favor of the cases declining being a result of the stay-at-home orders. We're seeing that not just in Placer County, but across California, as well as in the United States. In terms of how Placer County residents are doing at staying at home, I have not looked at the Unicast data in the last few days. I do know that our scores had declined significantly. I will point out that there is an incubation period for this virus. It's anywhere between 2 and 14 days. And so if we are seeing more activity in the community, it doesn't necessarily, people moving around more, it doesn't necessarily mean that they are not following the stay-at-home order. They could be out and about for essential activities, and that would be appropriate. But if people are interacting more with each other and they aren't maintaining physical distance and they're engaging in higher risk activities, we will see that in cases in the next 14 to 21 days. Again, there's a lag due to the incubation period, and then there's also a lag due to the amount of time it takes for somebody to become sick enough that they get tested, and then for us to have the test results. So, that's why we do still need to continue to stay at home, and if we haven't, then we will see those results in our numbers eventually.
Thank you, and I'm glad you raised that, the issue of the lag in the incubation period. Because I'm curious as to the data behind that as well. I was reading a story yesterday that indicated that the first assertions of that incubation lag of people not showing symptoms but still sick and contagious came from an experience in northern Italy where somebody had traveled from China, and was described as asymptomatic, and 4 people contracted the virus from that individual, and that was behind part of the assertion that asymptomatic people during an incubation period were contagious. And yet the story I read yesterday indicated that they actually found patient 0, followed up with her in China, and she said that no, she was sick when she was there in Italy, and that the assertion that she was asymptomatic was inaccurate, that she was experiencing fever and coughs and the normal symptoms. So do we have solid data behind this assertion of the 2 to 14 day incubation period?
We do, and that study you described was, I believe it was actually in Germany, and it was widely criticized after it was published because of that exact result. But there subsequently have been several other studies that were done reliably that have demonstrated that people can transmit disease before they develop symptoms. Those were studies in Singapore as well as in the United States, in the state of Washington. So we do have published studies that we can rely upon that demonstrate a pre-symptomatic transmission, and it's more difficult to demonstrate asymptomatic transmission, but some experts have supposed that up to 50% of transmission from COVID or from the SARS-CoV-2 virus could be from people who are not exhibiting symptoms. And that's really a major reason for why we needed to resort to the stay-at-home orders, because more traditional methods of disease control do not work with a virus that can be transmitted by asymptomatic people.
Okay, thank you. And then my final question, at our last board meeting, I believe both Supervisor Wygant and I were asking questions about the actual positivity rate for folks who might have at some point contracted the virus yet have been asymptomatic throughout. Do we have any update on what is estimated for our population or California as a whole or within the country? Do we have any updates at this point of what we're hearing of those estimates?
Yeah, and I think you're making a distinction, or some people have discussed a case fatality rate versus an infection fatality rate or mortality rate. And unfortunately, we don't have a great way of knowing just how many Americans, Californians, or Placer County residents have been infected with the virus. We know it's larger than the number of confirmed cases we have from viral testing. There have been some seroprevalence studies. Supervisor Wygant brought one up 2 weeks ago at our meeting. The studies, the larger ones that have been done in California, were not necessarily, there were some issues with their methods such that the results may not be generalizable to the populations being studied. And so it's really hard to draw conclusions based on those results because the tests that were used were not necessarily reliable. The sampling methods were not such that they created a representative sample of the population. And then it's hard to know what the results actually mean because the antibodies don't, one, may not necessarily reflect infection with this specific virus, SARS-CoV-2, and it also does not necessarily indicate that people are immune. So it's really hard to draw conclusions based on the limited seroprevalence studies that we have to date. The CDC has developed a more reliable antibody test, and they are doing some seroprevalence studies across the country, and I think those will be helpful to get the denominator of how many people have actually been infected. And then we know how many people have died and we can get a better calculation. But right now, the best number we have is that case fatality rate, which in Placer County, we've had 8 deaths out of our 162 cases. So that is a approximately 5% case fatality rate. But again, we know that denominator is too small, but we don't have a good way of estimating what the actual denominator is at this point in time.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Supervisor Holmes.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Sisson, for your tireless efforts in keeping our citizens safe in Placer County. I wanted to talk about the contact tracing process. You reported that we're going to need about 100 personnel to do that job. I've been contacted by some retired nurses that would like to participate in that. How are we going to go about hiring these personnel? This may be for you, Todd, or for Jeff Brown. Do we have people in the county employee that we can transfer to do some training?
Yeah, well, I'll start, and then if Todd wants to jump in, that I would welcome that. As I stated, we're looking to have a combination of contact tracers coming from the state. The state is redirecting employees, and the governor announced yesterday that the first round of employees would be beginning their 20 hours of online contact tracing training today. And they estimate they can train 3,000 people a week. So we would expect to receive some staff from the state, not necessarily here in person, but helping us out in a distance approach. And then we would complement those state staff with either redirected county staff or new hires. So I have been working with Human Resources as well as the CEO's office to identify the classifications that we would want to hire into, likely our communicable disease investigator classification as well as public health nursing, and to put some vacancies, post-job vacancies online so we can begin recruiting for those positions. But I think because that will take a little bit of time, starting with the redirected state employees and redirected county employees, both from within public health and health and human services, but potentially other county departments, will be the best way to get people on board quickly.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Gustafson? Did you have another?
Supervisor Holmes, I just wanted to say what our general intent is based on the number of staff that we need above and beyond what the state's providing. We have individuals that are not able to do their job currently that are working from home. We want to reallocate those folks if their job classification is fairly consistent with, I think, working with HR. I think we have a lot of those individuals. Our key is to ramp up as quickly as possible. So I was really in partnership with Dr. Sisson, Public Health, to say how many additional staff above and beyond what we may be getting from the state. I know doing recruitments is great, but that takes time. And I think if we have some staff that are already in place, we can reallocate them for a period of time. So I think we have some level of game plan. We're just kind of waiting to see what the state's going to provide and the time frame in which they'd actually provide that staff to us.
We're looking at 2 or 3 weeks minimum. Right?
I would say that's probably accurate.
All right, thank you.
Supervisor Gustafson.
Thank you. Dr. Sisson, I too want to echo just great, incredible gratitude to you and the whole team and what you've been doing through this whole crisis. I had a couple questions. First off, we had a couple new cases per day, as you're suggesting, but we're also testing quite a few more people. And so what percentage increase in testing have we seen during those?
Yeah, so we have seen an increase in testing. As I said, our testing capacity has doubled in the last 2 weeks. That does not mean that the number of tests conducted has doubled. We are using a measure called test positivity rate, and I'm sorry, I had a slide in the deck and I took it out, and I don't think it's in our extra slides, but it shows. So the test positivity rate is the number of positive tests divided by the total number of tests conducted per day. And then we do that on a rolling average of 14 days. And so what we saw in the very beginning of this outbreak was we started at about 25% test positivity rate. So about 1 in every 4 people that we tested positive. And that's because we were testing the sickest of the sick at the hospital. We had very few tests. What we see now, I'm going to draw this curve for you.
Yep.
All right, so we're here holding very steady at a test positivity rate of of I think 1.3%. It's somewhere between 1 and 2%. The state's goal is for a test positivity rate of less than 10%. So this indicates that we're testing nearly enough. And then the nice thing about the test positivity rate is it controls for the fact that the number of tests that you're conducting each day is different. So if we only looked at number of cases and our testing went up, we wouldn't know whether it's from the fact that we're testing more or because there's actually more disease being transmitted in the community. So by looking at the test positivity rate, we can see that. And so I can tell you, since our test positivity rate has not increased, that means that the cases we're seeing aren't because we're testing more, it's because the cases are there.
Right. And the cases are going to be there. I mean, there's no way until we have a vaccine and can widely use that we're not going to have those cases. My second question is, how, and I think I asked this last time too, how can we best influence any decision making at the state level as to the transition plan? And obviously we have an item later in this agenda to talk about the resolution. But I'm just frustrated with the incredible economic impacts, and what I'm starting to feel more and more is people just ignoring any recommendations. It's hard to go to Home Depot or Costco and see the crowds in those stores in particular, and then look at small offices being shut down. My husband has a small engineering firm, offices like that don't have public coming in. And yet the recommendations are still offices are closed. And that goes for insurance businesses and many, many other types of businesses that are shut down. And so, we're going to be talking about this later, but I want, as best we can, to develop plans. I know that our business communities are doing that. They want to get that information to you, but we need to champion how we can best explain to the public why a small office with no public is more concerning to the governor than Costco being open for supplies is, for instance. And that's just a really hard thing for a county supervisor to explain to a small business owner who, is not corporately backed and doesn't have the opportunity to really regain a business. And then finally, my last little tirade here is on tourism. Being the last stage of the recovery plan was extremely concerning to all of us. People are up there. If we don't have lodging open, then they're just going to come as day visitors. We will have no revenue and no controls over them. With adequate lodging, we can educate. They can be educated as they check in, check out, book their reservations. And so there's a great opportunity there. Otherwise, they're just coming illegally, whatever games that people can play and say they're using their friend's house or whatever, and we can try to keep chasing them all down. But they're there. I see them in our vacation areas, and we don't have an opportunity to educate them or police them in any manner to get compliance. So how can we help the state understand the issues on the ground in our small communities?
Yeah, so let me say a couple things. I think there's my role as a health officer in direct communication with the CDPH director at least once a week on conference calls, and so relaying the Placer County perspective. I think there's additional actions that you can take as a board of supervisors, but let me just say a little bit in terms of what we myself as a local health officer, but the other local health officers around California have the influence that we have had on the decisions being made at the state level. And so I think one area where I see a lot of improvement in the direction in which the state is going is a transition away from what's been driving everybody crazy, which is this essential versus non-essential. And that's how we've created a Costco, because Costco is essential because they sell food, and then offices where there's many fewer people where we've said those are non-essential. And so I am greatly relieved that the roadmap being laid out by the state is shifting away from essential versus non-essential to a focus on risk. That's what we do in public health. We look at risk and we make decisions based on science and logic. And so stage 2 of the state roadmap is about opening lower risk businesses. So it's not about essential versus non-essential anymore. And then stage 3 is moving to those higher risk businesses. So I think that the state is shifting towards a model and an approach that is more logical and will make more sense and hopefully help you as a supervisor and myself as a health officer try to explain to the public why Costco can be open but their office can't. The good answer is that very soon their office will be able to open. This soft reopening starting Friday of stage 2 won't be office spaces, but the local variants that I was discussing, and again, we don't know what those specific criteria are going to be to be eligible, but if we are eligible for that local variance, then Placer County can enter into full stage 2, which includes office spaces, which are a relatively low risk work activity. So we will be able to get people back into their lower risk workplaces soon.
And then I know coming to you from the North Lake Tahoe Resort Association, I also think from the chambers, business plans. Many of the businesses belong to associations that have put out recommendations for cleaning hotel rooms, cleaning short-term rentals, how to safely provide a buffer in between reservation times and cleaning times for any left virus to dissipate. And so I hope you, as well as the state, will take that into consideration, that they have plans that are researched, that follow CDC guidelines, and they want to put those forward, and please have those considered. Because even if you say, or the governor says we can open it in a month, they need to be taking reservations now. And they right now feel they can't even take a reservation to look forward to July and August. And we'd like to give them some level of assurance that moving forward, pending something else happening, that they could expect to have a summer business. So I hope you'll take that into consideration and forward as much as you can to the state on your part. We'll do our part to help educate the state as well and keep pushing for our business community to be able to recover.
Thank you, Cindy. Supervisor Euler?
Yeah, thank you, Doctor. You brought up this issue of risk versus essential. One of the things, as you know, that the governor did is decide to close our state parks. And purely from a risk standpoint, I'd like to explain to you the risk that has been created by the closure of the state park, because of course the state park itself is open. He simply closed the parking lots at the state park. And so Folsom Lake State Park for years has been one of the, if not the most visited state park in the entire state park system. What I personally witnessed on Sunday, beautiful afternoon, was a closed state parking lot at the Granite Bay entrance, which when you combine boat parking capacity with car parking capacity, you must have over 1,000 spots. What I witnessed was plenty of people at the park who had parked right together in the neighborhoods adjacent to the state park, who had parked right together in the parking lot, the closest commercial parking lot to the state park at the intersection of Auburn, Folsom, and Douglas, and then gone into the park kind of en masse. So we're forcing people, by having the parking lot closed, we're forcing people to park immediately adjacent to each other wherever they can, on the street sides or in these commercial lots, and make their way into the parking lot anyway. Certainly, from a risk standpoint, when you look at something as enormous, as expensive as the Granite Bay State Park, the Folsom Lake State Park is, we should be able to provide access to our residents and people who visit, and a safe environment within the park system without forcing them to walk along busy roads after they have parked and congregated right next to each other in these parking lots. So I would hope that we would start looking at what we can do to get people out and enjoying our state parks sooner rather than later as well. Thank you.
I just will add to that, saying it also is pushing people into local parks and overcrowding local parks because state and federal properties are closed.
All right, so
Well,
thank you.
yeah,
No,
I
it's
mean-
just, it's a point to make, a couple of things. So
Yeah.
we have a couple of, any other questions for Dr. Sisson? Because then we still have public comment, and then we have plenty of time to share our opinions about a lot of this. So, did you have any questions, Jim?
I don't have a question. I'll reserve my comments.
Okay, let's do that. So we've got public on the line waiting. And so we'll open this up to the public. This is for item 5A. The update from our CEO and Dr. Sisson, our health officer, and then we'll discuss the resolution 6A after this. I am reminding folks as we take the calls, would you please keep your comments to 3 minutes or under so we can move this along. We really appreciate your input, but also want to move along public comment. So with that, we'll take the first comment.
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record.
Paul Gallo from Rockland.
Go ahead, Paul.
Good afternoon. I have two questions and then a comment. I would like an information from the doctor on, of the 167 people that have tested positive, have we done contact tracing on them and the 8 people who have died? And do we understand where the majority of those people are getting the virus from? The second question is, of how many people are dying from natural causes other than the coronavirus because of delayed medical attention, surgeries, the reluctance to go into hospitals, and that sort of thing? Do we have any information on that? I would bet it's more than 8 people. My comment is that I am extremely concerned about the ability of the state government, our state representatives, to make the best decisions for Placer County. Supervisor Gustafson and Euler expressed my concerns. Why are we allowing the state to determine what our opening and what our schedule should be in Placer County? We have our own unique process that we need to develop ourselves. We are a charter county, which gives us the ability, much more leeway in what we can do as far as abiding by state laws and creating our own. I would like to know if there is any flavor in the Board of Supervisors to just do our own thing. We have smart enough people. Our Dr. Sisson is extremely intelligent. The Board of Supervisors are extremely intelligent, and all of our police and fire and hospital services, we should be able to determine our own fate. My question is, can we be the dog and not the tail? A follow-on to that, as far as the resolution goes, I would like to just make a quick comment, or I'll have to call back in and get another 3 minutes when you get to that one.
Well, we're going to just stick to the 3-minute comment now on this item, if you don't mind, Paul.
Okay, how much time do I have left?
So you got 6 seconds, so we're wrapping it up.
Okay, all right, I'll call. Could you keep me back on? I have a question about the resolution.
I'll let staff figure that out for you. And then what we are going to do is any questions that are brought up, Dr. Sisson will answer the questions at the end of public comment. Go ahead, next call, please.
Next caller, please.
I know we have lots of calls.
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record.
As far as the resolution goes, I would like to just comment where I'll have to call back in. And
Sir, can I get you to turn the microphone off in the back?
Okay, how much time do I have left?
They're listening to the audio. We can disconnect.
See if you can.
Are you, excuse me, are you there?
I have a question about the resolution.
Caller, are you on the line?
Let's just go to the next caller, please. Staff can call the person back and take the next call.
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record.
Hello?
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record.
Hi, this is Janice LaRue. I am the Executive Director for First Five Placer and a Colfax resident. And so I wanted to call in, first of all, wearing my Colfax resident hat and daughter of a 95-year-old resident, also of Colfax, to thank the citizens of Placer County for the amazing work of our county health officer and the tireless work of her team, and the Board of Supervisors for their leadership in the stay-at-home order and keeping people safe. We are such an old county, and I really appreciate the fact that, you know, those close to me have been able to be symptom-free and safe. On my First Five hat, I also want to appreciate the work that Dr. Sisson and her team have done. We have been able to staff child care facilities to help serve those who have maintained staff and maintained in the workforce, have been able to access child care so that they're able to continue to work. We are excited to see the easing of restrictions, knowing that it's going to be done safely under the guidance of our health officer. I was really happy to hear Supervisor Holmes' question about contact tracing and moving forward. We're really concerned that it be moved forward using data and science to keep us all safe, because it's really essential that our child care workforce and the children in care be kept safe so that parents can continue to work. And so we...
Janice, are you there?
All right, I think we heard from Janice. Thank you very much, Janice. We're going to move to the next caller, please.
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record.
Yes, my name is Kathleen Crawford, and I'm a resident in Roseville. I'm happy to provide some comments today. First, I'd like to thank Executive Director Todd Leopold for his report, and especially on what he considers the 7 core areas to reopening the county government. So that is really very, very good news on the whole, and I really appreciate the consideration for the counter safety changes for both the employees and the public. On Dr. Sisson's comments, I have some concern that I continue to hear from a number of people about moving ahead quickly. The extra testing sites have only been in operation for 1 day. Today is the 2nd day. And I would be more comfortable if we had data from those testing sites to show us more information about how to move ahead. I'm very grateful that we're getting a lot of information about the hospital capacity and the containment capacity, and focusing on congregate settings is very, very important. But I would really hope that we do move ahead slowly, similarly as to how the governor has mentioned, starting with low-risk retail businesses that can offer more curbside activities at least for another week or 2. I also recommend that you continue the online access of your meetings, including Planning Commission and all other meetings, because vulnerable populations may not feel comfortable coming back to your meetings in a public setting for at least a while. So I commend you for wanting to bring the public in to your meetings. I think that's an important aspect, but I also recommend that you continue the online access because that's an important feature. I am very interested in finding out more about the contact tracing, and I would be very interested to see how that will give us additional data to decide on how we move forward. Thank you for your time and your consideration. I especially appreciate the staff, Dr. Sisson, Todd Leopold, and the others who are contributing greatly to this effort. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathleen.
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record.
Hello, my name is Ashley Hafiz.
Hi, Ashley. Go ahead, please.
All right. First of all, I'm a Placer County resident in Granite Bay. I've lived here for over 25 years. I'd like to thank all of the supervisors, especially Mr. Euler and Mr. Wagon, for all of their hard work. I believe that it is imperative for our community to get back to normal life as soon as possible with no regulations by the state. California should be open fully. I believe that our citizens have been well educated in how to take care of themselves with a virus like COVID-19, and they have been informed to make good judgments about their own health. If individuals are fearful for their health because they already have a medical situation with impaired immune system, then they can do what they feel is right and necessary to keep themselves safe. The CDC has provided us with very good guidelines for people to follow, but they should not be forced upon citizens who are healthy. Quarantine and self-isolation can do more damage to our community than the virus itself. By denying ourselves the chance to build herd immunity, staying indoors will weaken our immune system, in turn opening us up to other health problems as well as being more susceptible to viruses like COVID. Not to mention increased poverty, which will also increase our crime. We need to open our schools, our churches, libraries, and parks, and get our able-bodied individuals back to work and build our economy. As far as testing, how can we be sure that test swabs are clean and accurate, especially after the report that there were several swabs that were actually tainted with COVID and possibly spreading it by testing individuals? Also, contact tracing sounds like an invasion of my privacy in tracking individuals. I personally feel that my civil rights have been trampled during this time. My free choice and my right to worship have been denied. I have also known people who were refused entry and services by establishments because they were not wearing masks. This has gotten out of hand, and I ask that you all do all you can for the people and the community to get us back and back to work with no government overreaching, lest we become socialist or a communist country too. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your comments, Ashley. Next caller, please.
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record.
Thompson.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon, and I just want to out in a special thanks to I'm Sue Thompson, and I'm on behalf of myself, my household, and safety and my community. I don't want my patriotism really to be questioned because I believe in science-based. Our public health officials have done a wonderful job in limiting the spread of the virus in the community, and I'm very appreciative. Our next step will determine how our future looks, and we can devise ways, or can we devise ways, to carefully and safely go about our business until we have a vaccine, or will we invite another outbreak and quarantine? I believe the city has decided that it wants to be open for business. I think it's possible to be open and safe. As a voter, we were considered by the state be an essential service. The California Association of Realtors acted quickly and decisively. They prepared best practices guidelines and provided online classes by attorneys and specialists. If we as realtors are found to be out of compliance with those and something goes wrong, our insurance company will not cover us. Real estate values have gone up during this pandemic, successfully able to conduct business. It hasn't been business as usual, but it has been good business. In conclusion, I believe that this model is working because everybody to the policy partnership with health and business people that include best practices guidelines with clear instructions for implementation, confusion, or contradiction, and finally, the policy has teeth because our insurance wouldn't cover us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll take the next caller. And just a reminder for folks, speak clearly. If you can speak directly into your phone versus a speaker, and move away from the conference or the video of the conference, the board meeting, that would be helpful as well. Thank you.
Please state your name for the record.
Gary McDonald. I'm the Executive Director of Lighthouse Counseling and Family Resource Center, and I'm a resident of Lincoln.
Go ahead, Gary.
Dear Board of Supervisors, I'd like to take this moment to applaud the courage of Dr. Sisson to take the proactive measures necessary to keep the residents of Placer County safe in a time of uncertainty. The latest numbers I've seen indicate that nationally we've surpassed 70,000 deaths, with approximately 2,300 deaths occurring in California. I understand that Placer County has roughly 162 confirmed coronavirus cases with 8 deaths. Those numbers may not seem like a lot when compared to other counties, but it is devastating for those families that have lost a loved one. My wife is 56 years old with a weak immune system that makes her a high risk of severe illness or even death. Because I work in the mental health field and am the person that shops for groceries and other essential items, I put her at greater risk for contracting COVID-19. And with preliminary reports suggesting that COVID-19 deaths in the United States may rise to more than 3,000 per day by June 1st, with new confirmed cases surging to about 200,000 daily, it is reassuring to know that we have very capable leaders in Placer County making scientifically informed decisions as we reopen our economy. In summation, the efforts of Dr. Sisson and others like yourselves have made me and my wife safer and may have in fact been life-saving. As such, I am and remain deeply appreciative. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Gary. Next caller, please.
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record.
Bruce Howdeshelt, City of Roseville.
Go ahead, Bruce.
Good afternoon, Chair Gore, members of the board, and Dr. Sisson. First of all, as someone who works in water quality and works with models and data, Dr. Sisson, thank you for that data, and board, thank you for that dashboard. I'm a bit of a data geek and nerd, and it is very, very valuable to see and track on a daily basis that dashboard. So thank you for the efforts to put that forward. That really, really helps understand what's going on in our county. And I want to also thank Dr. Sisson for responding to the positivity rate. I heard you mention that, I think, at your April 10th or April 13th briefing, and I think that's wonderful news. You mentioned something, Dr. Sisson, in your briefing about the metrics having changed from yesterday to today that we won't see until Thursday. I didn't catch all of the governor's press conference today, but I'm wondering if you can kind of talk about what you see in the changing metrics, whether that's around the supply of PPE or is it something altogether that will take local control? And thank you also. I'm glad. Thanks for being persistent. I know it has to be a challenge, but thank you. Thank you for the data. I think that helps the community understand risk better. And I'll hang up now.
Thank you, Councilmember Huddishelt. Next caller, please.
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record.
Lauren Kress.
Go ahead, please.
So I'm coming as a resident of Placer County and a professional therapist. I've been employed in Placer County for the last 10 years. I've built a successful full-time career out of this trade.
Can you interrupt her and just see if she can speak into her phone?
Myself and my family.
Excuse me, ma'am. Can we, you're not coming through very clear. Can you speak into your phone? See if we can get you more
sorry,
clear.
I live in the mountains and don't have the best cell phone reception.
Okay. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm a licensed cosmetologist in Placer County for the last 10 years. I have built a successful full-time career out of this trade that I chose to support myself and now my family with. I prepare for the risk of being self-employed and not qualifying for unemployment insurance by also receiving a bachelor's degree at Sacramento State as a backup plan. However, I do not plan to be told to shut down my business and with no return date in mind. Based off of Governor Newsom's staged plan of reopening California, salons are in stage 3. I understand getting your color and cut is not an essential need, but I come to you as a professional who financially needs to return to work to support my family. And I have the ability to help control my exposure from myself and my clients. March 15th, for Governor Newsom's stay-at-home order, I shut my salon doors, not knowing when I would return to work. The following day, I applied for unemployment and was awarded $0. I have not been able to bring any income, and my family has gravely felt the financial effects. In one working day, I see an average of 6 clients. In a week, I see an average of 30. Per the peak of COVID-19 in Placer County, while salons were shut, home improvement stores, grocery stores, car dealerships, and other essential businesses were allowed their businesses open. There is no denying that any one of those businesses is essential, but they do see hundreds to thousands of customers a day. I see only 6. My exposure rate and my client's exposure rate is much less than these stores see. We are training a cosmetologist to hack our equipment and how to protect ourselves and our clients from infectious diseases. Like most individuals, this has been a wake-up call to not only me, but my health. Improve our sanitation in the salon with our clients' best interest at mind. I hope that we come to a familiar agreement as the Placer County and as small businesses struggle to support their families. Thank you so much for letting me speak.
Thank you very much. Next caller, please.
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record.
Cheryl Berkema, Placer County resident. I urge you today to stay with the governor's orders. At the last Board of Supervisor meeting, what was very, very distressing was that a non-agendized item came up and there were no actions, yet Roseville and Rockland mayors came marching through as public commenters, which they are not, they're government officials. They made testimony. Roseville put forward a letter. I don't know if they were actually approved at their own council meeting to do that. Interestingly, Roseville, South Placer, has the highest incidence of cases and deaths. and yet they want it to be released. I understand sales tax is important, but I question whether or not they're the right people to go first on that. In addition, it's hard to keep up with the data, but I understand that Placer County is rated an F on Unicast. Before we even start opening, people are not following the rules. So if you open up early, you run the risk of, with those models, which are not, they're always changing, not being able to say, was this because people were on beaches? Was this because there's a delay? Dr. Sisson last time followed and gave her report and said basically the same thing that the governor said. I feel like then Placer County went out, put a news article out there which was not factual, creating angst in the community, saying that a letter was coming forward. There was no such business discussed and put on the agenda. This free-form type of government where you can go out and advertise whatever you want isn't following the types of things that Dr. Sisson has been putting out, a planned methodology, a way to work with the governor on that, and I don't understand why, with Dr. Sisson giving her models, why not being medical experts, that would be challenged. Why that would, I feel like Placer County is attempting to talk over, as they did at the last Board of Supervisor meeting. Dr. Sisson gave her report, and Supervisor Euler immediately spoke basically over her and said he had a better plan. He had more experience with government. He insulted the governor's experience, and I don't think it was appropriate to do that, and it basically negates what Dr. Sisson did. So I urge you to follow the medical experts, to work with the governor. I don't think there's been any data presented that you can do a better job.
Thank you very much for your comments.
Without that data, you don't really have any reason to open up and put the rest of the society at risk.
Thank you, Cheryl. Comments.
Please state your name for the record.
Ann Bowler.
Go ahead, Ann.
Thank you. Thank you, Amy Sisson, for your continued leadership and integrity, and to you supervisors for your part in increasing the number of test kits available in our county. I'm so glad to hear that they're free. Thanks for improving the capacity and readiness of the hospital, and for establishing Placer Recovers Task Force, which will help to coordinate efforts between community leaders and public health officials so that our county can weather this pandemic with as little human and economic damage as possible. Clearly, lots of good work has been done, but there's much to do. Before it's safe to reduce social distancing restrictions, our county must establish a large, vigorous tracking system. I know that we're getting it in progress, but let's get it really set up before we reduce those egregious restrictions. Strict social distancing rules curb the spread of the worst hit areas in the U.S., but new outbreaks are emerging now, providing a steady, unrelenting march of death and infection around our country. As states continue to lift restrictions, impatient Americans return to shops and restaurants. Experts warn that new flare-ups and super spreader events are going to be coming everywhere. Placer County has done comparatively well so far. Let's keep it that way. Listen to Dr. Sisson and follow the protocol. I am worried about seniors and the medically fragile and those with COVID-19 who are socially isolating, and do they have enough food at home? I suggest that we increase funding to Meals on Wheels and to work with Governor Newsom to enact his proposal that restaurants deliver food to high-risk individuals. As a restaurant owner, I think it's a great program. As you're considering the new county budget, I encourage you to give money to find organizations in the county that are serving people like Placer Food Bank, the Salvation Army, child advocates for Placer County, things like that. California has a rent moratorium in place, but it's not a big enough safety net. None of us want to see thousands of homeless, and if this continues for a long time, we will. Please push federal and state officials for help in this matter. My family's business, the Flower Farm, has taken a huge hit this year, and it's been stressful. Sure, we'd love to reopen, but we understand that you can't fix an economic crisis that has been brought on by a pandemic until the underlying problem is addressed. So let's address the underlying problem and keep that in mind and not, I know it's a big push to worry about business, and I'm a business person, I understand that, but if you open up too much too soon, we risk even greater losses in the long run. So be wise in your movements, and thank you for your listening to my ideas.
Thank you for your comments, Annie. Next caller, please.
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record.
Keith Dieterich from the Gathering Inn.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Chair Gore and Supervisors Holmes, Gustafson, Euler, and Wygant. I appreciate this opportunity to talk to you today. I want to sing the praises of the Health and Human Services Department, specifically Jeff Brown and Dr. Sisson, regarding social distancing at the Gathering Inn shelter located on the DeWitt campus. The county, under their leadership, has been extremely forthcoming and flexible in being able to provide additional funding to enhance our social distancing on the DeWitt campus. Basically, within a week, we were able to open up a second location on the DeWitt campus so that we were able to have social distancing of approximately 50 people at each location. And this was funded by Placer County, so really want to let those folks know and let you know how much we really appreciate that support. Also, just want to mention also in Roseville, just so the supervisors are aware, the city of Roseville has done the same thing down at our South Placer location. As you guys are aware, we have a nomadic model in the South Placer program, but right now we are operating two fixed locations, one at our 201 Berkeley location, and then also one at St. John's Episcopal Church in Roseville. And that's been fully funded by the city of Roseville for that additional capacity as well. So I just want to thank Placer County for their support, specifically Dr. Sisson and Jeff Brown, for being really great partners, actually, with this whole situation and really meeting the needs that needed to be met with our homeless population, and then also getting some hotel rooms and available for some of our more critically immune-compromised individuals that we serve at the Gathering Inn, to get them off-site and into those types of situations that has been coordinated through Health and Human Services. So couldn't be happier with Health and Human Services and their leadership.
Thank you, Keith. Appreciate your work as well. Next comment, please.
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record.
Yes, Kathy Patterson.
Go ahead, please.
Okay. Hello. Thank you for taking my call. I've lived in Auburn for the last 45 years, so a long time. And I'm in a unique situation where I have my 92-year-old father living with us, and I have a 32-year-old daughter who has her own business that is going under at the moment. She's on life support, and it's been extremely stressful for her. Now, I appreciate all that we've learned about how to keep people safe, and I know how to do that. I can take care of my dad and make sure that he is kept safe because I've learned about how to do that. But I can't. It's difficult to see my daughter go under as well. So I would just like us to take personal responsibility for this and self-regulate, and that we've learned so much that now we can go ahead and take care of matters. If we don't feel like going out or don't feel safe going out, we can go ahead and stay home until that until that everything's lifted. But in the meantime, I really feel like we need to let some of these businesses go back to work. And it's really about common sense to me. And it doesn't make sense I can go into Target and Walmart and buy jewelry and furniture, but where it's just super crowded, but yet I can't go into a small jewelry store where there's just 2 or 3 people and not purchase from them. You know, it just doesn't seem fair that some are essential and some are non-essential. Every business, in my opinion, is essential to the family who that they support. And so anyway, that was it. I just wanted to say thank you for all that you do for us. And, you know, we've learned so much through all this. And I just believe that our citizens can self-regulate, and we're smart. You know, we can do that. We've got common sense and can do that. So thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments. Appreciate it.
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record.
Hi, this is Alex Moralatos. Chair Gore, members of the board, CEO Leopold, and Dr. Sisson. I am the general partner of the Moralatos Family Limited Partnership and the general manager of the Moralatos Lakeshore Resort. It's a 32-room boutique motel on the shores of Lake Tahoe in Tahoe Vista. I am here representing North Lake Tahoe lodging community and the tourism industry of North Lake Tahoe. I would like to request that Placer County designate North Lake Tahoe lodging community open for business no later than July 1st, 2020. The Moralatos Lakeshore Resort is prepared to open as early as May 15th with compliance to any Placer County healthcare guidelines issued. First and foremost, we recognize and are deeply concerned with the COVID-19 impact on health and safety of our guests and the residents of North Lake Tahoe. That is why we are here, to work with the county and the state to come up with a reasonable and safe approach to opening. We recognize that the state of California may not be in support of hospitality opening so quickly, but we are hoping that the local jurisdiction, Placer County, would be able to work with your lodging community and the state to modify the state's definition of businesses that are allowed to open in Phase 2. The tourism sector of North Lake Tahoe has already suffered significant loss of group business in May and in June, and will most likely lose similar amounts of revenue in September and October. This is a business our lodging community and the Resort Association has built over 15 years, and it is now gone. The economy is suffering, and the long-term economic impact of our community on our community is clear and evident. Economic prosperity is not in our future. What is left is our core summer business of July and August. Our July reservations have increased over the last 30 days, it should be noted, with 85% of our bookings being return guests. August has stayed steady and reflects a 75% return guest rate. Our return guests treat us as their second home, year after year, returning to the shores of Lake Tahoe. They have not canceled. They are counting on having their regular family vacation in Tahoe. So in support of opening, we have adopted an initial set of housekeeping and guest protocols. I have submitted them to the board today. These are protocols we intend to follow with our guests and our housekeeping staff. The intent is to demonstrate how far we have already gone and our willingness to make further modifications to our facilities and our cleaning processes to ensure the safety of our guests and our staff. These guidelines are not complete until we receive and incorporate any additional modified guidelines issued by Placer County Health. We should not underestimate the power of the family unit to self-regulate social distancing. These families come to us, and they're the best agent we have to maintain social distance.
Hey, thank you, Alex. Can you wrap it up, please?
Right now.
Okay.
So why do we feel guests for the North Tahoe community will be safe? It is because our own brand of human-powered sports offers water-based and land-based activities like sailing, hydrobiking, wind sailing, small craft boating, hiking, road biking, mountain biking, running, high altitude training, frisbee golf, car courses, all on equal footing as golf in terms of their impact in separating people. So just bear with me, please. I have some simple requests of the Placer County Board of Supervisors. Set a date to open, please. This will give us something solid to plan for and bring our employees back. Use the county's procurement capabilities to obtain sufficient quantities of PPE. Gloves and masks are obvious, but testing equipment, etc., are still a question. And lastly, financial support for those businesses suffering from impacts of the disease on their businesses, the use of TOT in particular. And to Dr. Sasson, I just simply state this. We want our guests to be safe. We want to feel safe. We need to be safe. We are willing to comply with the health guidelines issued by your department. We can deliver the procedures. We need you to feel that this is the case and that we are safe, and to communicate that to the public. And we look forward to working with the CEO's office, the Board of Supervisors, and the Health Department to bring our businesses back and achieve some degree of prosperity this July and August. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. Appreciate it. Next caller, please.
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record.
Rachel Zillner.
Go ahead, Rachel.
Well, hello. Good afternoon. I'm Rachel Zillner. I am the owner of Beat the Room, which is an escape room business with 2 locations in Rockland, California. We closed our doors on March 17th of this year ahead of the order and in the best interest of our community and our staff, and at that time also with the fear of what was to come. I want to tell you all thank you for the shelter-in-place efforts that have resulted with a much lower number of cases and loss that I believe we had all anticipated. I feel much safer than we did in early March, although I know today's numbers can and will change if we reopen. I understand this virus is a long road to drive. I have personally struggled with my own mental health as a result of sheltering in place, and I've struggled with the number of suicides after losing a good friend when they received furlough information on their job and took his own life. I worry about the impact of child wellness from physical and emotional abuse and the mental health of us all as we live through this unprecedented time. I'd like to urge this group to move alongside the governor's orders yesterday when he spoke that as a state we would be able to likely move to phase 2 by this Friday, and that individual counties could do what they seemed the best course of action for their residents. I felt this was implying that we could possibly move forward to phase 3. I urge you to consider reopening of our businesses, supporting positive mental health, child safety, and give us all the freedom to choose how we as individuals choose to engage with the reopening of businesses. Our small business has been financially crippled. We have 26 employees, and the longer we take to reopen, the less likely we are to put them back to work or ever be able to reopen. I'm hopeful as this week we began to see bookings come through our online channel, and it signals to me that people are ready to come back, and we want to provide them with that experience they've requested. Thank you so much for your time and your patience in taking all of our thoughts and opinions this afternoon and throughout this order. Our family, the Zillner family, will continue to support you all and pray for you for clarity as you work through these tough decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel.
Next caller, please.
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record.
This is Christy Torrington.
Go ahead, Christine.
Hi, and thank you all so much for giving us the opportunity to be part of this meeting. My name, again, is Christy Torrington, and I'm sitting here with my additional managing partner, John Peterson. We're here with Impact Acts, and we'd like to respectfully ask the board for the opportunity to present our business strategies to keep our employees and customers safe during this coronavirus pandemic. All similar businesses are lumped into one category when, in fact, there's so many differences that we believe should be taken into account as far as the reopening. We'd like to present what we've already had in place and what additional things we're implementing to keep our employees safe and our customers safe. We don't think that a pandemic needs to happen in order to keep people safe, and we would love the opportunity to be able to come as an individual business to present in the ability to open up again in the future. And we really appreciate you considering, and thank you in advance for everything.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your comments. Next caller?
No callers.
No callers. All right. Thank you, everyone, for the input. We do appreciate it, and we'll bring this back to the board. Dr. Sisson, there were a couple of questions that came up, and you're still there. So if there were a couple of things that you wanted to respond to that you heard questions asked, please go ahead and do so.
Yeah, I heard 3 questions that I will respond to. The first was around contact tracing and asking the question of where are people contracting the virus. It has evolved as the outbreak has progressed in Placer County. You'll recall our first cases were among a healthcare worker, and then we had several in travelers on the Grand Princess cruise, as well as other cruise ships. More recently, we're seeing most of the cases have been acquired from transmission from a household member or in the workplace, including several healthcare workers. The second question was around how many people have died from natural causes due to delays in seeking care. That is something that I too am curious about. We don't have that data at this point, but it is something we will be looking into retrospectively. What I do want to make clear is that our hospitals are open for business. And if people are experiencing symptoms, they should seek medical care. I have heard stories from our hospitals themselves of people significantly delaying necessary care because they were scared to go to the emergency department. I want to make it clear to the people of Placer County that it is safe to go to our hospitals. You do not need to worry about contracting COVID-19 at the hospital. Please seek necessary medical care. The third question was around metrics. I spoke to the metrics changing from the state between yesterday and today, and the caller was asking if that was based on the governor's press conference. So I just wanted to clarify that was based on internal conversations between the statewide health officers and the California Department of Public Health. Again, they're changing by the minute, it feels. And so I'll at a very high level discuss some of the indicators that they are looking at as part of this attestation. And it relates to the number of new cases in the last 14 days, the number of deaths in the last 14 days, testing with a cutoff of 1.5 tests per 1,000 residents. It relates to the driving time to a specimen collection site, housing for homeless persons who need support in isolating if they have an infection or need to be quarantined due to COVID-19, as well as the number of days of PPE in long-term care facilities. Those are just some of the measures that the state is discussing today. Again, those are different from the measures that they discussed yesterday, and these were in private conversations with the California Department of Public Health.
Thank you, Dr. Sisson. And I know we spoke earlier, you'll be advocating to have some reasonable measures as the state tends to move its goalposts. But I really do appreciate all of your work. Thank you for answering questions. I'm sure you've been working more hours than probably most of us. So thank you again for your hard work. And we'll move on to the next item. Let's go ahead and do that because it just sort of flows into the next topic. So we'll move to item 6A, which is a resolution, guidelines to address COVID-19. And who would like to speak to this? Supervisor
Yeah, so I was asked to, requested by both Supervisor Euler and Supervisor Wygant, framing up a resolution to address the orders and guidelines for COVID-19, as well as another action regarding efforts that we may have around doing a testing site and some research capabilities around this effort. So I'll turn over to Supervisor Wygant, and I think Supervisor Euler will speak to this as well.
Thanks, Todd. Thanks. Thank you. So I'm just going to introduce it, but last time we met, we had obviously a very enthusiastic conversation around what I took home in my mind of Kirk's comments being trying to grapple at our level with the policy implications of the devil that we know versus the devil that we don't know. Personally, I was always tremendously bothered about the lack of information we had about COVID-19. It was clear from the beginning that it seemed to be extraordinarily contagious. And after that, we actually didn't know a lot. It could be potentially very lethal, but that by the experts argued to be very uncertain. I've read as much as I could. I'm sure all of you have had a huge amount of interest from your constituents. I have never been so immersed in dealing with the folks who hired me in public policy for such a long period of time, even if it includes the very controversial projects that I have on this one. So in framing it for me and partly for the public, it was clear from the beginning that the initial county policy needed to be focused on flattening the curve specifically for the purpose of making sure that we had local medical capacity to deal with the very seriously ill. And in Placer County, the feedback that I've gotten is that we did extraordinarily well in that regard. After our last meeting, Kirk approached me as it related to the idea of a resolution, and I'm going to ask Kirk to address that more because he's much more responsible for that, and then I'm going to finish with my request to ask Todd to work with Public Health to talk about potentially a seroprevalence project that we could do here and some research that I've done with regards to that. But I'll just finish off before I turn it over to Kirk that from the beginning as it related to the focused target being flattening our curve through a variety of potential mitigation policies, social distancing minimally all the way to staying at home, which in my mind are different and the implications are significant. But in the longer run, at the end, from everything I've read and studied, we're going to have to end up where we have herd immunity. I've read that, I'm not a scientist obviously, but that's something like 50% of the population has achieved some level, 50% has achieved a level of immunity such that that is sort of naturally how we deal with it. So in terms of policy, getting from that first point to that end point is what we have to deal with, and doing it as constructively and with the least amount of damage as possible, noting that ultimately a vaccine might be the reason or the method by which we get to herd immunity, but it was pointed out to me recently that HIV has been around for about 40 years with an effort to try to find a vaccine, and there still is not one. And I doubt that we would want to station ourselves at home for 40 years and deal with the ramifications of that. So Kirk, with that, I'm going to give it to you as it relates to the reso.
Thank you, Robert. Appreciate the time Robert has put into this and helped with getting this before our board. Really what I'm asking the board to consider doing is simply recognizing the reality that we face on the ground today, and that is that we have seen a titanic shift in what we are defining or need to define as our state of emergency. When we declared a statewide, when the governor declared a statewide state of emergency and our board issued one for Placer County, It was, as Robert said, in an effort to make sure that our healthcare system wasn't overwhelmed, that our hospitals didn't collapse due to overcrowding. And in fact, what we have seen, unfortunately, is very much the opposite. We've seen a healthcare system that is going into dire straits largely because of lack of patients and elective surgeries and those kinds of things, which are the primary revenue drivers. So I think it's incumbent upon our board right now to ask the question, what actually is the state of the emergency? Is it the loss of lives? Well, in Placer County, as Dr. Sisson noted, we have lost 8 people. That's 2 per 100,000 population. I would put forward to our board that it is not the loss of life that is the state of emergency with which we are currently grappling, and unfortunately with which we will continue to grapple for quite some time. I submit it is the loss of livelihoods. Whereas we have 2 deaths per 100,000 in Placer County, in the 6 weeks from March 15th to April 24th, we had 7,000 people per 100,000 go on unemployment in Placer County. Over 28,000 people in a 5-week period went on unemployment in Placer County. 8 dead, 28,000 livelihoods ruined. That is our current state of emergency. And what this resolution is simply doing is asking the governor, well, I guess I will confess it's a little more than asking the governor. It is directing the governor because state law directs the governor. And I won't read the code section, it's cited in the resolution. But state law very clearly reads, the governor shall proclaim the termination of a state of emergency at the earliest possible date that conditions warrant. Now, statewide, we've got data that indicate where our COVID deaths are and where they aren't. And we have the mechanism, as the resolution states, where there is still a state of emergency, where the emergency is the loss of life, we have the ability within this state to declare county by county states of emergency. And to the extent that a local jurisdiction somewhere in the state appeals to the governor and requests the governor recognize a state of emergency within that county, like we've done within our county in situations past, from tree mortality to fire and flood, where that condition exists, where they need it locally, great. Let them locally declare their state of emergency, but free those of us up who have not experienced, blessedly, fortunately, thank God, have not experienced the kind of emergency that we anticipated. Free us up from the restrictions that are creating a state of emergency when it comes to loss of livelihoods. And so that's the intent of this resolution, is to simply to call upon the governor to recognize that he is duty bound by state law to proclaim a termination of the state of emergency at the earliest possible date. And further, the law further specifies all the powers granted the governor by this chapter with respect to a state of emergency shall terminate when the state of emergency has been terminated by proclamation of the governor or a concurrent resolution of the legislature declaring it at an end. So why do I think this is necessary? I explained it from a livelihood standpoint. I'm concerned that the governor, through recent action where beaches were opened and then beaches were shut again, and then some beaches were opened while others were kept shut, we have to be able to present a consistent message to not only our residents but our business community. And we need to be able to be held accountable for that message and for those actions. And so that's the reason I drafted the resolution the way that it is. I appreciate Supervisor Wygant's assistance in editing it to get it before you. And I simply place this resolution in front of the board for your consideration.
Thanks. And then if I could continue on with both items, I think because taken together, they, to me, make more sense than individually. So I'll just finish and compliment Kirk for his work, but say that I've always viewed this job at the county such that, in my head, the American experiment was steeped in maximizing individual governance, minimizing centralized governance, and allowing local governments to function at the fullest potential necessary. So I think we need all of those levels of government, but I always ask, why should the government step in when individuals can function on their own? But if that's true, that the government does need to, why should it not be done at the most local level first, and then at the state second, and then at the federal level third? So the resolution, I think, is in that spirit, and it's kind of a no-brainer for me. And then if you'll bear with me, I actually prepared a little PowerPoint presentation. So my background's in finance and modeling, and all modeling is designed to try to evaluate a lot of what-if types of scenarios so that you can better make decisions, better make policy in this case. Dr. Sisson mentioned that last time I had talked about a keen interest that I had seen with regards to two studies, one done by Stanford, the other one done by USC. The Stanford model indicated that 50 to 85 times more cases of infection existed as compared to what had been tested. The USC one showed numbers that were 20 to 50 times greater. So I want to compliment Shanti for doing a huge amount of research and helping over the last couple of weeks. And I wanted her to help me out if I forgot something important or was a little bit too loose with my political rhetoric. But in that effort, I contacted both SC and Stanford, and I'm sad to say that my alma mater didn't respond to my telephone call or email, but Stanford did. And they were incredibly gracious. I was turned over to Dr. Julie Parsonet, who, because of the blood part of the testing component, was the one that they thought I would best get information from. And I'll talk a little bit about how she recommended we do what we might do, but I'll share with you how I approached the conversation and how she responded. So I explained to her that at our level, our concern is trying to grapple with policy, those devil trade-offs that Kirk so eloquently referred to. And that was the method by which I wanted her to try to enlighten me if she could. So she immediately said that she thought that this kind of testing in Placer County would be very helpful to us and could help us in that vein. She looked at our numbers while we were talking, and she thought we were really in a good position, in fact, to do this work. And she indicated and talked about in some detail above my pay grade how it could be done with a really high level of certainty. You have to pick the right test, and you have to go through a scientific protocol, but it's very doable. So with the numbers orientation, I'm sorry, Jim, that I'm... No, you're fine. I wanted to provide a couple of examples of the kinds of things that happened in my head when I started playing with some of the numbers. So I actually started... this is our Placer County data up on the screen, the daily cases. They start in March 1st, and these are as of yesterday. So that's just data that's been recorded. The red line is an Excel technique for creating a distribution curve around the model. And the important thing there probably is that for people who hate numbers, the area underneath the red curve is actually the same amount of space as the area under the data points that we have in Placer County. And the data points in Placer County, fortunately, are small. We have few cases and few deaths, but it isn't a great sample by which to draw conclusions about the data. So one of the things I wanted to add was those three lines that just popped in are the dates when the president issued his guidelines, which I think was March 16th, followed by the governor issuing his order, followed by Dr. Sisson issuing her order, and obviously before that she had updated us and given us recommendations as well. So as an example, if that is a factual representation of the data, this slide shows the mortality rate in Placer County compared to the common flu. And so the blue is the death rate in Placer County as compared to what you can hardly see as the death rate of the common flu. And the common flu is just a number I got over the internet for full disclosure, but it was described as being 0.163%, 0.163% of the people infected. So in our conversation with Dr. Parsonet, she thought, based on the research that she was involved in, that the infection rate in the state of California was 1.5% of our population. So if you then go back and apply that same spread rate to Placer County, and I've got the numbers if anybody's that interested, but about 1.5% of our population is about 5,800 people. And so this graph takes what was the blue line in the prior graph, which was the actual data set, the data points, and it explodes it by 35 times because 35 times our infection rate is the 5,800 about number of people who would have had to have been infected. And what strikes me about that is that our data is noise underneath this huge graph. It's insignificant statistically. It can hide under any of the downsides or upsides of the curve. And you can see the dates still there. But if in Placer County, the spread rate is 1.5%, her best guess in California is 1.5 to 2%, then the death rate of COVID-19 in Placer County is less than the common flu. Now, for full disclosure, I also ran this against the United States and the California numbers, and they're not as encouraging. So I want to stress that because what is driving me mostly is what we don't know, and it actually makes me crazy because of the policy decisions we have to make based on what we don't know. But in the United States, using this approach, COVID-19 would be 6 times more lethal than the common flu. But in the state of California, COVID-19 would be 1.3 times greater mortality than the common flu. Those are one of the things that we could get a much better handle on if we were to do this study. Then, as a result of just playing with numbers and my conversation with Dr. Parsonet, because in our conversation she mentioned that she thought the spread in California most likely started in the first part of February. Shanti had found some information from a lab, but it's anecdotal, but it was from a lab, where about a very small sample, so it's not statistically relevant, but of the 3% that tested positive in this one lab, all 3 of those people indicated that they were sick in 2019. Meaning that they potentially could be earlier, and we don't know. But if you take our spread, our data points, and blow them up by 35 times to match that 1.5%, and then move it forward 3 weeks, the most important part of the graph that's up there is that our mitigation actually started after we peaked. And the implications of that are huge. Now, I'm not saying that that's accurate, that's true, but I'm confident Dr. Parsonet thought that it was possible. And again, the study could help us get there. So I put this slide up here because this was an article that a friend got me who's a research fiend, and I think it was a couple of days ago, but it's from a University of Minnesota study where their epidemiologists modeled 3 different scenarios based on data that they were analyzing. And it talked about potentially how these curves might go forward for a full 2-year period. So the farthest one in the back, if you can see, it's like we're having this really huge peak now, like obviously what New York City experienced. And then it lulls through the summer, but it spikes back somewhat, but at a much lower rate in the fall and when we get into our normal flu season. The next one really focuses on the spikes responding to our social distancing or not. And then there are other examples that they analyzed. But I put that in there because if you go back to our earlier data, our curve kind of looks like those waves. Hopefully not many and not as big. So lastly, wanted to just share and pass on to Todd, because Shanti and I think would have a lot of resources that we could download if we're willing to do all this. But the way Dr. Parsonette described what we would do, interestingly, would be to work with a marketing firm, much like political polling. So that firm would statistically look at our population and determine what level of study would need to be done to reach a level of confidence that we would want based on the analysis of the data. And in our conversation, she thought it would be something like sampling the 2,000 to 4,000 residents, and maybe doing that twice, once a couple, 3 weeks later from the other, to see if we could measure any trending. And it would be something like the marketing research firm would solicit volunteers. The volunteers would then be screened demographically to be representative of Placer County with a high degree of certainty. Dr. Parsonette talked about how it would be important to pick the right test. We would send out these kits then to the volunteers that were chosen. They would draw a blood sample. They would package that much like 23andMe and send it to the lab. The lab would then process it, and we would get our feedback. Dr. Parsonette indicated that she would try to be as helpful as possible. I'm fairly confident she would peer review our work minimally. She even talked about potentially seeing if Stanford would have the capacity to do the testing. I don't know, some of you know Lou Vismara, but he's the brainchild behind the Mind Institute here in the area. He's well connected medically, a former heart surgeon. He's contacted some people at UC Med Center. Interesting, I was listening to the radio one day, and Dr. David Lebarsky was talking about tooling up to do these exact tests. And if he had the distribution system, he could do a huge number of these tests in a very small period of time. I don't know what the tests cost. We don't yet have a lab. I certainly would want to be peer reviewed by the right people so that we all had a high level of confidence in it. But particularly if we're thinking about this over a 2-year period with multiple waves and the ramifications of even pondering the economic impacts of lockdown for 2 years is just inconceivable to me. But how we get from here to there with best information going forward so that we can open up our economy as quickly as possible. My perspective is that Placer County would be the perfect test tube to do that if we could get all the players to work together. So really, I could offer the resources we have, do some introductions. What Todd, I think, would come back with is what the cost would look like. A couple other things I just want to point out is Aldo Panesci has already talked to a couple of marketing firms that are interested and would be willing to give us a quote once we gave them more information. They would not only do the screening, but for the people who tested positive, they likely would call them back and ask them about their experience. Well, were they sick? Were they asymptomatic? When were they sick? And again, that wouldn't be definitive information we could take to the bank, but it would be a whole lot better than the distance between the data that we have and what likely did happen. And then a large local business that we all know that I'll just keep confidential at this particular point in time because they didn't tell me not to, but in having this conversation with them, they actually asked if I would be interested in them asking if they would potentially financially support this. And so I could provide that lead, and maybe we could even think about some other partners who I think would be really well positioned to help out with the cost of this. So that is that ask, and I think both of these things together, if we got to the point where there was more local control and decision making, I've always been of that ilk, thus Kirk's resolution, and combined with having a pathway for getting better and better information as we go forward, I think would be a tremendous benefit to us. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Robert. Thank you, Kirk. Let's see. Questions? Go ahead, Cindy.
Robert, I just
want to ask Shanti, did I any suggestions or did I told her to even make, if I became too political with a little bit excessive rhetorical, but yeah.
No, you didn't, and you get a gold star. I mean, that was really a great presentation and a lot of work, I know, for Shanti and you, and really appreciate that. I didn't have any questions. I think it's fascinating because it's exactly what we're struggling with. What is the right amount of information we need to make such important decisions that are affecting people's lives and livelihoods?
I'm certainly interested in moving forward with some type of testing, and I appreciate your efforts. And I think, but I wouldn't want any type of testing to stop us from saying, hey, we have to move forward in opening up businesses. And, I appreciate that Dr. Sisson has worked with our business community so that we have some best practices in place. But we've got to move forward. I want to share that I heard from the Roseville Chamber did a survey of their business. Actually, Roseville, Lincoln, Rockland, Loomis did a survey, and they had 1,800 respondents. Of that, 700 additional comments about how this has affected their business. And I was reading through the survey. So businesses are closed, they're decimated, they're devastated, financial ruin, 100% shut down, 25% loss in revenue, 60% loss in revenue, 90% decrease in sales, people laid off, complete loss of income. I certainly understand that people are concerned about their physical well-being, and our residents have done a great, great job of sheltering in place and being, I went to Home Depot, people stayed away. I went to the grocery store, people are really being respectful of one another, and we've done such a good job. But then I look at the health of our residents, our financial health, and I understand that people want to be safe, but when you're safe at home with the retirement benefits, that's great, but the hairdresser and the retail owner who have no businesses who have laid off all of their employees, these are people who no longer have jobs. And we cannot, as a community can't look at can't continue this economic devastation. It's devastating our local business community and our friends, our neighbors, our family members who don't have jobs. And so I just want to share I understand the concern about us being safe and taking care of one another, but we need to take care of the financial well-being of our residents, along with the mental health and physical health that goes along with the stressors that this has put our residents under. And I agree that we need to push that back with the governor. The governor said he'd give us local control, and then he keeps moving the goalpost. Hey, you need 400 tests. No, now you need 600 tests. And it is this back and forth, just so it looks like he's giving local control, but he's not really. And what's happening here in Placer County is completely different than other parts of the state. And we have a rural community. And, I want folks to understand we care about our public's health, but we also care about our economic health. And our communities are being devastated economically. And so I'm with you, Supervisor Euler. I think the governor needs to hear from us as he's heard from other local communities in Northern California. Anyone else? That was my opportunity to
Well,
opine.
I know I probably want to, hear from the public and make some other comments, but I wanted to echo something you just said that I think is so important, that people have the choice. By us starting to look at how we safely reopen, and I want to reaffirm that. I don't hear anyone saying, open the floodgates, ignore all the advice. We are concerned about health, and people can control. I think what we've learned through this is you can stay at home and you can take practices and make practices in your own homes that protect you, especially if you're vulnerable, a vulnerable population. But others need to take personal responsibility, understand that others need to go out and earn a living. And I sit here extremely blessed that it hasn't impacted my income, has not. But so many others are absolutely devastated. And I we have to look at those situations. I may have some softer wording and a couple things that I'll bring up later, but I really do want to hear from the public before I go off on my other comments.
All right, thank you. And Supervisor Holmes
Yes,
will
thank you
have a
for
comment
your-
and then open up to the public.
Thank you for your therapy. One of your words. I agree with what you've said. We ran a small business for nearly 30 years. I've gone through droughts and gas shortages and all kinds of stuff. But business people that own a business are resilient, and they figure it out what they need to do to survive. In the last week and a half, I've been out to many businesses, some that are closed, but they're ready. They've done everything they need to do. I went to a fitness center out in North Auburn. They've moved all their equipment out. They've closed off part of their areas. You have to sanitize your hands when you come in. You got to clean your equipment before you get on it, and clean it when you're off. And then again, wash your hands when you leave. People figure it out, and we have to allow these people. Restaurants are the same way. They're all ready to go. They've got everything set aside. They've got a plan. Let them open up and do their business. They want to survive. They don't want to get anybody sick. The last thing they need is someone to come down with the coronavirus while they've been in their restaurant. So I agree. We need to let these people go back to work, and they're not, well, they might be stupid just for opening up a small business, but once they get in, they figure it out. And so anyhow, I agree with what's been said here, so thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Holmes. All right, let's move to the public. I understand we have a lot of comments from public. So just a reminder, keep it short. Less than 3 minutes is better. And please move away from the audio of this meeting so that we can hear you clearly and not have any feedback. Speak directly into your telephone. Thank you. Next, our first comment.
Good afternoon. Please state your name. For the record.
Hello, my name is Beth Gonzalez. I am a director of Plastic People of Faith Together, and I appreciate all your comments for the past 3 hours, I think, that I had been listening. Plastic People of Faith Together was able to meet with Dr. Sisson and Jeff Brown on April 24th to hear their concerns and their guidelines about the stay-in-place and other guidelines for keeping people healthy at Placer County. We support the guidelines of Dr. Sisson, and we hope that the Board of Supervisors, if they are going to do, sounds like you already made up your minds after listening to this, that you want to support our own opening of Placer County. Just be mindful that Placer County is not an island unto itself, and that people come and go in Placer County. That people in our congregations, our 18 congregations, are wary of opening too soon. So thank you, and please be careful with the health and welfare of all the people in Placer County. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please.
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record.
Good afternoon. My name is Judy Friedman. I'm a resident and business owner in Tahoe City. I want to thank Supervisor Gustafson for her comments during the last item regarding the challenges on the east side of the county and how they differ from the rest of Placer County. Our community has been respecting this situation, self-distancing, staying home, but that said, visitors are coming. Second homeowners who account for much of our revenue are coming. I was on a call a week or so ago where representatives from the Forest Service referred to the amount of activity in one area up here as holiday use levels. We need to acknowledge that's happening and plan responsibly. We are a tourism-based economy and can manage that with appropriate procedures and policies. We've canceled major events, including what would have been a celebration of 75 years of 4th of July fireworks in Tahoe City. These events are not just traditional and fun, but represent huge revenues both to local businesses and to the county in terms of sales tax and TOT. but the decision was made in order to reduce attractive nuisances because we recognize the fine line of managing our local economy while keeping our community safe and well. People want to come to Tahoe, and as the weather improves and the lake beckons, they will. And just as we're asking individuals to take responsibility for themselves, we need to work together to find ways to open our doors safely and responsibly. I support crafting local guidelines in general and specifically to support our tourism-based community. Thank you.
Thank you, Judy. Next caller, please.
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record.
Hi, this is Jan Clark-Kretz.
Go ahead, Jan. Mayor Jan.
Yes. Good afternoon, Chair Gore and members of the board. I want to preface by saying that I'm not speaking on behalf of the town of Loomis, but as an individual council member and citizen. I support your resolution requesting the governor acknowledge and allow counties to craft local guidelines to address COVID-19. Placer County has done an incredible job of flattening the curve, and therefore we are blessed to have had lower numbers than was originally forecasted. Grateful thanks to our County Health Officer, Dr. Amy Sisson, and her department for incredible work keeping our citizens informed, educated, and safe. Much of Northern California and rural areas are also low in numbers. I'm very concerned that our county and nearby areas will have to wait to open up for business until our whole state is ready. This does not seem to be a viable course of action, and in fact will be more detrimental to our already fragile economic condition. I'm afraid that the time it would take to get the whole state at the same level will decimate our small businesses already on the brink. According to Dr. Sisson, we have upped our testing capabilities and are working on getting our contact tracing systems up and running. Our hospitals have optimum capacity for surges, and we have the appropriate containment needed. It seems as if we are ready to step towards the next phase. Our economy has been basically shut down since the middle of March, and now is the time to have a common sense plan in place to get our businesses open safely. I am of the opinion that after all this is said and done, there will be no such thing as an essential business. All businesses are essential to our economy and the lifeblood of the people who created them. Our country was built on a market system, and that system has essentially been locked down. Yes, the reasoning for the shutdown was vital to our health and necessary to stop the spread. But now we must give back the opportunity to do business safely in order to have an economy to come back to. Time is of the essence. The onus then goes to the businesses. They must be prepared to modify their protocols to adjust for safe distancing and protecting their employees and customers from the virus. I've read the draft plan that the local chambers have put together called Reopen Placer County, and I understand that Dr. Sisson has weighed in on a preliminary review and approval on a toolkit for guidance. I commend the work that has been done in this regard and appreciate the collaboration. This will be an important document for our businesses to reopen responsibly. I am certain, in addition to the toolkit, let's not underestimate the ability of our incredibly innovative business community. I'm certain that we will see amazing and creative advances as we inch towards the reopening process. Our businesses want to open, and they want to reopen safely and responsibly according to the general guidelines agreed to by our county health department. We must allow them to do that. The town of Loomis will be considering a similar resolution at our next week's meeting, and I am looking forward to hearing from my other council members on this subject. Additionally, the town of Loomis will be considering our own reopening plan, and we'll be working closely with the county to ensure compatibility and consistency. While the town of Loomis may be small, it is vital that all the jurisdictions are consistent with the county plan and hope to be your partner in this. The ultimate goal being a united voice with a spirit of cooperation and collaboration with a regionally local approach to craft local guidelines to address COVID-19. Thank you so much for your time, your hard work, and all of your leadership. I appreciate you allowing me this time to talk. Thank you.
Thank you, Jan. Next caller, please.
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record.
David Egan.
Go ahead, David.
Hi, I've been listening into this, and I'm not hearing anything about what Governor Newsom said about some counties can be certified to reopen sooner. I don't know if I'm being misinformed or not, but I was hoping that somebody could
talk to that.
I can just.
That's all I had to say. Good luck to you, and thank you for all your hard work, guys.
Thank you. And just to let you know that Dr. Sisson is working towards that plan so that we can be certified by the state as we move forward. So that is certainly in the works. We're trying to move that along as quickly as humanly possible.
Awesome. Glad to hear. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record.
Kathy Moore.
Go ahead, Kathy.
Hi. I just wanted to say, Chairman Gore, Euler, and everyone there on the board, thank you so much for what you just spoke about. I'm very concerned about the economic impact that social distancing has put. I'm a bioimmunologist, and so I just want to share some scientific thoughts as a point to the view of health. The virus itself is not proven to be as lethal as first portrayed. Further study of this virus shows that it is about the same as the flu and infection in our area, and is certainly less dangerous in mortality. Accurate data is vital to making public policy. In further examination of this virus, it is highly unlikely, from my opinion as an immunologist, that an effective vaccine will be realized. The virion itself is like many other coronaviruses that I've been studying since the 70s, does not have a hard shell, making efficacy for a vaccine somewhat mute. So waiting for an effective and safe vaccine will be a long period of time, as Supervisor Wygant said. I'm really concerned also about mitigation. Mitigation is whether we talk about asymptomatic transmission or pre-symptomatic transmission. I think we're all losing our focus on the virus itself and how the virus really works in the body. The numbers in the CDC do not lie. In California, we have COVID-related deaths. They're related deaths of 1,322 and deaths of other cases of 72,622 as of the beginning of the year. They've also had 6,273 deaths of pneumonia to date of all ages, and we are a state of 40 million people. So I would like to focus on the virus and not on the politics. Therefore, we're looking at a virus that has very little medical consequences and very high political ramifications for our community, our children, our families. Businesses are closing. Economic is destruction. I have a small business here that is totally empty. While quarantine may show some effectiveness on mitigating bacterial infection, evidence has less to show that it doesn't work very well for overall viruses. Furthermore, a recent review of all published work with social distancing published in the Science magazine at March 16, 2020, shows that the effects of short-term social distancing practices, including limitation of large and small gatherings, have not been well studied for their long-term social and psychological effects. However, studies of longer term, moving into 4 or 5 months of isolation, have been well studied, and social distancing has shown an increased health problem, including heart disease, dementia, depression, and death. A 2015 meta-analysis of the latitude conducted of Juliana Holt at Brigham Young University determined that chronic social distancing measures increase the risk of mortality by 29%. I'd have to say that 29% and our economic devastation is way too much to continue this. So I just wanted to say I support you so much in telling the governor what we need to do as a county and not asking. I'm never asking that you exercise a high level of integrity and dignity to the residents of Placer County and let us make our own decisions regarding our health with proper and accurate educational guidance of hand washing, coupled with covering your mouth and with coughs and sneezes, and staying at home if you're sick or at risk. These practices have been effective with our H1N1 pandemic and built herd immunity. Placer County residents deserve to have the ability to make decisions regarding our own well-being and our economy to get us back to work so we can take care of our families and love our loved ones. Children should go to school, play and attend events like our county fairs, and promote health in a way of life. Additionally, I'm not a proponent of testing, even though I was on the research team that developed the first AIDS confirmatory test in the state of California. Testing for the virus has the same prognosis if you are a healthy individual and the same protocol.
Kathy?
Therefore, again, I propose, yes.
Can you wrap up your comments, please?
Oh, yes. Well, thank you very much. I just propose reopening the county at all levels and join MODOK, etc.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Next caller, please.
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record.
Hi, Dana Percival.
Go ahead, Dana.
Hi, I am calling. My husband and I own a local swim school here in Loomis. And first off, I just want to thank you guys for all the time and effort that you guys are putting forth towards this situation. I appreciate all of the effort that is going in and your recognition of the impact that this is having on our economic situation here in Placer County, along with, small businesses. I specifically wanted to just speak to a point and just try and advocate for our specific industry in which we feel like we provide an essential service, although it's not in the medical field or groceries. We are providing a life-saving skill for children and adults in Placer County, along with, other swim schools in this area. And as a whole industry, as part of the United States Swim School Association, we just have a very strong fear that our continued closure for our swim schools is going to actually have a more significant impact to our community than maybe has been brought to light with our closures. And we just want to advocate for the fact that these schools are a little bit different than maybe gymnastics or dance, gyms, retail stores, but we provide such an important life-saving skill. And I personally woke up in the middle of the night a couple weeks ago just in fear for children. The fact that they are and have not been able to practice these life-saving skills for 8 weeks now, and who knows when we can open, along with the fact that we're in a different time where kids are home from school, along with parents being distracted as they work from their computers at home and can't be as attentive as maybe normally they would be with children around bodies of water, ponds, lakes, rivers, their home pools. So we just really wanted to advocate for our specific industry in this, in the fact that we obviously want all small businesses to be able to open and, service their customers and provide for themselves and their employees. But we reach further than just our employees and our business. And we just want to kind of bring that to the table and make it known that we, especially at this time of year, May happens to be National Water Safety Month, and that's May for a reason, because we're entering such a risky season, and we just don't want to see more deaths through drowning occur because of the COVID-19 situation and the local industry being closed. So, just wanted to bring that to the forefront of people's attention that we are pushing to open as soon as possible for the safety of the children in our community.
Thank you, Dana. Appreciate your input. Next caller, please.
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Crystal Young, and I own Vintage Rose Salon and Spa in Auburn. First, I wanted to thank the board for the opportunity to provide comment today, and to thank the board and the Public Health Department for all your hard work in containing the COVID-19 virus. Myself, along with several other salon owners in Placer County, submitted a letter yesterday regarding your desire to work with the Public Health Department and county staff to develop safety protocols for our industry prior to reopening our businesses. As you know, beauty salons come in all different sizes, and protocols will be different for each. Our letter has several recommendations on social distancing and hygiene methods to keep our clients' professionals safe. As it is now, grouping the beauty industry into one category marked as high risk doesn't seem the right way to go, as what's happening right now is the public is now asking for salon professionals to go into an uncontrolled environment at their homes instead of a controlled environment like a salon, where we can together make sure it is clean and safe for everyone. I would like to extend an invitation to the board, your staff, and the Public Health Department to visit our salons to see how these measures would work. If you have any questions regarding the letter we submitted or to schedule a visit, my contact information is in our letter. Thank you for your time and consideration for these requests.
Thank you, Crystal. Appreciate your comments. Next caller, please.
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record.
Hi, this is Julia Sweeney from Roseville.
Go ahead, Julia.
Hi. I want to just start by saying thank you to the Board of Supervisors and to all of the county staff for all that you are doing to keep us safe and to begin the plans to reopen in a safe manner. I also want to give a special shout out and appreciation to Supervisor Gore for the willingness to engage with me after the last board meeting and the thoughtful dialogue about feedback regarding data and moving forward. So I submitted some public comment this morning via email, but I didn't see it in the correspondence, so I figured I would just do a quick summary via voice. So it had 3 major points. The first point was really focused on supporting the participation in the study that Supervisor Wygant brought up. I appreciate this approach of really pushing to find other ways to ramp up testing, and I appreciate the urgency and commitment to doing whatever we can to ramp up testing and to start improving our ability to track the spread of disease and death in Placer County. While I do prefer the data presentations probably from Dr. Sisson, I do appreciate the commitment to improving the conversation in a very data-informed way. My second point is really around rejecting or postponing this vote on the resolution presented until the community has access to a formal plan proposed by the county. You know, I appreciated that Todd mentioned that we're establishing a framework and we're coming up with proposed plans and we've got these toolkits in the works. But until that is ready and the public has had a chance to really see a formal plan and what Placer County is setting as the expectations for the community, for the businesses, I don't think we're in a place to say it's time to kick the responsibility to us. I think that it's important that we recognize that the state has significantly more resources to build mass communication and to build resources. And until we're able to produce the guidelines and have those formal plans ready to share, I really don't think that this is the time to make the resolution. I understand the sentiment. I support local government. I just want to make sure that we're prepared before we take it on. So, you know, I included links to Yolo County's roadmap. You know, they're following the same state expectations, but they've put together a drafted roadmap. So I'd love to see us put something like that in place before passing this resolution. And then my third and last point is just about improving transparency and clear data. So I'm sure Supervisor Wygant, you'll appreciate this too. I'd love to get more information about the margin of error on our testing. I personally have a relative in California who was clinically diagnosed with COVID-19 after having tested negative. And he was informed that that's a huge problem right now with the number of people testing negative. So I'd like to know if that's a problem we're seeing in Placer County, and if that's possibly why we're seeing such a discrepancy between suspected cases versus confirmed cases. I found it a bit troubling that on Friday...
Could you wrap it up if you can? That would be great.
Yeah. I'll be super quick with this last one. On Friday, there were confirmed 5 hospital patients with COVID-19, but suspected 23. So I'd love to understand why there's such a discrepancy and if we can get more data on the county level. And then finally, I'd love to see our board guidance that differentiates the higher risk areas within Placer County. So just like the state has higher areas and we don't want a blanket approach to the state, I'd like to see the same thing for Placer County. So should the Safeway near Sun City, Roseville be taking different precautions than the Safeway near Grass? I'll leave it at that, but please, you know, continue to increase the data and let's come up with a solid science-based plan to safely reopen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next caller, please.
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record.
Elizabeth Sharp.
Go ahead, please.
Hi. I am a retired person who's lived in Placer County for 40 years. I am opposed to any further delays to opening businesses with as few restrictions as possible, simply because the people, the experts who've been guiding us for the last 2.5 months have been wrong on so many things. They've been wrong on the contagiousness to humans, the opposition to imposing travel limits, wrong on open borders, wrong about when the virus first arrived in the U.S., wrong about going to Chinatown festivals and riding in packed subways, wrong about going to New York City, wrong that the president was being xenophobic and bigoted, wrong on their initial CDC-controlled testing, wrong on the controls put on private business lab tests, wrong to say that the president called it a hoax, wrong on every single model that they've put out before us. They've changed over and over. Wrong to say that many older people would be sent home to die. Wrong on hydrochloroquine. Wrong on Zithromax. Wrong on how quickly vaccine trials could begin. Wrong on how fast we get mass testing online. Wrong on how fast we get antibody titer testing online. Wrong on how seriously Americans would comply with hygiene and distancing. Wrong on the number of required ventilators. Wrong on where to move the ventilators. Wrong about the situation in New York coming to every town and city. Wrong about the need for Navy hospital shifts. Wrong about field hospitals. Wrong about wearing face masks in public. Wrong about the use of sanitary single-use grocery bags. Wrong about mass burials in public parks. Wrong on closing all churches and leaving liquor and marijuana businesses open. Wrong through their packing pork into the CARES Act. Wrong about single-sourcing vital production in China. Wrong about ham-handed suspensions of American liberties. Wrong to completely shut down every small business in America. Wrong on releasing serious criminals back into the public out of an abundance of caution. Wrong to stop people from going to homes they own. Wrong to arrest people in the middle of nowhere. Wrong not to issue furloughs to government employees and teachers who aren't actually doing any work. Wrong about trying to monkey with standard voting practices. Wrong about the origins of the Wuhan virus, even though Facebook, CNN, MSNBC, WHO, and a myriad of other status betters have repeatedly told us that it was a natural origin virus from a wet market. Wrong on what China knew and when they knew it. And those are just literally sitting down and making a list with a couple of friends. I can't understand the oppressive rules that have been put in place for this. As of today, there's been 8 deaths in Placer County. That is 0.02% out of 100,000 people, which is nothing. I mean, people die all the time, and I don't want anybody to die unnecessarily, but I think that the unintended consequences of this action will be far graver than anybody even dreams at this point in time. And that's all I have to say, but I hope you guys vote for it, and thank you, Kurt Uller, for coming out in public and stating that you thought it was a good idea that we should open back up soon. We appreciate it.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please.
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record.
John Allard.
Go ahead, Mayor Allard.
Good evening, Chair Gore and members of the Placer County Board of Supervisors. As I stated, my name is John Allard. I'm a Roseville resident, small business owner in Roseville. On behalf of the business community and residents of Roseville, first let me thank Dr. Sisson for the guidance she has provided during this crisis. It has certainly been effective in helping keep Placer County's numbers low in terms of how COVID-19 has affected our community. I'd also like to thank all 5 county supervisors, CEO Todd Leopold, and your staff for the way you have handled this unprecedented challenge. And finally, I'd like to acknowledge and thank Supervisors Euler and Weigand for their leadership in bringing forward this important resolution, requesting that the governor acknowledge and allow counties to craft local guidelines to address COVID-19 based on the actual impact the virus is having in those individual counties. I've spoken to you on this issue before, so I won't repeat my previous comments, except to say that state policymakers must consider the long-term negative impacts their current policies are having both on California residents as well as California's economy. Lost jobs, lost incomes, shuttered businesses, the inability to pay bills and support families, restrictions on social interactions. I could name a whole bunch, but I'll mention only a few. It is absolutely critical that these impacts be taken into consideration as we move forward. Who better to do this than our county leaders, who are much closer to residents and businesses and understand far better what is actually happening on the ground. In the days and weeks ahead, the one-size-fits-all approach will not work in the less populated suburban and rural areas of California. These portions of our state, like Placer County, are not the same as San Francisco or Los Angeles, and they must not be treated the same as we move forward. Roseville's and South Placer County small businesses and citizens are willing and ready to relaunch our economy and restart our lives as early as it's healthy and safe to do so. Thank you for taking the lead on this necessary, important initiative. You have my full support. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record.
Patricia Gallagher.
Go ahead, please.
I agree very much with the last two gentlemen that talked. I really feel that the restrictions that have been put on our lives are not even slightly proportionate with the problem that we're facing. Every single day we walk out of our homes and we have a dozen things we could die for at a higher percentage rate than we could from COVID-19. I have concern for our economy, especially for families who have lost their income. In my work that I do, I work with families. I work with lots of families and children. I see the depression. I see the worry. I've heard that the suicide rate calls have escalated. I think something has to be done right away to open up all of California, let alone our county of Placer. I've lived in this county for 40 years, and I live here because I thought it was a county where my type of thinking was a little more recognized, that I thought it was a little more level with, just rational. I'm just finding everything that's happening right now as being irrational. The biggest lesson that I've learned from these past few weeks is that how quickly our rights can be taken away from us. I'm just astounded that that in a matter of a week or two, the whole country can be polarized, let alone the whole world. We need to open up all of our businesses. We need to open up our churches, most especially. I've heard people today speak about how concerned they are for themselves. They can stay home. There are so many options for people who can have food brought to their house. I mean, so many things are out there. But we need to get back to work. We need to save our families. We need to allow children to be children again. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please.
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record.
Morning, Tyus.
Go ahead, please.
First off, I wanted to thank you guys so much for the valiant effort that you've been putting in over the last couple of months for the for the county of Placer. I'm a Placer resident, and I have been for about 21 years now. And I wanted to speak from a position of mental health. Myself and my daughter suffer from depression, and this has hit us tremendously hard. My family is normally busy. We're out with our children doing sports and activities in school, and with this, it has caused such an issue with mental health. While I do believe that this virus is something serious, the projections have all been wrong, and the numbers have been so far off that I don't believe it warrants the lockdown procedure that we're in. And I really do push for Placer to open back up. Of course, with modified restrictions to those that feel like they need to stay inside, I believe that they should stay inside. For those that need to wear masks, I believe that they should wear masks, but the rest of us should not be forced to. You guys have worked valiantly, and after watching this entire thing, I really feel like we are headed in the right direction. So I just wanted to say thank you for everything that you guys have done for Placer.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please.
Hello.
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record.
My name is Stephen Moore.
Go ahead, Stephen.
Excuse me, I'm driving. I'm just pulled over right now. Okay. A lot of people have concerns right now about the need for testing and vaccinating. And I'd like to share my thoughts on that right now. That if I go to the doctor and with a high temperature and I'm diagnosed with coronavirus, or if I'm diagnosed with seasonal flu, the doctor's going to send me home and tell me to get some rest and take some vitamin C, and in a couple weeks I'm going to be better. And if you don't get better in a couple weeks, it goes into your lungs, you need antibiotics, come on in, and we'll take care of you at that time. So my feeling on the testing is that we really don't need it whatsoever. And I'm not into the vaccination as well, but it's most importantly that we're going to protect our elderly and people that are physically compromised. But this social distancing that's going on is going to get more people sick than better. As a matter of fact, I would even go as far as to say that people should be building herd immunity, just like when we had chicken pox as a kid. All the neighbors would send all the other children over so that they could all get it and build that immunity, keep your immune system high. So I would really try to encourage the supervisors to not ask Gavin Newsom, but actually tell him that whatever your plans that you plan to do today, don't ask the man, but tell the man, this is what we have decided to do. You know the people that live in Placer County better than he does. And just like Yuba and Sutter counties, they've gone ahead and moved without Gavin Newsom's blessing. I'm with them. I think that's the right way to go. So that's all I have to say. Now I've got to jump back in my truck.
Thank you, Stephen, for driving safely, and we appreciate your comments. Next caller, please.
Good evening. Please state your name for the record.
Cheryl Bergman.
Go ahead, Cheryl.
I didn't catch her name, but there was a caller that talked about postponing a decision and having a roadmap. And I agree with that caller. It's painfully clear from looking at the budget today that there was very little thought put into COVID-19 other than a couple of remarks from the health officer. So I think in terms of the ramifications for what happens with legal, what happens with insurance, what happens with the many facets that's far beyond medical. We have people protesting at the Capitol, and they're not social distancing. I disagree with the social distancing remark. We are an F. People are already not obeying. So are they going to obey in restaurants? Are they going to obey in cleaning? Are they going to wear their masks? Who is going to enforce wearing their masks? The governor has given, as the caller stated, a way out by becoming certified. Why will the county not do that? Why won't you put all your resources on getting certified instead of taking the less prepared way out? Also, 58 counties, the governor has a much bigger job. If every county did that and started rebelling instead of assisting, it makes the governor's job a lot worse. Am I a proponent for big government? No, but in this case, they do have more resources. You are accepting government resources and then not wanting to play along with the rules of the game. Why not certify? Also, in addition to the budget, the proportion of budget that goes towards non-essential activities was far greater than anything mentioned. There just hasn't been any preparation. So I don't see why we think that we can do that. And I think the governor's already given you your response. 6 counties that are lower population and lower risk than Placer already made that request. And the response was not go ahead and do it. The response is you can become certified if you feel like you can handle that. So I urge you to look at the other ramifications and risks. Are people going to lose their businesses? Is Placer going to be sued for taking on risk that they weren't prepared to take on? I think it's a much more complex problem than just open businesses and it's a free-for-all. I think the second that people start dying and infections start moving and people start getting sued and police have to enforce things, I think it's a much bigger problem that you haven't provided a roadmap and solutions and any plan for. So I urge you to consider what is your real plan, and it's not 1 week Supervisor Euler has a temper tantrum and the next week he puts a referendum out. I think it requires a little more than that. And I'm also appalled. The testing I agree with. I'm appalled that a supervisor presents as scientific data when he's not an expert. That has nothing to do and shouldn't even be considered as part of why the county would be moving forward. I think if it were Dr. Sisson that presented that plan, I might have had a little more confidence in it. But to actually state that you have looked at data.
And I've been really trying to keep to the 3-minute rule, so please, 3 minutes or less. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Next caller, please.
Good evening. Please state your name for the record.
Samir Tuma.
Hi, Samir.
Good afternoon. Samir Tuma, Board Chair for the North Lake Tahoe Resort Association. As residents, neighbors, and business owners in the Tahoe region, we deeply care about our communities. When early shelter-in-place orders were issued, we knew it was the right thing to do, and we supported it. But we flattened the curve, and now we're faced with new, significant, but related consequences of the shutdown. First and foremost, the non-COVID-19 health consequences are mounting. We're seeing significant rises in mental health, domestic violence, and suicide ideation. People are delaying health care, and that's having negative consequences. The National Hotline for Mental Health saw an 891% increase in the month of March and over 1,000% in the month of April. Harry Weiss from the Tahoe Forest Hospital just told us this morning that food insecurity, job insecurity, and housing insecurity are now categorized as diseases arising from the pandemic. These problems are real, and we would like to hear how those problems are being weighed in the calculus of the health issues for the community. On top of that, the Tahoe economy is in a free fall. We are almost entirely dependent on tourism, but we have no diverse economy. The Tahoe lodging has been closed down entirely since mid-March. Most businesses in Tahoe are small businesses run by local residents who don't have substantial resources to weather a prolonged shutdown. And finally, we have to consider the sheer number of employees who are no longer working, who are only working minimal hours. Time marches on, and the toll is mounting on these residents, the majority of whom are not high-wage earners. If we do not open tourism soon, more small businesses will fail, and many of the properties belonging to or rented by the businesses will go back to the banks. These properties will remain vacant in an economically depressed area. Permanent job loss will be devastating to the community, and the community fabric will be torn apart as people leave the area in hopes of finding jobs in more economically viable locations. Timing is key. The summer months represent the majority of annual income generated by many of the businesses in this region. For those businesses, waiting 3 more months till the end of the summer is not a 3-month delay, rather it's a 1-year delay. This delay will be fatal to many small businesses and jobs and will last forever. Finally, out-of-the-area visitors are already coming to Tahoe in great numbers. They're illegally camping, staying in private homes, or the day trippers, clearly leading to a greater community health risk for everyone. We, as the lodging community and the business community, have the ability to communicate with our guests at the time they shop for a trip online, at the time they book that trip, when they get their confirmation, when they travel to the area, once they arrive, and while they're there. We have the ability to work with those folks to make sure that they're acting appropriately. In closing, what we need from Placer County is testing, and we're a long ways there. We need help with PPE. I was a little concerned about some of the comments earlier regarding the ability to help us with that. We'd like to continue that conversation. And also, we need funding for public education so that we can educate the day trippers that we don't have immediate access to. So in sum, our communities are experiencing severe non-COVID health consequences and have few economic resources to combat the helplessness that they feel brought on by the pandemic and its economic consequences. Tourism in Tahoe cannot wait until phase 3, where we risk the permanent destruction of our community. And I would like to thank in particular Supervisor Gustafson, CEO Todd, sorry, Todd, and also Aaron Casey from the CEO's office, who, under the direction of Mr. Leopold, has been fantastic. So thank you to all three of those people in particular for all your help and assistance as we move through this. We want to partner with you, and we can make it safe. So please let us open up.
Thank you, Samir. Appreciate it. Next caller, please.
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record.
Hi, good afternoon. Jeffrey Hens, CEO, North Lake Tahoe Resort Association. Again, thank you, Board Chair Gore and Placer County Board of Supervisors for this opportunity to address you all on Agenda Item 6 and what we hope will be the reopening soon of our county and specifically the North Lake Tahoe business community. I also want to say a special thank you for an outstanding presentation, Supervisor Wygant and Supervisor Euler. And following the comments of our NLTRA Board Chair, Samir Tuma, I wanted to provide additional support and reiterate our objective in finding a path forward that places safety and health as the foundation and priority for our business community to begin making plans for a gradual reopening very soon. We're conducting the due diligence to support this. And let me be specific. NLTRA has conducted a series of Zoom calls with our core business sectors from April 24th through April 29th that included our lodging, retail, restaurants, pubs, outdoor recreation, vendors, activities, and public lands. We invited business owners, managers, and key stakeholders from these sectors to participate. The purpose of these Zoom calls was to get conversations started with our business community on building a readiness plan, a business readiness plan in advance of when reopening is announced and travel can commence again from the leisure travel market to North Lake Tahoe. We looked and identified the guidelines from a multitude of industry associations and then what information we got back from our business sector and what they would be looking to implement with safety and health standard protocols for both workforce and visitor focus. In addition, we wanted to identify what questions our business sectors had and needed to be answered and what resources the business community would need to help meet the new normal guidelines and requirements. We had tremendous participation for each of our 5 Zoom sessions, and the level of information exchanged on these calls provided us the data and guidelines to prepare a comprehensive outline for county officials. All of these will be rooted in the 4 critical protocol factors, including physical and social distancing, use of masks and other PPE at workforce and visitors, elevated cleaning and sanitizing procedures, and training and education of our workforce and visitors. And I point out PPE because we just conducted, in fact, we have a survey that just went out yesterday to our business sector that asked the question about accessing PPE, and the need is great. The demand is tremendous for a particle of our community reopening, and we're hoping that we can revisit the discussion with county officials on the partnership in purchasing these type of items. NLTRA is in the final process of organizing all the data that we collected by our sector and will submit to Placer County officials by the middle of this week. We believe the recommendations and guidelines that will be implemented by our business community will be of the highest standards and ensure the safest environment for the NLT workforce and our visitors. We'll be ready, and ready must come sooner or later. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Good evening. Please state your name for the record.
Oh, hi. Good afternoon. Is this recording?
Yes.
Okay, fantastic. I appreciate it. My name is Assad Hafiz. This is live, so I'm on right now.
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you for your service. Thank you all board members. Thank you, Health Officer Amy Sison. And my apologies if I'm mispronouncing anyone's name. I get my name mispronounced all the time. Assad Hafiz is my name. I'm an attorney. I'm a local resident of Granite Bay. I'm a father of 3 wonderful minor children. I come from a multi-ethnic and multi-generational family, and we're talking people from all kinds of different age groups, people from different countries, different backgrounds. And I want to also quickly jump a little bit on myself, my background in terms of the work that I do, the people I represent. They come from a whole host of different backgrounds, different perspectives. Some are Democrats, some are conservative, liberal, conservative, Republican, whatever. There's people from a whole host of backgrounds. And so I have to be able to deal with different people and understand their different backgrounds and represent their interests to the maximum and for a successful outcome. But that aside, this really isn't about me. I just want to share a little bit about where I'm coming from. And we're dealing with a crisis measure in the name of public health. And I'm just wondering, how far do we have to go? And I'm going to keep one eye on the watch here because of the 3-minute rule. But how far are we going to go as a country, as a county, in the name of protecting the medical and the hospital system? And I ask that question because everything has a natural limit. I think there's many realities that are kind of ugly, and we're not too eager to face them. So how far are we really trying to go to protect the medical and the hospital system? That was really the proclaimed reason for the shutdown order, to protect the hospital system because of the stated threats based on the stated data, based on the stated models. We had a whole bunch of callers come in from different backgrounds stating that they believe these models and data was far off, very inaccurate, and I also agree. Do we have to wait for Mr. Newsom? Because right now, the way the resolution, I'm calling that the resolution is worded in a manner that we are asking for Newsom according to his mystery timeline. And so do we have to wait for a total societal collapse? Do we have to wait for a total economic collapse? I mean, Venezuela's been through that. We remember World War II, Holocaust examples. I'm not trying to be dramatic. Again, we're talking science. We're talking the known dangers, right? I heard a couple of our good board members speak about that. I want to go ahead and be the bad guy and really say what the news is not saying. These are the realities. Do we have to wait for a famine? I mean, the communist bloc already went through that. Cuba already went through that. Venezuela is already going and still going through that.
Hey, Assad,
we have to wait for an economic collapse. This is completely generated and designed needlessly. And I'm going to go ahead and jump to doctors that are being ignored.
We need you to wrap up your comments,
Dr.
please.
Ioannidis, that's the Stanford study that was mentioned. Dr. David Katz, Dr. Erickson, who is countlessly being taken off of
Hassan,
Facebook social
sorry to
platforms.
interrupt you.
We're
We
in an
need
era
you to
of-
wrap up your
of
comments.
Censorship in the United States. This is incredible. This is unheard of. And so this is skewing the data and the analysis of our policymakers. We're going to go to Newsom, and he's not considering any of these doctors. Dr. Erickson, Dr. Shiva Ayudari, he's talking about a concern. This is an established doctor talking about a concern of legal policies coming in.
Hassan, your 3 minutes is up. I'm so sorry.
Forcing through medical policies against.
We just can't. Sorry, folks, but we still have like an hour and a half of other business to do. So next caller, please. We're going to move this along because a lot of people.
Good evening. Please state your name for the record.
Alex Moralatos. I'll make it quick.
Thank you, Alex.
I also
Quick.
want to say thank you to the board and to everyone for your patience and your diligence, and I applaud the initiative. The only thing I wanted to say that has not been said is I think there's an implied appreciation for the different areas of Placer County. The lodging focus of Eastern Placer County obviously has a huge task that you've heard about how we're trying to address. Obviously, the towns have their own set of issues, and I'm just appreciating that whatever framework has been and is being developed can reflect the fact that there are differences needed in these different regions. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you very much. Have a great afternoon.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Next caller, please.
Good evening. Please state your name for the record.
Kent McMaster.
Go ahead, please.
Hello, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm a resident of Lincoln. I will try to make this quick because I know it's been running on quite a while. I would just like to express my support for the Board of Supervisors in sending this letter to the Governor of California. However, I do not believe that the county should be asking permission from the governor. I believe we should be doing what's right for our county and not asking for permission. As the data has shown from this meeting, we are rapidly losing consent of the governed in regards to this. So please take control of this and do what's right for our county, and don't ask for permission. Do what's right for us. Thank you. That's all I have to say.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please.
Good evening. Please state your name for the record.
Christine Watanabe.
Go ahead, please.
Hi, I'm Christine Watanabe. I'm a hairstylist of 17 years. I want to start off by thanking you all so much for your time. I want to say that the health and safety of my clients is always my number one concern. I do, however, think that with proper sanitation and disinfection practices put into place, salon owners should be able to open in phase 2 starting Friday. Our livelihood as cosmetologists were lost overnight. I'm aware that all businesses were affected by COVID-19, but hairdressers as a hands-on industry has been devastated. 72% of hairstylists live paycheck to paycheck. Tons of stylists I have talked to still have not received unemployment or stimulus money. We can provide a safer environment for our clients than most places that are open right now in a one-on-one salon suite setting. We go to school for 1,600 hours and learn a strict sanitation process. Barbicide is one tool we have to disinfect implements and surfaces. The wipes work in 2 minutes flat and will allow us to protect ourselves and our clients from COVID-19. Barbicide has documentation from the EPA. It is approved for efficacy against human coronavirus. Along with properly sanitizing and disinfecting all implements and surfaces in between clients, I would like to propose a few ways to provide further safety for our clients. 1, continuing to wear gloves and change them out as many times as possible to keep our clients safe. 2, wearing masks as well as providing masks for our clients. 3, having clients wait in their car to ensure no more than 2 people in the room at a time. 4, use freshly laundered tapes and aprons for each and every new client. 5, have clients prepay to avoid exchange of money. 6, both of us sanitize our hands and take our temperature upon our guest arrival. 7, while our client processes leaving the room to minimize contact time. 8, spraying the air with Lysol in between appointments. And 9, having my client sign a waiver saying we were both healthy and have had no contact with any COVID-19 patients within the past 2 weeks. These are just a few practices we are willing to uphold. Does this sound safe to you? Safer than walking into Target with people who are not masked and not social distancing? Safer than walking to a car dealership where the car salesman is right next to you wearing his mask underneath his nose and his chin, and this literally just happened to me this weekend. Please hear my case in letting salon suites open in phase 2 as we can provide a safer environment for our clients. Hair salon visits improve mental health, which is so needed right now. When you look good, you feel good. You will save a ton of small businesses when this is over. We have to pay back our business owner back rent in full, anywhere from $4,000 to $10,000, assuming we go back June 1st. Many of us do not qualify for PPP or SBA loans. I personally got denied for PPP because of my income last year. So how are we supposed to pay this rent? I have fellow hairdressers who literally told me they cannot feed their families. We as an industry are struggling. We are pleading for the opportunity to open in phase 2 based on our professional qualifications to service our clients without spreading COVID-19. That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much for your comments. Next caller, please.
Good evening. Please state your name for the record. Good evening. Please state your name for the record.
Wendy Gehrig.
Hi, Wendy. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Chairman Gore and members of the board, as I stated, my name is Wendy Garrick, and I'm calling on behalf of not only the Roseville Area Chamber of Commerce, but the Rockland Area Chamber of Commerce, the Lincoln Area Chamber of Commerce, and the Loomis Basin Chamber of Commerce. The devastation of COVID-19 stands to permanently alter our lives and the trajectory of history. We applaud and are thankful for the swift leadership response within our region to ensure our safety, preserve our quality of life, and shield the livelihoods for our residents through this pandemic. While we have been strong supporters of the stay-at-home directive, we acknowledge the devastating effects that the directive is having on the overall well-being of our community and economy. We, the Reopen South Placer Safely Coalition, comprised of Roseville, Rockland, Lincoln, and Loomis chambers, strongly advocate for a measured and phased approach to businesses opening that will bridge the health and economic needs while allowing businesses to reopen in order to thwart the economic destruction we face. Integral to the reopening of low-risk businesses, as shared by the governor yesterday, is the need for a readiness plan. We have had the pleasure of working collaboratively with your staff and economic development specialists in Rockland, Roseville, Lincoln, and Loomis, and we believe that the draft plan to reopen Placer is a comprehensive approach that drives the best goal of back to work safely, keep the curve flat. Best practices have been captured that communicate vital safeguards and precautions for boosting consumer confidence. We advocate adopting such a plan in collaboration with our representative community. We, the South Placer Chambers, pledge to you our full support for educating our members about the plan and how to move forward utilizing best practices. As advocates for the South Placer business community, we spearheaded an effort to seek input from our local businesses regarding the opening plan. Chair Gore shared with you earlier that we received 1,800 responses, which we're still collecting them. That 18 was cut off at noon today, and the number of responses that we had where people took the time, over 700, to share their input. I won't read them all because I couldn't fit them in my time frame, but I just wanted to do two of them. Completely shut us down. We may not survive the closure as a business. Sales down 90%. Furlough 12 employees. In closing, we thank you again for keeping us safe, and because of your precautions, we are ready to open. We would ask that you submit to the governor the Open Placer Safely Readiness Plan and support the resolution before you today, requesting the governor acknowledge and allow counties to craft local guidelines to address COVID-19. Thank you for all of your hard work.
Thank you, Wendy. Next caller, please.
Good evening. Please state your name for the record.
Hi, it's Bill Halden from Rockland.
Hi, Bill. Go ahead, please.
Just want to echo many of the comments that you've heard today. I certainly support any effort that will put local control in charge of our reopening rather than the state, because I think the local officials are best positioned to do it in the best way. I was encouraged by Dr. Sisson's comments earlier about we've passed the point where it's essential versus non-essential, but looking for ways to open up the quote-unquote non-essential businesses. And in doing so, I've heard from many business owners in my community who have businesses that are on the tail end of opening under Governor Newsom's plan, hair salons, personal care, entertainment venues, and I've heard from these people great plans to reopen safely, and I would encourage you, and to the extent that you can influence the governor, to allow businesses like this to open up sooner with good safety plans. And people are very creative and innovative to come up with those safety plans, and masks, ban on those kinds of openings till later this summer would just put them out of business. So many people have invested not only huge capital in their businesses, but just huge personal time and effort to see those go by the wayside for no reason. So appreciate all your time and effort on this issue, and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Councilmember Halden. Next caller, please.
Good evening. Please state your name for the record.
My Anastasia Shealy.
I'm sorry. We couldn't understand you.
I'm sorry, I'm in the car. Anastasia Shealy.
Okay, go ahead.
Just tell her to speak loudly.
Okay, I appreciate you wanting to hear our voices. I think we're ready to actually open again. I think it's needed. People need to work and get outside, and with caution, of course, and the rules that are being applied now, but a little less stringent maybe. But I think, we're ready to open up. I mean, people can't stay locked up in their homes forever, and they need to go to work and earn a living and be able to go outside. That's I'm very grateful that you hear our voices, that you're willing to listen to our opinion also.
Great. Thank you very much for your input. We appreciate it. Next caller, please.
Good evening. Please state your name for the record. Good evening. Please state your name for the record.
This is Paul Gallo.
Go ahead, Paul.
Okay, I'm sorry. There's a delay here. I'm back again. Sorry for that. I am in full agreement with this resolution on both points of the resolution. But I'm wondering, it's been reported that 30 counties have already requested that the governor give them autonomy over their own counties, and he has rejected their request. And I'd like to know, I've got a couple of question and then a comment. I'd like to know why you think that Governor Newsom would do this specifically for Placer County. Also, there has been 3 other counties, Modoc, Yuba, and Sutter, that have also requested and were turned down by the governor, and they have decided to go ahead on their own. I would like to see Placer County do the same. I would appreciate if you could have a conversation. You have talked about this resolution, but you have not talked about the possibility of the county just taking this control of this and getting this done for our county. It is extremely important. And I would add one comment that I added before. We are a charter county, and we do have certain abilities to be able to do these sorts of things. So I will cut it off at that, but I would appreciate if you would have a conversation on opening up or taking control and having autonomy over the Placer County. Thank you very much, and thank you for your patience. Have a good day.
Thank you, Paul. Next caller, please.
This is the last one.
I think we're at the last one.
Good evening. Please state your name for the record.
Is there anybody else?
That's it.
All right. We will close public comment. Thank you, everyone who has commented, and we do appreciate it. We need to hear from our residents, and we recognize how important this is to our residents. It's very important. So,
I had one additional public comment I received, and I was just going to read it. This is from Mayor Daniel Berlant from the City of Auburn. He was unable to testify, but he did text me to say that they truly appreciate the county's efforts to include the city in the response and recovery. We support the county's resolution to get more local control on reopening decisions, even though the governor has already stated this. So I just wanted to make sure we put that on the record. The City of Auburn had weighed in.
Thank you.
And I have a friendly amendment to the resolution. And then I had a couple comments. So do you mind if I do suggest, well, but given that, I have to, 3 minutes, I will go. On the language on the be it resolved, I just want to suggest that we replace one phrase with another. So, be it resolved by the Board of Supervisors, County of Placer, State of California asserts that the current state of emergency is no longer, and here's where I would insert, warranted statewide, comma, and requests that the governor immediately, and then I would personally like to see adhere to state law and be removed, the governor immediately proclaim the termination of the state of emergency.
I'm sorry, I'm not clear on the proposal.
So I would include, instead of in order, I would put
Right.
warranted statewide.
Yes.
And request that the governor immediately proclaim the termination of the state. Yeah, that's
I take no issue with the
First
the
one.
warranted statewide, but no, I'm.
You want the second
I
one.
very much think it is imperative. And let me tell you why. If I'm, no, you
Yeah.
go ahead with your comments. And
Well,
you go ahead.
Thank you for letting me present that, and
No, please, thank you.
we'll make one and maybe not the other. I want to say that none of us at any level in our country knew what we were dealing with when we first entered into this. So whatever our leaders did above us and what we did was in reaction to what we knew at the time. And even in the last 2 weeks, the change I have seen in the sentiment of the community and the acceptance of the majority to move forward with cautious reopening, and it is just astounding. And I want to continue to point out our business community because, as I've mentioned several times, our ski areas took the initiative long before anybody told them to, suffering millions and millions of dollars of lost revenue. And while they are major corporations, they made that decision to protect the public health with the information they had at the time, and that was just so outstanding. And the rest of our business community, we didn't have to cite any businesses. We didn't go out and shut people down. They did what we asked them to do. And so I want to thank our residents, but I truly want to thank our business community because their cooperation through this has been just outstanding. And we are flattening the curve, which is what we were asked to do. We did not think we were going to cure this virus. We know we are going to live with it, hopefully for a shorter period of time, but it may be a long time. But we were just asked to flatten this curve and then to move on. And that's why I'm supporting somewhat of a revised resolution, if I'm successful. And really talking about our business community. And then one other point I wanted to make is one size doesn't fit all. And hospitality is the bread and butter of Tahoe. There's no point in opening up any other businesses if we're not going to have lodging for guests to come to shop at those businesses. So we've got to find a way to get hospitality moved up. June 1st, I heard one gentleman, Alex, said July 1. Others have told me June 1 to get going, and I really want to push for a June 1. Whatever we need to do, they are willing and able to provide the sanitation that is recommended by their industry and by the CDC, and we need to give them that opportunity, get that to Dr. Sisson, get that to the governor, and push for that reopening. And finally, I just have to say, we're all, and our leaders, we were all operating out of fear, and we continue to be fearful. None of us want to get this virus. None of us want to give this virus to anyone, but we have to take personal responsibility, and that's what's going to get us through this, is personal responsibility for ourselves. If we don't feel safe, go home and stay home. Don't go to the event. Don't go to the store. Don't go to the barber shop. But those who want to and feel they can, practice social distancing, wear a face covering, wash your hands, disinfect, take all the steps. We know so much more than we did just a couple weeks ago. And we have to rely in this country, not on authoritarianism, but on personal responsibility. And that's why I'm going to support this resolution with or without my suggested modifications, because I know we need to move forward. And I honor what the governor has done. I do not want to poke at him He did the best he could with, I can't even imagine my job, let alone his job. And what we've experienced in this last 6 weeks of pulling together as a county with our businesses, I think we can be successful. We're not going to cure it, but maybe we should study it. I totally support Robert trying to do this study, as well as really educating our public on what they can do to protect themselves and be safe and reopen our county so that we can all enjoy economic stability, which is so critical. So my tirade is over, and did I make my 3 minutes?
Probably not.
Thank you.
Actually, Supervisor Holmes wanted to say something, then we can talk about the wording.
I just want to agree with Supervisor Gustafson. Not only are the businesses willing and able to comply with the restrictions that they have, they're ready to open. They've been planning this. All the businesses are set everything up. So a lot of them are going to have to, if you want to go to a restaurant, you're going to have to make a reservation. You're going to have an hour. You've got to leave, and then they'll come in and clean everything. So I agree, and I agree with your amendments to that.
Supervisor Euler.
Yeah, if I may speak briefly in defense of the original language of the resolution. Definitions matter. And when state law is crafted and passed, as with the case with the California Emergency Services Act, which, as I read this definition, I would inform my colleagues, this was passed in 1970 in the state of California. Governor Ronald Reagan signed this and chaptered this into law. A Republican legislature signed this and chaptered this into law. As I read the definition and what we're dealing with today, with the amount of overreach from one government level to another, I want us to remember, what do we think was probably the original intent of these definitions when this was passed into law versus how is it being put into practice today. Defines 3 conditions or degrees. This is chapter, for those of you following along at home, Chapter 7, the California Emergency Services Act, Article 2, General Definitions, Definition 8558. There are 3 conditions or degrees of emergency established in this chapter. One is a state of war emergency. One is a state of emergency, means the duly proclaimed existence of conditions of disaster or extreme peril to the safety of persons and property within the state caused by conditions such as, goes on to a whole bunch of things, including epidemic, which, by reason of their magnitude, are or are likely to be beyond the control of the services, personnel, equipment, and facilities of any single county, city and county, or city. So when a state of emergency statewide was declared, we fit the definition, clearly. However, definition number 3, local emergency, means the duly proclaimed existence of conditions of disaster or extreme peril to the safety of persons and property within the territorial limits of a county, city and county, or city caused by conditions such as air pollution, blah, 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 and includes epidemic. Within the very definition of the state law that gives the governor the authority to declare a statewide state of emergency, which he did, citing the Section B, it outlines a local emergency in Section C. What is the governor's plan that he's put forward?
It's state.
County by county. We're going to let you all do it county by county. As long as you adhere to our rules, we're going to break it down county by county. By very definition, that is a series of local emergencies. The statewide state of emergency, by definition, no longer applies when the governor's own plan says, we're going to let these counties go into this phase and these counties go into this phase. He's evaluating on a county-by-county basis, thereby obviating the need for a statewide state of emergency, which is why I wrote in the resolution, again citing the government code chapter, the governor shall proclaim the termination of a statewide state of emergency at the earliest possible date that conditions warrant. It doesn't say he shall string it out by setting various standards for various counties. No, that's the definition of a local emergency. So that's why I am insistent on my language. I'm sorry, I don't mean to use the word insistent. I would Strongly prefer. I would strongly prefer my language that we direct the governor to adhere to state law, because by definition he is in violation of state law. Now, to the other point that was made about we can't do anything until we have a plan. We have to have a plan in place for all of our businesses before we reopen. Rhetorical question, granted, but what was the plan when we shut everything down? Was the plan 30 million unemployed Americans? Was the plan 60% of small businesses across the country at risk of failure? Was the plan tens of millions of kids denied an education? Because if that was the plan, congratulations, we achieved the plan. No, the fact of the matter is we didn't have a plan going into this. We simply flipped the switch and said, this is what we're going to do. Now, was it a government plan that created one of the strongest economic periods of expansion in our nation's history leading up to this pandemic? No, it was a series of individual businesses implementing their own business plans that created that economy. That's all I'm asking for. Let our individual businesses do what we know they can do, what they have done, what delivered us the strong economy that we had before. They will adapt to this. They will serve the needs of their customers. They will take care of their customers. And I encourage this board to simply recognize we have an opportunity today to ask this governor to please recognize the primacy of state law and the definitions contained therein, and allow us as a county to move forward as we see fit. So those are my comments in support of the resolution as I wrote it. However, in the spirit of compromise, I have no problems with incorporating the language that
the
you...
warranted statewide?
Yes.
Okay. Megan, did you get that?
I did get it. So
Thank you.
If you don't mind, Cindy, just look at it real quick.
Just where it says is no longer in order.
Robert, you have some comments? Go ahead.
Yeah, just very briefly, I appreciate Kirk's research and the detail behind it, because it just, in a full and complete way, substantiates the comments that I spoke to when I started, which was that I think this model that we are experimenting with in this country for this period of time that we've enjoyed is based on the fact, again, that it maximizes individual governance and decision making and markets related to that. And then again, we need federal, state, and local government, but to me, I always filter where should it occur, and if it can be done at the local level, it should not be done by the state or the federal government. And today, I think it's extremely important that we push back on that point.
I agree. I think the only thing that's really important to me, because I'm ready to move forward with this, I think, though, that our county we've got to open up, right? Yes, healthy, do it healthy and safe and all, but so what are our next steps?
Well,
because
that's
at this point, we're waiting for, at this point, we have opportunity come Friday, according to the governor, but not really, because of all of his requirements and the steps that need to be taken. But I don't want to wait for another 2 weeks. Our businesses cannot wait for another 2 weeks to survive. So then what are our next steps? We've been working with our business community. We've been working with our health officer. We are actually already have procedures in place for retail and manufacturing and restaurants. Those have already been put into place. We've been working with Dr. Sisson on those. I think it's time to move forward with those as well. But that's the next step.
Well, I was just going to add, I agree, and we won't know until Thursday, apparently, what the next situation is. So I am prepared to hold a special meeting whenever the rest of you want to get together, because we're going to need to react to whatever comes out Thursday and Friday so that we can move forward. And if we have to take more dramatic action, I don't know where I'll be at that point, but I certainly am hopeful that we can continue to persuade the governor and show our wisdom and what our business's wisdom is moving forward. And if that doesn't work, then You know, if we need another meeting, I don't want to wait 2 weeks either. We need to give definition to people of when they can expect things to move forward.
Two observations, if I may, on that point. First of all, I've been informed by one restaurateur and 2 cosmetologists that the governor is using the state licensing mechanism through the alcohol beverage control on liquor licenses to punish restaurants that would move forward in counties that allow them to open. And the cosmetologists, of course, are all licensed by the state as well, and their licenses are being threatened. So even if we were to do something where we tell our restaurants and our cosmetologists, you go ahead, evidently the governor is making it known he intends to use the full force and effect of state law to threaten them, which is, again, to my language in here. But more to the point, to my language in here and to your questions you're asking, Supervisor Gore, and I'm glad you raised this because I was hoping the conversation would go here. I would like to know what standing we have when there's clearly a violation of state law for the county to move forward with litigation against the governor and force the governor to act in compliance with state law. What is our standing where we clearly see that he has overreached and continues, well, may not originally, but has continued to overreach since the situation has devolved to the point where individual jurisdictions are willing to take on the responsibility. With this resolution, citing this government code section, requesting adherence to state law, can the county move forward with, after 72 hours, if we don't hear anything back, then we file suit? Yes, I'm looking at you, Karen.
Sure. I won't guarantee anything will be ready in 72 hours.
No, I understand. I understand. Maybe that was, but there's no reason the board can't today say we're passing this resolution and we expect to force it with legal action if it's not listened to.
Well, of course, I'm going to take a softer approach, and we'll arm wrestle here. You know, my thinking is pull together these plans for reopening and include hospitality and the rest of the businesses, because it only went through task 2 that we've put together so far, or phase 2. Let's get a plan together. You know, we've canceled fireworks, we've canceled special events. I know other jurisdictions are considering that. We all understand our lives have changed, and our business community, again, is putting forward ideas. Let's get answers to them and put that forward. And if we need to go the next step, I hope we'll do it with other counties and other jurisdictions making a case and not on our own.
So you're using the language, let's get a plan together. Do you mean guidelines as opposed
well,
to a plan?
the guidelines that I've already seen that Sherry Conway's been putting together, right? Mm-hmm. But those didn't include hospitality and lodging.
Okay.
So
and I'm with you on let's have some established guidelines that advise our business community. If you're in this sector,
right,
these are the steps that we advise you take to keep your employees and your patrons safe. But
yeah, they're guidelines.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm fully supportive
good
of that.
Practices, yes. And that's where we want to go, because none of us want to see a resurgent. One of the fears I've heard from the business community in Tahoe is opening up too soon, getting a surge, and then being shut down in July and August. They'd much rather go more slowly. And this goes from the Ritz-Carlton, talking to the general manager there, down to boat repair folks. Let's go slow to get it right. And we, the business community, stand behind that kind of reopening, which Absolutely. Is really positive to me. And then if we can work with the other counties if we have to go to that route, which I certainly hope we don't, at least we'd be with other counties in that approach.
So it's giving me a little opportunity to look up the code.
If I talk long enough, you'll have an answer.
So we could file suit against the governor on the ground is no longer a state of emergency under Government Code Section 8558, which discusses the conditions and duties of emergency. I will caution you that filing suit sounds really, really nice, but if you think anything is going to happen quickly within the state when our courts are shut down, you're sorely mistaken.
Right. And to that point, it's so what do we do next? I think that to me is most important is what do we do next to help our businesses move forward? You know, do we take an approach like Sutter and Yuba did, which was, hey, go ahead and we're not liable for any decisions you make.
Let's talk a little bit about Yuba Sutter. Yuba Sutter did not actually go against the governor. If you read their order, what they say is, these can open up, but we're not going to go contrary to the governor's order. So what Sutter and Yuba did do is establish where everybody seems to be going is going to risk, you know, low, medium, high risk, and what can start to open up. So it sounds good in the press, but if you read the order, it's not quite what you might think it is. You know, the thing you might want to do, as much as you don't want to wait, and I get that totally, is to wait to see what these guidelines are. Because if you read his order that he issued yesterday, his order says that there's going to be a way to fast track through the phase 2 through self-certification. And if that's the case, and I don't know what that's going to be.
I appreciate that, Karen, but my point by bringing this resolution is he doesn't have the authority to do that under statewide state of emergency.
I get that, but
he, by his own definition, is localizing this state of emergency, and that's a local emergency. We're not, and we don't choose to declare a local emergency. That's my point of bringing this resolution. Now, I understand your caution and the prudence, and that's why you're the attorney, and I'm not. But I don't want to soft sell this. My point is he doesn't have the authority to proceed the way that he is proceeding, and he needs to give the authority back to the local jurisdictions the way state law is written.
I'm not suggesting you soft sell this.
Okay.
What I'm saying is I don't think you have enough information yet to figure out what your next steps are. So you take this resolution, you send it to the governor.
Mm-hmm.
It's not going to get any action any sooner than these guidelines are going to come down on Thursday. All I'm saying is that if there's a way for self-certification, maybe then you see a pathway to help get there quicker. That's all I was saying.
Okay. Fair enough.
Supervisor Wygant.
Yeah, so I'm going to focus on building on the emergency meeting concept, because commitment that Shanti and I expressed to Todd today is that I would hope that we actually could potentially get some of this testing out and back as quickly as possible, but we don't have control over testing capacity and production of kits. But at the same time, I appreciate Kirk's comments and strategically the direction that it's pointed and how that potentially contrasts with pragmatism. But it's a strong message, one that I think is steeped in a good argument. But the key thing is an outcome. So we're gonna have that message. We're going forward with other steps, and I think that's the most important thing at this point. And if something does break big and we are all willing to get back together, even if it's just for a couple hours, then I'm certainly willing to do that as well.
And we could allocate then or move on the testing, or are we okay to give that direction today, or do we need to take further action on the testing? Because I think
I'm okay now, particularly in light of it could be so expensive that I don't think it's worth it.
Okay.
But it could be with financial partners that it's very affordable. I think it's affordable. I don't know if there's capacity. Stanford might have capacity, and I'm sure what we heard was sincere. What I would love is, and what I've talked about, is a partnership between UC Davis and Stanford that had been peer reviewed, but then we are the laboratory for all of that. And so those things can easily take a couple of weeks to actually learn, but if in the event everything fell together like in a couple of days, then maybe I'd be asking us to get back together so we could actually start something quickly, depending on it's not going to be perfectly cheap. I'm confident it will be affordable, but it's a provocative decision that the board would probably want to consider.
Supervisor Holmes.
Oh, I think I know where everybody is on this. I just thought maybe we could adopt a resolution that was put before us with the change that Supervisor Gustafson requested us, changing the in order, or the warranted piece. So I just want to make that motion. We can beat this thing to death.
Okay, well then,
I'll second that motion.
I have a motion by Supervisor Holmes and a second by Supervisor Gustafson. And I think I just need a roll call, or do I need a?
This is just on
This is
adopting
just
the
on
resolution.
the resolution.
I just want to read that into the record. Adopt a resolution requesting the governor acknowledge and allow counties to craft local guidelines to address COVID-19.
That is the resolution, yes.
And that's as amended, then?
As amended. That is correct. All right, so all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. It was Holmes and Gustafson. All right, and then just sort of a follow-up. Once we find out from the governor, after the moving goalposts seemed to happen yesterday and today, about what this certification, self-certification looks like, if the county can actually self-certify, I spoke with Dr. Sisson today, and actually it may not require a vote of the board. And if that's the case, then we could actually just move forward. So we'll hear more about what that self-certification is. And then if the goalposts have really changed, then I think we have a meeting and we have some further conversation about what we're doing. Because I think if there's an opportunity to move forward with what the governor has said, this is it, let's do it. But if it's almost impossible, like the testing goes up to 600 tests a day, and we now moved to 400, and that was a whole lot different. Today they were asking for 600, yesterday it was 400. So they keep changing the goalposts, which is super frustrating when we've made so much progress.
Well, and then I have to add, if I can, and they're not really deferring or delegating to the county, they're changing their order to argue that point, and it's not the same thing.
Yeah. Right. No, they're not giving us, he talked about having some freedom locally. That's not really the case.
Well, I just wanted to ask staff if we could please get our guideline or our recommendations for reopening to them now and say, we're working on these. And this is what we're working with our business community out, because the governor has a task force that's working on reopening with Tom Steyer and others, whoever's all on that task force. I think, our businesses are showing they're ready and willing to do what's right here. And here are the protocols that came from our business community. And I always think it's better to try to influence it before decisions are made than wait till they come out with them. And so if we can somehow influence this, both through the resolution and through educating them on how much we're doing, and Todd, I know that the North Lake Tahoe Resort Association's recommendations will be in tomorrow to Dr. Sisson. And, we're canceling events. We're taking all kinds of proactive steps as communities to get reopened. So let's let them know that. Because I do feel like we've got to validate that we are making efforts to contain the virus and to do our best to reopen as well. So I'd like to get it to them and at least have them consider that this is what communities are doing and willing to do, and businesses are willing to do. Is that okay with everyone?
I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah.
I know. You don't think he has the authority.
I think the governor's acting outside of his authority, so I don't want to placate him, but yeah, I mean,
I think we have to be the advocates for. I think we have to be the advocates for our community members, and so educating our elected officials, our state senators, our governor, let them know we're in this to move forward. And
if I could just add, I think I saw the look on Kirk's face, and I think I know what he's thinking, which is a little scary, but
after 18 years.
Going back again to my discussion about how I was wired on this question as it relates to local, state, federal government, it's as if, to me, there's very little consideration given to the intense incentives individuals have to not get sick, to keep their businesses open by not causing this thing to resurge. They're paying attention, they're smart. That's the way our system was designed. And there's never any discussion about that. I never hear that coming forward.
Good point. So thank you, City
So why don't I
echo?
Yeah, can I
echo
revise?
that. Yeah, go ahead.
Maybe I revise it to say at least a letter that says we have worked with our businesses on safe reopening practices and are prepared to institute those, or something along those lines. And we're happy to share that information. Our health officer has all of those, and that we're working diligently to reopen. I don't know that because my concern is I don't necessarily want them adopting rules, these as rules when they're guidelines for businesses. Does that make sense?
Yep.
I don't know I leave it to all of you.
I just think that we have to have guidelines in place so that our businesses are ready to roll when it's time, right? Which is why our economic development team has been doing that with the chambers. They've already got the guidelines in place. They're there. So let's
which
make
I
sure.
think is consistent with what the governor would want anyways. He's asking for locals to determine guidelines for safe openings of these things. So I think it would be consistent with what he's proposing.
Just add lodging in there.
Yeah. And lodging.
Because that's key.
Okay.
For Lake Tahoe. All right.
In fitness centers.
All right. Thank you for that very robust conversation. Okay, we were totally off. Yes,
As a
Karen.
point of clarification, is the board going to take action on 6A2? I know it's just direction, but did you want to take action on that?
I think we already did. 6A2.
Later.
We were going to take a look at it, see if we could see what it costs.
I envisioned it as being board give direction kind of a thing. So I think I heard five of us say that,
I'm interested.
Todd's got to collect some research and we need more information. So I think I'm comfortable with that part.
Okay. Yeah, we'll bring back the scope and then financially what that may look like. Okay.
Thank you. All right, so we were a little off on our timing, and I think Megan was right. We should have started more than an hour earlier than we did. But with that, we still have budgets to go over. I need like a 7-minute break. How about if we come back? What's that? At a quarter to 7, so that we can stretch, breathe a little bit.
All right.
And we'll recess for a few minutes, and Daniel, you can get yourself set up. Thank you. already. All right, welcome back, everyone, to the rest of our Board of Supervisors meeting. We'll move to item 7A, which is our county department budget presentations. Daniel, thank you for waiting, and take it away.
Evening, and good evening to all the board members. I'm Daniel Chatney, the Finance and Budget Operations Manager. Tonight's presentation is an opportunity for departments to present their fiscal year 2021 budget requests, supplemental requests, capital expenses, and update the board on any emerging issues within their department. All designed to help develop the recommended budget that will be presented to your board on June 9th. I'd like to start by setting the stage on the fiscal year 2021 budget. This budget at this time is in balance. It is in balance to new year revenue with no use of fund balance except where strategically used to support capital expenditures. However, the 2021 budget is balanced before any reduction to revenues due to the COVID-19 pandemic and is also balanced before any supplemental requests. So unless there are any questions from the board, we'll get started with the department budgets. Okay.
That's good.
So a little change up in tonight's presentation. So the plan of attack will be I will introduce the brief budget summary slide and then introduce the department heads to take over the remaining slides. Some department heads have opted out of tonight's presentation. These departments have submitted balanced budgets and they have no supplemental requests for the board to consider. For these departments, I will run through the budget summary slide, and then if there are no questions from the board, move on to the next department's budget. And with that, just a reminder, we rescheduled this department budget presentation from April 21st to allow the opportunity to assess early impacts from COVID-19, allow for updates to the submitted budgets, and defer or cancel any supplemental requests. Tonight, we'll be talking a little bit about the supplemental requests. So the currently developed fiscal year 2021 budget amounts to $981,658,668. The CEO's office did receive 140 supplemental requests from departments that totaled $52.2 million. Those requests had offsetting revenue of about $12 million, resulting in a new net county cost or general fund support ask of nearly just over $40 million. Those requests also came with 40 FTE requests. So we asked the departments to do some due diligence, review their supplemental requests, defer any that were not time sensitive or critical to COVID-19 response or critical to their ongoing operations. We were able to also absorb some of the supplemental requests into the existing 1920 budget or into the department's base budget. So we were able to reduce the number of requests from 147, we reduced it by 32, and then by 54 again when the department resubmitted their supplemental requests with their deferments and deletions. So that remaining 61 requests total. When the sheriff submitted his budget, there were 7 supplemental requests all related to one topic. So we combined those 7 into one, so resulting in 55 supplemental requests that will be presented to you this evening. The total of those dropped down to $21.9 million. Offsetting revenue of almost $6.7 million, and a new net county cost of $15 million, and 22 FTE being requested for fiscal year 2021. So the first department budget up is the assessor's budget, and Kristen Spears has opted out of presenting this evening, so I will preview the department's budget slide for you. And here that is. Not really much change from the fiscal year 1920 adopted budget, just a small increase, mostly related to labor increase costs. And then the revenues also escalating up as we matched prior year actuals and the expected new year revenue. So overall, the net county cost for that department's budget just dropped by nearly $100,000. There are no supplemental requests and no requests for additional funded allocations for her department. And if there are no questions about those numbers, we'll move on to the next. Okay, the next department up is the auditor controller's budget. The general fund budget for the auditor controller is reduced from fiscal year 1920. That was the result of the decrease in funded positions from 44 to 41, as you can see at the bottom of the slide. Their revenue expectation for 2021 is a little bit higher than the 2021 base, but just about the same as the fiscal year 1920 budget. And overall, the net county cost or general fund support for the auditor controller's budget is decreasing. Also within the auditor controller's office is an internal service fund, which is the Workday support organization. And this is supporting, obviously, the county-wide Workday software system. And this budget looks very similar to as it did last year, with expenses rising by about $300,000 and revenues staying on par. These are revenues that are collected from internal departments through an ISF charge. And then they have an add of general fund support, an add to fund balance of about $179,000. This is the second year for this ISF, so they're trying to build a little bit of a reserve in there to plan for future activities and the like. They have 14 funded positions in 1920, no new requests for fiscal year 2021, and the auditor controller, Andy Sisk, is standing by to present the rest of his department.
Great. Thank you very much, Daniel. Much appreciated. Well, let me be the first to say good evening, Chairwoman Gore, members of the Board of Supervisors, Todd and Karen. This is Andy Sisk, Auditor Controller for Placer County. And let me start off by first quoting our CEO, Todd, who sent out a letter to our employees last week. And it read, "Many of you have gone above and beyond, and the impact has been profound." And I want to build off of that because that was well said, and I want to leverage off of that and say the impact and the need has been immediate. And our investment in Workday has paid dividends and has made providing essential services via telework seamless. Why has that occurred? Because we eliminated many manually intensive processes requiring paper to process documents that are now automated through workflows. As many of you probably know, payroll is one of the most critical services that we provide to Placer County employees and many of our special districts. Within 2 weeks, we were able to have all of our payroll technicians working from home and doing all of the payroll work from home and paying all 3,000 employees as accurately and timely as possible. Second, we have an accounts payable and a warrants unit. And unfortunately, and it's fortunate, we have to bring employees into the office to print warrants. And so that is definitely an essential service. What we didn't realize at the time was the impact that Workday would have, and that employees were going to be able to process documents from the comfort of their home. And the workload kept increasing in terms of getting vendor payments out the door. And we had to, again, transition to get those accounts payable clerks in a position so that we could keep up and get those vendor payments out to people so we could keep the economy flowing. We also had a critical deadline to meet with the annual single audit, and the federal government did not give us any relief from the March 31st deadline. And I'm happy to say we successfully submitted that report on time. And last, our property tax division still kept the apportionment process flowing, getting monies out to local governments, and at the same time continuing to meet the statutory deadlines as set out by the Redevelopment Agency dissolution, which had a deadline of April 1st. Again, no deadlines were afforded to us. So all of this, again, has provided a value to the citizens of Placer County and, more importantly, to our employees and special districts that need us. The second investment that this board made and this county made was having a dedicated support organization to support the application. And ever since COVID-19, the federal government and the state government have been issuing many guidelines, but it was the Coronavirus Act that really hit us hard in terms of having to make changes and configure changes into our Workday system from an HR and payroll perspective. And I'm happy to say that that went very seamlessly. There was great collaboration, very dedicated work, and quick decision-making that was accomplished in trying to make all that happen. The thing that was really telling was we had a plan to, in the event of a disaster, to make sure we could get employees paid. And we were going to estimate time and probably not pay premium pay. Our county departments did not want that. They wanted people paid accurately. They wanted them paid timely. And more importantly, they wanted the time going into the system to be as accurate as possible, so we didn't have to go back and do labor corrections. So we didn't have to do retroactive payments. And all of this, again, paid dividends by having this dedicated support unit. As I now walk quickly through the slides, we're going to continue to provide that high level of customer service to our end users, especially as it relates to this Workday application. We expect the demand to increase, but primarily as it relates to continuing to stabilize the system, our reporting needs, our training needs, and all that team has been working on, unless these emergencies arise, is enhancing the application. I think we've had close to 300 enhancements that have been on the list, and it's just refreshing to be able to talk about enhancements to the system and not have to talk about fixing things that were in the system that were bugs and an implementation that didn't go right. Again, this has provided huge dividends to us. We're going to continue to focus on succession planning and cross-training. And cross-training is something that is very near and dear to my office. I talk about it every year. And one key success to teamwork is having a dedicated, deep, and talented bench. And many great coaches know that. You have to have a good bench. It's nice to have some great all-stars. And we have many of those. But you definitely have to have bench strength, because at some point those all-stars are going to retire. In the area of payroll, we have a 30-year payroll supervisor that's leaving the county, and we've planned for that. In the area of property taxes, which is a complicated area, it takes time to learn that area. Our recent senior accountant was just promoted to be the president of our tax manager subcommittee of the Auditors Association. It's a great leadership opportunity for him, and he's going to continue to develop his skill set. And then in the areas of financial reporting, internal audits, and general accounting, we have plans in place to make sure that we have good succession planning. And last, we're going to continue to reach out to colleges and high schools to ensure students understand career opportunities. We had engaged with Beta Alpha Psi, which is the accounting fraternity at Sac State, to go to their Meet the Firms event. Unfortunately, that did get canceled as related to COVID-19, but we're looking forward to participating in that event when it comes in the fall. And last year, we also participated in the Youth and Government program and bringing high school students in from Placer High School. What an eye-opener that was. And I think my department, as well as my managers, really enjoyed reaching out to the students. And I give kudos to the HR department for initiating that effort and reaching out to our high schools. In summary, we look forward to keeping up with evolving technology, along with the changing workforce working in new workplaces. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Andy. Looks like no, Supervisor Holmes.
Oh, I don't have a question, just a comment. Thank you so much for the hard work you've done over this year in getting the workday out. And I just want to let you know that once again, Andy, you've hit it out of the park.
Thank you, Supervisor Holmes.
Thanks. Have a good evening, and we do appreciate your work. We're much better positioned as a county because of all the work that went on with Workday.
Thank you, Chairwoman Gore.
All right.
Okay. So as we mentioned earlier, no supplemental requests for the auditor controller, no capital expenditures projected. And so our next department will be the clerk, recorder, and elections. And the fiscal year 2021 department requested budget, $10.4 million, which is about $700,000 under last year's adopted budget. And revenues also trending down a little bit there, mostly all related to supplemental requests that were awarded to the department last year. The net county cost for the department went up slightly, and no requests for additional funded positions in fiscal year 2021. The department does have supplemental requests, which the clerk recorder, Ryan Ronco, will address with the board. And Ryan is ready, so we will switch over to Ryan.
Good evening, Chair Gore and members of the board, Mr. Leopold, Ms. Schwab, and clerk of the board Wood. I'm Ryan Ronco, your clerk recorder registrar of voters. Hope you can hear me okay.
Yes, we can.
Good, excellent. Normally at this time I would introduce Lisa Kramer, your assistant county clerk. Stephen I, your assistant recorder, registrar of voters, and Sandy Lewicka, our ASO, but I'm Zooming from home today. So I got my dog Dodger with me. I got my cat Kitty, and my 19-year-old son, if he's awake, Jack, is upstairs. And if we experience any lag on this, it's because he's playing Modern Warfare, I'm sure, with his friends. So I apologize for that. Daniel has done a great job providing you with an overview of our budget picture. As you can imagine, we have attempted to approach fiscal year 2020-2021 as conservatively as possible, and we've stripped away any supplemental requests that could be deferred to the next fiscal year. Greg or Jeremy, I'm going to ask you to move to slide 17 if you don't mind. Excuse me, we're already there. Sorry. If you could go back, that's the emerging issues slide. This is a big word salad for you to read. Really what it's trying to tell you is we don't know what the November election is going to look like. In the days leading up to the March election, right at the start of the coronavirus pandemic, we were losing up to 100 poll workers a day who were quitting because they were scared to contract the virus. We didn't lose any poll sites for March, but if the election had been just a week or two later, I believe we would have seen that happen. Because there have been lots of talk about a return to the virus in the fall, and you guys have been discussing that quite extensively today. We've been receiving calls from our poll workers and from our polling locations telling us they will not be available in November. And Placer is not alone in this development. This is occurring up and down the state and quite frankly across the nation. And in response, the governor and the legislature have been working on an executive order and legislation to do something. At this stage, we don't know what that something is, but we do think that it's likely to require for us to send vote by mail ballots to all voters in November. The executive order and legislation may also require us to open voter service centers rather than our traditional polling places here in Placer County. If this happens, we may, and I want to stress may, because at this time we're just speculating, we may have to come back to you with a supplemental request for equipment to run the voter service centers and for whatever new requirements the state places on us, because we're not a voter service center county, and that requires different types of equipment than we currently have in Placer County. So Greg or Jeremy, if you could move to slide 18, please, I'd appreciate it. We have 4 supplemental requests for your consideration this fiscal year. Request number 1 is the purchase of an upgraded clerk recorder data management and cashiering system. This item is a holdover from last year, and the purchase is fully subvented by clerk recorder trust funds that are collected for this specific purchase. Request number 2 is the purchase of new servers to run functions in both the clerk recorder and elections sides of the house. These particular servers are at end of life and support critical functions in the office. The servers that support the clerk recorder's functions will be purchased by trust funds, and the servers that support elections functions cannot be purchased by trust funds. So we ask that that portion of the purchase, around $45,000, be made from the general fund. Requests 3 and 4 are the purchase of ballot printers for the elections office. Request 3 would replace our ballot on demand printers that are about to fall out of compliance with state regulations. Request number 4 would be to replace the high output printer in our server room that prints 22-inch duplex ballot images for ballot proofing. Neither of these purchases can be made from trust funds, so again, we're seeking general fund support to the tune of $70,000 for these 2 purchases. And Greg or Jeremy, slide 19, please. This last slide shows the capital expenditures that we're deferring to fiscal year 21-22, namely a sinking fund for the replacement of future elections equipment and new ballot opening and sorting hardware, and the capital expenditures we're requesting this year that I just discussed. That's a brief rundown of the clerk recorder elections budget requests. If you have any questions, I'm happy to take them, either regarding our emerging issues or these requests I've just discussed.
Thank you, Ryan. Appreciate the presentation. It looks like there are no questions, so you can sign off and play video games with your son.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on. We are now at the district attorney budget. Again, a small increase year over year, about $2 million from fiscal year 1920 adopted to 2021, and offsetting revenue of $26,783,557, and so no additional general fund support cost. There are 118 funded positions within the district attorney's office. There are no new supplemental requests and no supplemental requests for additional funded positions. And with that, I'll hand the presentation over to our district attorney, Mr. Morgan Geyer.
Good evening. Thank you, Daniel, and good evening, Chairwoman Gore and the rest of the supervisors, and Todd and Karen. It's a pleasure to be joining you tonight. We have no supplemental requests. I don't technically need to be talking to you tonight, but I wanted to say hello. As the new guy on the block, I thought I would check in. I hope to keep it very short, as I intend to make a larger presentation to the board, sort of updating all the things that have happened over the last several weeks. But we have had a number of challenges thrown our way in a short period of time since I've been here. Specifically, we had the emergency bail order from the Judicial Council and the Chief Justice, requiring us to identify a number of cases for people who would be released on a new $0 bail schedule. And our staff worked diligently with the Sheriff's Department, the Defense Bar, the court, and probation to identify those individuals that we chose to object to for the release. And that process went as smoothly as it could have, and we worked very well together with all of our justice partners. On the screen, you'll see a number of things that are really just designed to put on everyone's radar of some of the things we'll be seeing over the next year or two that will require the DA's office to act in a sort of less traditional role, as the legislature has created more mechanisms to open cases that have previously been closed. It has impacted our office and will continue to do so by requiring us to obtain documents, respond to lengthy petitions filed by particularly inmates serving long sentences, to both obtain discovery and to attempt to undo convictions that have already been secured. In addition to that, if we could go to the next slide, please, too, Craig or Jeremy. We have a number of other sort of legislative and propositions that will put a burden on sort of the criminal justice system. Oops, sorry, I went back. There we go. Including the felony murder petition process, as well as the remanding of the death penalty habeas corpus petitions back to the trial courts, which will then put them in our hands to litigate those. That was previously the responsibility of the Attorney General's office. That now falls on our hands, which we are more than capable of doing, but will add some additional burdens in the next coming years. So nothing immediate, nothing urgent, and certainly nothing immediately COVID-19 related, but just some things that we are monitoring and preparing for in the coming years. Other than that, it's been a good opportunity over the last several weeks to meet with a lot of our justice partners, and for me personally to meet with the wonderful staff here in the DA's office and hit the ground running. And I will look forward to giving a more full update in a couple of weeks, but I'm happy to answer any specific budget-related questions or anything that I've discussed. Otherwise, it's wonderful to see you in this modified format, and again, I'm just very thankful to be here in this wonderful office.
Thank you, Morgan. Well, it's great to see you. I'm glad you're there. It looks like you've got a number of challenges to tackle in this next year, so good luck. But
I'll take all the luck you're willing to give, but we'll handle it, that's for sure.
Great. Well, it's nice to see you. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
You too.
All right.
Okay, the next budget for presentation is the Sheriff's Office budget. So the Sheriff's Office budget resides in the Public Safety Fund, along with the District Attorney and Probation. There is about a 2.5% increase from fiscal year 1920 to 2021's department requested budget of $152.3 million. There are Sheriff's Office has about $4.8 million worth of supplemental requests. There are 563 funded positions in the Sheriff's Department, and 10 supplemental requests for additional staffing are included in the $4.8 million. A second budget in the Sheriff's Office is the DMV Special Collections Fund. This one is a $936,000 budget request for fiscal year 2021. That's down slightly from 1920, and that's just because the project plans and the expenditure plans haven't been submitted yet, and they will come forward as needed to amend their budget to support those efforts. And with that, I'll hand the presentation over to your County Sheriff, Devin Bell.
Good evening. Sheriff Bell here with the Sheriff's Office. Can you hear me okay? I'm sitting a little ways away from the speaker.
Go ahead, Devin.
Okay. First off, I want to say thank you to our Board of Supervisors. Appreciate your time this evening, and to Todd and Karen as well for being there in support. I want to thank Todd's team, specifically Daniel and his team, for working very collaboratively with us throughout this budget process. And I'm going to introduce my team, the folks who actually designed the budget. I have with me Captain Jess Swearingen, Under Sheriff Wayne Blue, and the ghost from Christmas past, Barbara Bassano, will be calling in as well. Real quickly, I want to recognize my staff throughout the COVID crisis. Professional staff who exercise tremendous flexibility in how they got their work done, and certainly everybody is not able to telecommute or work from home. I want to thank our deputy sheriffs, dispatchers, correctional officers who have to come to work and have done so admirably. They've done a yeoman's job throughout this crisis. And speaking of this crisis, we certainly want to recognize the effects of COVID, known and unknown, going forward. And we recognize the impact on our community and on our business community specifically is going to be significant. Before I move on to my next point, I want to thank the board for taking the stance that you took this evening in supporting our families, our education system, and our business community in taking a step towards opening our community back up in a nuanced and sensible manner. I appreciate your stance on that. Finally, with that in mind, all of this, I have my team here. I'm going to kick it over to Barbara Bassano from sunny Arizona to take us through our slides.
Thank you, Devin, and welcome to, good evening to the Honorable Chair and members of the board. It's nice to see you again. And we're going to start first on the supplemental request. But before we get to that, I just want to mention that the increases in the budget, as in years past, have been a couple of major drivers. One, of course, the salaries and benefits with PROFF and general increases, and also CalPERS. In addition, increases in internal service funds have shown an increase in with essentially the same service. The two supplemental requests that we have before you is related to that. Year over year in the past, we have worked to try to true up overtime. And overtime, as you may realize, is driven by much of the sheriff's office being a fixed post position, about 67%. And even in the support positions, there's a lot of those positions that support the fixed post positions that are critical and have to be filled even when there's vacancies. So what we're asking today is to reduce the salary savings of 4%. What happens in our budget is that when vacancies occur, it doesn't really mean that we're saving that money. It means that they have to be filled by overtime. Then in the ongoing years, we've had to constrain hiring or not purchase very critical equipment or items in order to try to meet our budgetary goals and fund overtime because it's underfunded. So in the sheriff's office, salary savings really doesn't save anything. It just creates more costs, both in direct salary costs and overtime, and then also in comp time earned that's either taken or then taken as overtime and further increasing our budget. So we're asking that the 3.7 million be reinstated and eliminated from our budget. Next is the replacing the retired annuitants. As you may be aware, there's a move in legislation to reduce retired annuitants And in the Sheriff's Department, we have worked with the County Executive Office to develop a plan to replace in our civil investigative assistants and backgrounds with full-time people. And so that would be just over $1 million, and that would require 10 positions to be added to the Sheriff's Department that are now filled with extra help positions. And one of the things that we wanted to mention also, that we have deferred over $3 million in supplemental requests. And of those, one of the ongoing discussions that we've had with your board is that for body worn cameras, which was in the supplemental request, and also the request for backfilling our professional standards unit. As you may be aware, we help mitigate some issues and training issues in the jail and throughout our department to reduce risk management and mitigate those costs and safeguard our employees and our the clients that we work with. We have reduced and flattened some of the overtime currently because of COVID-19. Because of vacations being canceled, a lot of the overtime that would otherwise have been planned and was projected is now being filled by straight time, as well as the schools. And with the closures in the schools, we now have school resource officers that are no longer participating in the schools, but are now being able to fill those positions. Next slide, please. So one of the things that we wanted to just really focus on is really going over our funded allocations and those that are fixed posts, looking at the total operation vacancy rate over the past 3 years, and really emphasizing the need to right-size our overtime and eliminate the funding of that through the vacancy of 3.7 salary savings. The other thing that we wanted to point out to the board was the additional non-discretionary overtime and the increases that we really don't have any control over. Those that are related to the hospitalization of inmates that are creating more operational vacancies because they require those inmates to be guarded when they're in the other institutions. So while the 4 million that we're requesting in supplemental seems a little, it's a rather reduced, I'm sorry, I can't talk right now, but it's very important and critical to the sheriff's operations that we be able to not be behind the curve. We don't create more vacancies, which creates more overtime, but we try to have a budget that is right-sized, that can further safeguard the citizens of Placer County and be able to purchase those critical things that we've been deferring year over year. So with that, I will hand it back over to Devin to wrap up anything I may have missed.
Sheriff Bell, anything else from you?
No, we have nothing further. We're happy to answer any questions.
So I have a question, and that is, so the replacing the retired annuitants, those are positions that are currently filled, but you've got to get rid of the retired annuitants because of the CalPERS direction. So this is the cost to replace those people, correct? Okay, I'm seeing staff
well, let me
nodding
just be
yes.
clear. That's the net difference from what they're currently paying the current retired annuitants. So that's additional
that's
dollars.
The net difference.
Yep.
And then, the question about the additional overtime, I think we talked about this last year, which I think is really helpful, is to know what is the salary of the sheriff's office, including overtime, right? Because we've got a budget for that. This is the amount, and this is the amount in salaries, and this is the amount we anticipate with overtime, so that that's a line item that's budgeted, because we know that you have to pay overtime because you have to have positions filled when somebody gets sick and somebody is on vacation. So wouldn't that just be included in your regular budget? And how much, I guess I'm a little confused with this. I know they don't want that. I'm a little confused with this because I just want to know how much overall they're asking for salaries, including overtime.
Well, and I think the point being is that other departments have overtime, but we don't see that broken out. But specifically, we see it broken out here with independent requests. So I think just understanding how it's handled, how it's managed, because obviously overtime is a huge issue, especially in light of the salary adjustments already and then the overtime on top of that.
And it's fine that it's there, but are we talking that the increased overtime is $3.7 million next year? I guess that's my question, because it's an additional request of $3.7 million. Is that
well, it's
overtime?
to eliminate the vacancies. Is that my understanding?
No, not to eliminate the vacancies. So the way the salary savings works is it's a countywide average of 4%. We actually achieve somewhere around 8%. And every county department budgets for salary savings. So what that effectively does is reduces their overall operating budget by X number of dollars, 4% of their salary and benefits costs. So eliminating the salary savings is one of two steps involved in this request. The first step is removing that and adding $3.8 million more of expenditure authority to the sheriff's budget. And then the second part of the request is asking for general fund support to cover those costs.
Let me just add to this. So they look at they look at their entire personal services budget, and one of that line items is overtime.
Yes.
And that overtime line item is actually short. So when we take this 4% reduction for vacancy savings, we're basing it on their salary. And what they're saying, they'd like to have it back because they want to use that salary money to use into their overtime. And so the real question is, it's back to your point, how much of overtime money do you need above and beyond what your current appropriation is, even if we stick with a vacancy savings philosophy that remains neutral, where everybody has a vacancy savings built in. Then it's really just a question of, is it really $3.7 million in overtime money you're asking for, or is it for some other purpose? And right now, and the sheriff, you can speak directly to this, but I think you're really talking about utilizing that money for overtime. Is that fair?
That's correct. I would say historically our overtime budget has been underfunded, and what we have done traditionally is taken the salary savings and applied it towards that. There was a shift in county budget on how we're allowed to spend that, and an attempt also to true up our overtime budget last year by taking a 3-year average and establishing a new line of overtime, which was a great first step. We got much closer. However, we are still, I think the number is $2.3 million short in our overtime budget. Again, factors that drive that are operational vacancy rates, fixed posts, also critical incidents, and frankly, whenever an inmate has to go to the hospital, we have criminal justice reform has increased the sophistication of the inmates that we have in custody. So when they go to the hospital for a medical procedure, it's not uncommon for us to have 1 or even 2 deputy sheriffs that have to sit on them 24/7 or for however long they happen to be there. So we've had some things that are clearly outside of our control that impact that overtime. We do believe if we have our fund balance available, we'll be able to meet all of our overtime needs.
Thank you. I guess I look at it and I think you should have salary and overtime and just fund the overtime with the amount that we know is needed for overtime, because you know you've got it anyway. That's just the way I'm looking at it, and so that's my 2 cents. Supervisor Holmes.
Well, How do you know how much overtime you need, though? That's the issue.
But you have, yeah, you have a sense.
If year after year, you're hitting those kinds of numbers.
You should have a sense of past history should indicate what you're going to need in the future.
Bonnie, may I speak to that?
Certainly.
So one of the things about, we were asked to balance the budget with all the known revenues that we would have would also be matching the expenditures. So the amount of our revenues that we could identify to have a zero bottom line budget was not enough to cover the overtime that we projected. We've been going over, we've been underfunded for some years, and it seems like traditionally it's been, $2 or $3 million short per year, and growing from that we can't make up from salary savings, but we have to then further create more vacancies or not buy things to fund the underfunded overtime. So that's part of the issue. We haven't been to a place where we could totally fund the overtime.
Well, and I don't think tonight, I guess, in this first round, I look forward to the more detailed presentation where we can dive into this a little more, because I'm sure there's a way for me to better understand how we control overtime. I managed budgets, so I had to deal with overtime requests and issues that go on and how we authorize it. Some are unavoidable and some are, and especially in light of the salary increases and it creates a compounding issue for us, right? Mm-hmm. And that's part of what they're dealing with because of the bargaining. So,
all right. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Any other questions from board members? And seeing none, thanks, folks, for staying late. We appreciate it. Oh, it is late.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Have a good evening.
Okay. Our next is the last of our elected officials, the treasurer tax collector's budget. And the fiscal year 2021 department request budget at $8.2 million is less than the 1920 adopted budget. Their revenue sources are fairly stable at $6 million and a new net county cost of 2.2, down from 2.7 last year. The treasurer tax collector has 33 positions funded in fiscal year 2021. That's down 1 from last year. There are no supplemental requests. And the treasurer tax collector, because of that, has opted out of her presentation this evening. So if there are no questions about these budget numbers, we'll move on to the next.
All right. Thanks to Janine.
Oh, and can I just go back for a minute? So when we looked at that budget savings, the sheriff wanting to get rid of the vacancy savings, as we move forward, I'll want to know, what would that look like if we did it countywide? Huge, right?
Huge.
Yeah. And so I just want to make sure we think about that one.
Sorry. Oh, that's fine. All right, go ahead, Daniel.
Okay, so now we'll move into the appointed department heads, and we're moving forward in alphabetical order. And the first up is the Agricultural Commissioner and Sealer of Weights and Measures. So the general fund budget under the Ag Commissioner and Sealer budget is at $3.2 million. That's slightly below the 1920 adopted budget. His revenue has increased by about $150,000 for a reduced net county cost of $1.5 million for fiscal year 2021. There are 16 funded allocations in his budget, and there are no supplemental requests and no supplemental requests for new funded allocations. I'm going to skip forward a couple slides and also cover the Farm Advisor budget that's now housed within the Agricultural Commissioner Department. And this is a $545,000 budget, slightly up from the $532,000. It's balanced or has $4,500 worth of revenues and a net county cost of $540,000. There are 3 funded allocations in this budget and no supplemental requests, as well as no supplemental requests for additional staffing. And the final budget that I'll introduce is the Fish and Game Commission budget, and $11,904 collected from Fish and Game fines and penalties. That's the revenue of $5,000 with a general fund support of $6,904. Sorry, Josh wanted to give you a lot more money there. And there are no funded positions within this budget. And with that, our Ag Commissioner, Josh Hunsinger, is on Zoom and ready to take over the presentation once I get back to it.
Great. Thank you very much, Josh. Thanks for being here this evening.
Yeah, good evening. It's a pleasure to be with you.
And we can't hear you so well, so maybe speak louder or turn up your volume.
Okay, good evening. Is that any better?
That's a little bit better. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Well, it's a pleasure to be with you this evening, and thank you to the board and to the CEO's office and County Council for allowing me to present tonight. Just in the interest of keeping it short, I just want to highlight a couple of items on slide 38. First of all, if we can go there. I want to, the couple of priorities or things we're looking at as far as trends moving forward in my department. The first one would be some changing land use patterns that we're anticipating. Really in Western Placer County, a lot's going on with regards to agriculture. Traditionally, our large agriculture has consisted of kind of almost a monoculture of rice out in Western Placer County. And there's a pretty significant pesticide use enforcement workload with that rice crop. However, what's been emerging lately is we've had thousands and thousands of acres of new orchards planted in Western Placer County. And those orchards have some different types of pesticide use associated with them, a little more intensive in some instances, a lot more field workers and a lot more kind of human beings out in the environment. And so the pesticide use and our regulatory role really is changing to reflect that. Also, some of the rice herbicides really have potential, if they move at all, to really negatively impact those orchards, especially when the orchards are young. And so we basically doubled up on staff. We traditionally had one staff person kind of from now until mid to late July dedicated to that, just kind of our rice herbicide program out in Western Placer County. And we've over the last year or so really felt the need to double up on staff. So now we've got 2 staff doing that. And we'll continue, I think, as the county as some of these specific plans and some of the ag-urban interface increase, that'll further kind of increase the complexity of just that whole issue. A couple other things, the federal recognition of industrial hemp. I came to your board probably just right about a year ago and kind of introduced that item a little bit. We went to the MAX and got some input from them as well on industrial hemp. Where that's at right now is the state, California Department of Food and Ag is preparing to submit their approval plan to USDA for industrial hemp regulation. I anticipate that sometime late this summer or early in the fall, the state's plan will hopefully or probably be approved by the federal government, by USDA, and that will finally create a industrial hemp program in California that is legal and fully compliant at both the federal and state level. And so really right now I'm taking a wait and see approach. We do continue to have interest in hemp cultivation in the county. And really I think, at least my recommendation would be to wait until we have all of the federal and state intricacies worked out, and then I'll come back to your board and bring an update and seek some further direction from you on that. I bring that up because those counties that have already jumped into kind of the hemp world have just reported tremendous workloads associated with it, and it's really, in some instances, almost been all-consuming. And so really want to be cognizant of that. Excited to see the winery and farm brewery ordinance come to you soon. For approval, hopefully, and that continues to be something that my office assists potential business owners with, is kind of helping them to liaison from that ag marketing standpoint, promoting small businesses, and helping folks to work with the staff over at the Community Development Resource Agency to get their businesses up and running. The last thing I anticipate is we've been working on a new beekeeping ordinance for the county. Right now, we have some very minimal and vague requirements for beekeeping. That is my number one kind of nuisance complaint issue that we receive. There's a lot of beekeepers in the county that are doing some pretty irresponsible things with their bees, putting too many bees in places too close to people's houses and things like that. And so conversely, there's also a real interest, especially with the coronavirus issues that are going on right now. There's a tremendous increase in backyard gardening, and people are just really reconnecting with farming, even on a very small scale. And so while some of the big beekeepers are being a little irresponsible, and I think it would be good to have a little better guidelines on where we put bees and how many bees we put in places, I think there's also a real interest in perhaps opening up the rules for some of the more residential folks to keep a few beehives in their backyard, perhaps. And so anticipate coming back to your board with a comprehensive beekeeping ordinance at some point. Right now, we're just kind of drafting something, and we'll start doing some public outreach and working with other county departments to get that put together. So those are a few of the highlights for my department, and thank you for your time. Be happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you, Josh. Appreciate it very much. Learned something new about bees.
Okay.
All right. Have a nice evening, and we'll move on to the next one. Yes, Daniel?
Yes, the Community Development Resource Agency. A couple budget slides we'll run through real quick. The fiscal year 2021 department request is about $2 million shy of the 1920 adopted budget. Revenues are also down, though, resulting in a net county cost of $16.2 million. CEDRA does have supplemental requests totaling $6.5 million with $3.3 million of offsetting revenue for a total supplemental request ask of almost $3.2 million. There are 121 funded positions within the Community Development Resource Agency, and there is a request for 3 additional funded allocations for fiscal year 2021. The housing fund is very similar to last year, budgeting just over $1 million with offsetting revenue of $857,000, so not much change there. And the same is true for the CEDRA Grants and Loans Fund as well. So with that, if there are no questions regarding the budget slides, I'll turn it over to Steve Pedretti.
Good evening. Steve Pedretti, Director of CEDRA.
Hey, Steve, can you turn up your volume? We're having a hard time hearing you guys very clearly.
Yeah.
I'll speak louder.
It's up to maximum. How's that?
Go for it. Just speak from your diaphragm.
All right. I will just see if there's something else on here that I can
adjust. That's actually better. Thank you.
Okay. All right. With that, the emerging issues department priorities. As you know, over the past several years, CEDRA has been involved in a number of what I'm calling the big planning documents, planning efforts. Not very articulate, but it's really the big policy decisions that your board has been making. Things like the Sunset Area Plan, Placer Range Specific Plan, Regional University, Tahoe Basin Area Plan, and coming soon, Placer County Conservation Program. These really large policy decisions, you've made those, and now it's time for us to transition from the big policy decisions into implementing those decisions. So it's implementing planning efforts, it's the construction of those projects. And we're really fine-tuning the plans, and now we're going to look at reducing the impediments to development so that we can get that infrastructure constructed. Over the next several years, we're really going to be focusing on 3 areas. Sunset Area, Placer Ranch is one. The Placer County Government Center and North Auburn is the second, and then the Tahoe Area Town Centers. Those are 3 areas where we think we really need to put a lot of effort in. The economy of scale efficiencies. I don't want to spend a whole lot of time on this, but right now, every time a project over 100 units comes in, we have to do a fiscal study. I don't want to have to do that project by project. It takes time, it takes money, we have to negotiate. I'd like to create more of a sub-regional community facilities district over the areas west of Highway 65 to the extent we can do it. I think we can do it. And so we're going to give that a shot. So when projects come in, all they have to do is annex. They already know what the costs are going to be. We're done. We're supporting the treasurer with the infrastructure finance district in the Sunset area. And we're updating our land development manual. We've really got an old 30-year-old land development manual. We don't have urban standards. So when a project comes in looking to put in street lights, we don't have a standard. We need to do that. So we're going to start creating those standards towards the end of the year. We hope to have something put together for that so that as new development comes in, it can go in much quicker and easier. We don't have to argue about what they're going to put in. Housing, we've talked about housing quite a bit. I'm not going to say much more about that. There's been a lot of effort. We're going towards the construction. We're going towards financing grants. That's where we're at there. Technology improvements. This has really proved its worth over the last couple of months. We've been able to continue with all of our permitting and plan review of all the development coming in, so that's been really good. But we need to be much more efficient. And I want to be really prepared for the surge that we know is coming in 2021 and 22. We're going to have a lot of homes start getting built at some point. We need to be prepared. While we have the online permits now, what we're doing is not nearly as efficient as it can be. When big plans come in, it's very difficult for our folks to get those through. So we need to do some improvements to the workflow, and that's what we'll be working on. And of course, expanding our services. Construction support, improvement plans. We're going to continue to move those big projects through, and then again, preparing for the building inspection surge we expect over the next couple of years. Code compliance. I guess we can go to the next slide. I'm sorry. Code compliance. We've got the short-term rental implementation we're doing this year. We've got hazardous vegetation ordinance implementation that's going to be occurring. We may have something associated with a winery ordinance. That remains to be seen. Finally, general plan update. We're looking to start some studies looking at perhaps updating the general plan, at least a cleanup, as the PCCP and SB 743 and sustainability plan and other things are occurring. We need to take a look at cleaning up the general plan to incorporate those. And so that's something we need to start with. And so we're starting fairly modestly. We're also putting in for grants to get some planning money for that. Next slide, please. Supplemental requests. We have a number of them. First, I'll mention the consultants for Acela. This is to help us with improving the upgrades to our permitting system. It's $160,000. I had originally intended to bring to your board a technology fee, which almost every community in the region has. I was hoping to fund that through this. Given the uncertainty of the economy right now, I am not bringing that forward, so I'm asking for that funding to come from the general fund. We need some help in order to get this done before the surge comes. The next two are construction inspection contracts. Those are pass-through revenue. One's for Placer Vineyards and the other's for Bickford Ranch specific plan. Those are contracts just to help do the construction inspection that we need for those projects. Placer Vineyards 1A, I will mention, told us last week they got the go-ahead. They hope to go to construction in the next couple of weeks. Bickford Ranch tells us they hope to go to construction in July. So we're looking forward to getting that going. Next slide, please. Professional services. This is for our building plan check. This is, I believe, approximately the same amount of money that we had in our above base budget last year. The grading abatement. This is as we move into the building services and code enforcement group. The grading abatement. We have a project, we have a property that has done some illegal grading. We've been working with them for a couple of years, and it looks like we may have to go out and actually abate the property. It causes flooding on the street. It's blocking school buses from being able to drive on the street. If we do, it's going to cost about $100,000. We will ultimately get reimbursed. We'll lien the property, but that could be years down the road. So we're asking for that funding as well. Hazardous vegetation program costs, $405,000 would be the cost of 4 extra help code enforcement officers for the first year cost. After the first year, it cost about $326,000 a year. So that would be for full implementation this year. Cannabis, we've got the next one, this one, and on the next page, you can go ahead and move forward to the next page. We have had, over the last several years, 6 extra help cannabis officers. They're code compliance folks, but they've been extra help. And because of the type of work they do and working with cannabis, we have typically hired retired peace officers. But again, the retired annuitant problem allows us only to use it for 960 hours. So now we're going to have to adjust. We're looking for two full-time positions. We think we have some folks who have a peace officer background who aren't retired. And then we're also going to have some consultants. So these are no additional cost, I should say. We're just reallocating the money that we already have for those positions. Finally, the code compliance officer, I'm sorry, not that one. We have another supervisor code compliance officer, which is the Tahoe position, which is for the short-term rental. We already have a person in that position, and that cost will be funded through the permit fees, so that's also not a cost. Housing, we have, it looks like about $1.5 million in grant revenue, so that's actually a positive revenue that's coming in for the housing program. We are also asking for $500,000 for next fiscal year to go to either the housing trust that's been set up, Housing Trust Placer, or for accessory dwelling units or some other use. Now, we really want it to go to the Housing Trust, but we want to make sure they don't have their full 501c3 status yet, and we want to make sure that everything works with them. This will help us get that program going. We'll not use it for administrative costs, but it's for actual product, and so probably deed restrictions or some other thing, but we'll work with them on that. Also, go to the next page, please. The other thing I wanted to mention, last year when we went to the board with the Housing Trust, your board approved up to $500,000 for housing costs, for construction, but we did not actually follow through and get the funding. My plan was to utilize the funds that we had the year-end revenue that I will have, year-end fund balance, that I would return to the general fund. I was hoping to take $500,000 out of that to fund the $500,000 that you approved last year. I'm hoping to do that now. We expected to have about $1 million of year-end fund balance going back to the general fund. Right now, because of the COVID and the shutdown, we expect $300,000 to $500,000. I'm still hoping to do that. I recognize that means it won't be going back into the general fund for other purposes, but I wanted to mention that. Finally, the general plan, if we're going to start the work study, we'd like to have a consultant to help with identifying some of the deficiencies, get an independent look at what we've done, and help us get started with that program. Moving on to the Placer County Conservation Program, the big one here, $2.3 million, is to purchase the Markham property conservation easement, 297 acres. We have an agreement that requires us to make the purchase by June 30th if we're going to do it. This is, it's a lot of money to be asking for right now. However, I think it's a very good investment. We also expect that over the course of the next 2 years, enough development will occur that will be paying into the land conversion fee that we can reimburse the cost of this back to the general fund within 2 years, we believe. For example, Placer Vineyards 1A that I mentioned earlier, when they go to construction, they're going to owe about $500,000 in PCCP fees. About half of that can go towards a reimbursement of this cost. We have the core WRDA project. That's something we do every year, paying for a core position, $70,000. That's pretty standard. Most jurisdictions do that. Implementation professional services. These are just consultant costs that may crop up over the course of the next year as we implement. Next slide, please. We have also for Bradley property and the Markham property, we've got the annual maintenance, the monitoring costs for those two properties. Real estate transactions, we've got about $50,000 for administrative costs associated with those. And I believe that would be it. Next slide, please. All right, other budgetary information. As I said earlier, we expected about almost $1 million a year-end fund balance. It doesn't look like we'll be there. We're thinking $300,000 to $500,000 at this point. We had anticipated coming this month actually with some updates to our service fees. I've been wanting to fully fund building permit activities through building permits. So all those costs would not cost the general fund anything. Given the uncertainty with the economy right now, I don't feel appropriate doing that. The technology fee was another one. I wanted to fund the consultant for the Acela upgrades to improve our efficiencies. Also wanted to hire a business process analyst, which is Hillary Courtney type position, someone who could really help move these things along. And it wouldn't take time from all my staff that are busy trying to keep projects moving. Final, just one little thing. We're partnering on housing economic development with Public Works. We're trying to get some infrastructure, some sewer designs. One is in North Auburn. If we can put in $5 million worth of sewer improvements, we think we can open up a number of infill projects for housing, as well as some commercial sites for economic development. We've got a grant for $500,000 that we think we're going to use for the sewer design, and we're looking to apply for some grants as well to help fund the actual construction of the sewer. That would be reimbursed once sewer connection fees come in, and we can utilize the funds other ways. We're also working with environmental engineering on the sewer line down in the Sunset area, Plaza Ranch area. We think that'll help with economic development there as well. With that, I've talked long enough. I will end it and see if you have any questions.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it, Steve. Any questions from supervisors? No questions. So have a good rest of your evening, and we'll move to the next department item.
Child Support Services. The Child Support Services Fund is running just about the same as last year, about $340,000 higher. Their revenues are conditionally higher as well, and then there is a $50,000 support from the general fund, which helps them draw down more of the federal funding to run their program. There are 47 funded positions, no supplemental requests for funding or supplemental requests or funded allocations for next year. The department has opted out of presenting, so we don't have a presentation from our new Child Support Services Director, Laura Van Buskirk. If there are no questions about the budget slides, I will move on to the next.
All right, go for it. Sort of hard to comment on something when you just started a job yesterday.
Okay, the next one is Facilities Management. We have a couple budget slides we'll run through first and then introduce Steve Newsom, the Director of Facilities Management. The first one, it falls under the general fund. The net budget for this department has increased significantly over last year. This is a reorganization of the department where they moved staffing from the capital fund into the general fund portion of the department. The revenue does not indicate there the movement of the revenue to support those positions as well. So that's shows a $6.4 million net county cost or general fund support, which would be in actuality slightly less than that. The funded positions, they do have a supplemental request for next year of $5,000. Their funded positions in the current year is 27, and you see that increasing to 37 for fiscal year 2021. Again, that's the movement of the staff from the capital fund into this budget. No supplemental request for funded positions. For the capital fund, you can see the numbers that they bounce around a little bit here. For the fiscal year 2021 department request of $69 million, that would just reflect all the capital projects that are in their queue for work in this next fiscal year. The revenue supporting that comes from the general fund reserves for capital, and then the remaining amount, the $22 million, would reflect the use of the capital reserves already in the capital fund to support the projects already in play. They have supplemental requests that amount to about $5.4 million. Their funded positions are 10, and no request for additional staffing for fiscal year 2021. The Facilities Management also runs the Building Maintenance Internal Service Fund. This is the fund and the department that manages all the facilities and performs all the building maintenance. Very consistent, or actually an increase from fiscal year 1920, to 2021 of about $3.9 million. They have a supplemental request of $187,000. Their revenue is high enough to support that. They generate the revenue by charging the various county departments that occupy the facilities, and they would be adding a little bit of fund balance of almost $28,000 to their fund balance. There are 35 positions funded currently, and a supplemental request of one additional funded allocation. If there are no questions regarding those, I'll turn the presentation over to Steve Newsom.
All right, go ahead, Steve.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me okay?
You might want to turn up the volume, but go ahead.
Okay, I'll
That's a
I'll
little
see.
bit
I'll
better,
get closer
yes.
to it, too.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I have a few emerging issues that we're dealing with right now. One of them is, of course, this COVID-19. And while we have a variety of projects in various stages, projects that are under construction, for instance, the morgue, which is a major project of ours. Its schedule is impacted, and although construction is considered an essential function, we have to think about all the other aspects of construction, supplies of materials and shipping, et cetera, et cetera. So I think that the contractor's doing an excellent job with that project. However, I think that they will have a little bit of an impact on their schedule for completion of the project. It was currently scheduled to be done right around the first of the next calendar year. So that may be pushed out slightly. Additionally, with things being affected schedule-wise, that also can mean dollars. So any of the projects that we're currently planning now that may be affected with their schedule, potentially will have greater escalation applied to those projects. We also have, as you see below, a lot of costs that we have incurred and that we have documented for responding to the various needs that the virus has caused, whether that's custodial services for our buildings, additional supplies, also assisting HHS in establishing a kind of a overflow facility for them on the campus. And then also there's a number of our tenants that have been affected and their incomes have dropped. And so we've been working with them in developing a policy and a program to allow a deferment and a repayment plan for them. So there's been some hours spent in these various areas in order to do that. And then there's a couple of items down below that we are prepared and ready to act on as needed. And that's if a person is becomes infected, for instance, a homeless person, and they need to be transported somewhere, then we have staff that are ready, willing, trained, and able to clean that vehicle so that it can be used again for that same purpose, as well as cleanup of housing facilities that we have. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, these are some of the emerging issues and our high priorities. The infrastructure improvements, as we all know, sewer, water, electricity, et cetera, on the DeWitt campus are in need of improvement, especially with the new HHS building coming. And so we are very focused on seeking out any grant opportunities that we may qualify for. And a number of the utilities that I just mentioned, we could do a very rapid ramp up of design documentation and being ready for bidding and construction of that work, should that opportunity come along with some funding. We anticipate awarding a design build contract for the new HHS building by mid-fiscal year, so around December or so. And then the two jail expansion projects, SB 863 and 844, those we are also looking to award design build contracts for. Those two we have been told by the state, because we are really tied to the state and their schedule because they're providing a great deal of the funding. We've been told that the departments that we're working with will not even conduct meetings until they are back working in their offices. So while we're ready, willing, and able to meet remotely with technology, they're not willing to do so. So those projects will be affected because of that. So we'll know more as time goes on, obviously. And then, of course, we continue to plan for the new Tahoe Justice Center as well, and that's moving along quite well. Okay, next. This is what I mentioned before about the infrastructure. If there's a stimulus plan that includes infrastructure work, we are in a fantastic position to pursue that. Okay, is that it? Is that all I had? Oh yeah, here's the list of the supplemental requests, and I don't know, Daniel, if that's if you want me to go through these, but the first two are the SB projects that I mentioned before, and these are additional funds needed for the county match side in order to make the projects whole at this time. The third one is the Auburn Jail retrofit. During the course of construction, there was a regulation change at the state level that they applied to us on this project, and so we've scrambled to meet that requirement. So that's what this additional cost is. It's some modifications to bunk beds, so forth. Then the Tahoe Justice Center. This is just the first year anticipated cost for this project. So we're just laying that out and estimating the effort that we will be putting forth this coming fiscal year. And same thing with the HHS office building. We anticipate this being the first year cost for that. Okay. These are the supplemental requests that Daniel had mentioned, that these are internal service fund requests. So these are billed out to all the various departments. There's a single senior building crafts mechanic, which is an ongoing position. Then there's extra help, which is part of a current effort that we're doing for a net zero energy, which you've seen the solar panels around our larger facilities, and this is a further effort to move towards a net zero energy status countywide. And then the extra help for the continued employment, which we've been doing over the past nearly year, the Forest Hill Memorial Hall operational service. And then lastly, the facility condition assessment for Kirby Hills and Atherton, because those projects have been recently added to our portfolio, and so they're now being maintained by our building maintenance department and our custodial. Okay, any questions? This is the $5,000 request that was noted earlier. This is an endowment grant that Ralph Gibson is pursuing for a documentary film. Kudos to our museum's staff and for Ralph Gibson, because they have had just thousands and thousands of people working via the internet and other means with them, and they've been able to do research for people remotely. And I mean, they've really just, I think, flourished in the time where their actual physical facilities are closed down. That's all I got.
Great, thank you. Steve, it looks like Supervisor Euler and then Gustafson have a few questions.
Steve, did I hear right? Because of a pandemic, the morgue is being delayed?
Correct.
Okay. Good thing we don't need that.
Cindy?
Mine's not nearly as funny. On slide 61, we show 37 funded positions. It goes 27, 27, then...
Oh, come on, that's hilarious.
Yeah. 37.
Isn't that the change in the restructuring of the department?
The restructuring, so these 10 are going up there. Is that how that is going to work?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
increasing by 10, and
But there, it's going to 0 here. Okay, just wanted to make sure.
See, he got it.
So, secondly, yeah. Steve, we've been having some discussions at the ad hoc committee about our fire stations, and I just want to make sure that we've budgeted for kind of the maintenance that is necessary, that we've had a lot of deferred maintenance. We haven't invested in those facilities as county buildings, so I want to make sure that
Right.
that's incorporated in this budget.
And our capital improvements committee has also been working on that and working through our VFA information that we have on those facilities. And so that first year effort is part of our budget.
Okay.
So there's two components here. One is the normal maintenance of the facilities, and they've been paying kind of just a normal maintenance rate. This has been fairly low. The conversation that we're having is, what is the true maintenance items of some of these buildings that are honestly deferred, and how much money? I think on average, what we saw, what was it, Steve, about $600,000. But what we said is, okay, let's step back and say, what's an appropriate amount to maintain the assets, and maybe because that's an average over, was it 5 years or 10 years, something like that. Some years it's $2 million, some years it's 200,000, but the average was around that. So we're working on that, but we have the maintenance component built in the budget already.
And some of that effort when we're taking on new to us maintenance, maintaining of buildings, some of that we have to do a little bit of time, basically a fiscal year to incorporate the VFA info and then our own staff's assessment of where the highest priorities are. So we'll know more, but yes, as Todd said, we've begun that ball rolling.
All right. Thank you very much, Steve, for the update. Appreciate it. We will move on to Health and Human Services.
Okay, thank you. And then, next department is Health and Human Services, and obviously includes the HHS Special Revenue Fund, Grant Housing Authority, and IHSS Public Authority Fund. Their 2021 department request is about a 6% increase over fiscal year 19-20. You can see revenues also increasing for a new net county cost in 2021 of $42.4 million. They have 5 supplemental requests for a total of $544,000. There's offsetting revenue projected for most of that in a general fund ask of $50,000. They have 753 funded positions in the agency, in the department, and they are requesting 4 additional funded allocations for fiscal year 2021. And with that, I'll turn it over to your Director of Health and Human Services, Jeff Brown.
Good evening, Chair Gore, members of the board. For the record, Jeff Brown, your Health and Human Services Director. Maybe we could go to the first slide. It's pretty minimalist, but surprise, surprise, COVID-19 is our #1 priority for the year. And I have to say, it's been a heavy lift for our department across all our divisions, particularly public health. You're very, very familiar with the public health response, really trying to expand our testing, contact tracing ability, isolation, quarantine activities, procurement and distribution of personal protective equipment, and a host of community education activities with healthcare providers, safety net providers, our schools, businesses, and other government entities. But it's had impacts in other places in our department. One place to look is human services. The demand for our public assistance programs has gone through the roof. If you look at our CalWorks programs over the last 2 months, our applications have increased by 54%. Medi-Cal's increased by 84%, and CalFresh tops it out at 112% increase over the last 2 months. Child welfare has experienced some impacts. First, with children not attending school, child abuse reports have dropped dramatically, about 30%. Some people believe this is just a fact of there's less eyes on the kids. So you don't have teachers, you don't have other school personnel filing reports. However, the number of children being removed from the home has remained relatively high. And then secondly, we're finding fewer and fewer parents during this pandemic are willing to be emergency foster parents. And many residential facilities where we have to sometimes place children are afraid to accept new children for fear of contagion. So trying to find homes for newly detained kids is becoming very, very difficult. In terms of fiscal impacts of COVID-19 on our programs, really unclear at this time. We don't know if the additional federal funds coming and state funding is going to offset all of our costs. So we'll know more about that probably sometime in the summer. Second priority on the list is homelessness. It continues to be one of our department's highest priorities. And while we've housed many individuals over the past year, we saw an increase in our homeless population between 2019 and 2020. We did our annual homeless count in January of 2020. The numbers went up about 20% to 744. The 2019 number was 617. We saw increases across all areas of the county. Largest increase percentage-wise was actually up in Tahoe, although very small numbers. You know, we went from 11 to 29. We saw about a 10% increase in our homeless population in South Placer and about a 26% increase in the population in Mid-Placer. So in response to COVID-19 among homeless individuals, we've put a number of programs in place. The first, we contracted with 2 local motels, one in Auburn, to house homeless individuals at very high risk of infection due to their age and or medical conditions. And then we contracted with another hotel in Roseville to provide isolation, quarantine services, and shelter for individuals that test positive or have been exposed to someone that's positive. We also temporarily expanded the capacity of the North Auburn shelter by 20 beds. We, with that also, we essentially took some individuals that were in the original facility, increased our social distancing, and put them in a new building, building 324 at the DeWitt Center. All of the efforts that I mentioned, the motels and also the contract with the Gathering Inn, will be reimbursed with state funding. We believe our current funding streams will support these projects for approximately 4 months. We've also received 12 OES FEMA trailers to use for homeless families and individuals impacted by COVID-19. 8 of the trailers we're going to temporarily locate at the Gold Country Fairgrounds and use those while we're fighting the pandemic. At the end of the pandemic, we'll be able to take those trailers and turn them into permanent housing for homeless individuals and families. And then the other piece around homeless, we just plan on continuing all of our efforts into the new year at supporting the Gathering Inn with all of its shelter efforts in both South Placer and in North Auburn, but also the development of more housing options to move individuals and families from the street into permanent homes. The next item I have is the Medicaid 1915B waiver. This was a project that was taking place this year. California's existing waivers were expiring. They were planning on putting a new waiver into the federal government. It allows them to waive some of the federal rules to really try innovative ways of delivering services. This waiver is proposed to be a very expansive waiver, going to change the healthcare delivery system in a major way. And it is also going to change how we bill for mental health services. But with COVID, the state is trying to seek the ability to delay this application for 1 year. So if they're unsuccessful and they move ahead, we will be spending quite a bit of time working with the state to assure whatever design comes forward is actually to the benefit of Placer County and the people that we serve. One last item not noted on this, but I thought it was a good item to share. You know, there is some good news in the middle of a pandemic is 211 Placer. So this was a priority item that we listed in our budget last year. Happy to update you that in March, the California Public Utilities Commission approved our application for 211 service. We're now working with all of the telephone providers, including AT&T, to get some of the switching done. And we hope to go live sometime in June with 211 service. So it's been a long project, long road, but we're going to be able to successfully bring that home very soon. Can we go to the next slide? So these are our supplemental requests. This year we have 5 supplemental requests, including the addition of 4 new client services practitioner positions. These positions would be fully supported by state revenues, specifically Mental Health Services Act dollars and child welfare funding. First position, we propose adding 1 client services practitioner in CSOC to coordinate required child and family teams meetings to facilitate family reunification. The number of these required meetings has at least doubled over the past few years. And as I mentioned, state funding is available to perform this required service. We propose adding another CSP in CSOC to perform follow-up of children who have had a mental health crisis evaluation at the local emergency room and have been determined to not need immediate hospitalization. So these are kids that go in for that crisis evaluation, not considered to be in a situation where they need immediate hospitalization, but still need follow-up, still need services. So this program would be funded by Mental Health Services Act dollars. We also propose adding 2 client services practitioner positions to ASOC to perform discharge planning services for clients in or clients leaving controlled environments. So one's proposed to work with individuals leaving mental health court or psychiatric health facilities and ease them back into the community. The second position would really work in partnership with our sheriff's office to support behavioral health clients leaving the jail. So both positions, again, funded with Mental Health Services Act dollars. And then our final supplemental request is to increase our contract with the Gathering Inn by $50,000 for continued operation of the Mid-Placer homeless shelter. This contract has not been increased for 2 years. The current request is to primarily cover employee wage increases for 2019 and 20, the majority of which were due to employee minimum wage increases. It also includes a slight pay increase for shelter monitor positions. And I just have to note that the Gathering Inn has been one of our most trusted partners working together to address homelessness in our county. And they've really kicked it up and stepped it up to work with us during COVID-19. And they've been incredible with their flexibility and ability to put services into place in a very short period of time. Next slide. So we don't have any capital expenditures projected in this budget. And at this point, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Jeff. Appreciate all of your work. And Supervisor Euler has a question.
Yeah, Keith called earlier and was very complimentary of you. Did you, the two of you coordinate that?
No, but he is very complimentary of us, and I have to say I am more complimentary of him. I know your board made that decision to switch shelter operators a number of years ago, and I think you made a very good decision. And
thank you.
They've really they've been flexible, they've been great in terms of working with the community, listening to the community, trying to be responsive and meet their demands. And in terms of meeting our needs at the county, they've been equally as impressive.
Thank you. Appreciate those comments. Have the tire tracks faded on you yet since that day?
No, they haven't. But, it's, what do they say?
When you get hit by a bus, it's going to stay with you for a while.
Strength training.
Thanks, Jeff.
And Supervisor Holmes has a question as well.
I just wanted to say the Gathering Inn has their clients accountable. They've done a great job of making sure they're accountable for their actions and as they come in and out. So I think it was a very good decision that we made.
Well, the one thing I could add also about the Gathering Inn is, one thing we're very worried about are outbreaks in congregate care facilities. I think Dr. Sisson mentioned earlier, we have a current outbreak in a skilled nursing facility for seniors, but around the state, there's been outbreaks in homeless shelters. And the Gathering Inn has really stepped it up and put disinfecting procedures in place. They have been very serious about practicing social distancing. And when someone comes down with symptoms, they let us know, and we move those individuals into alternative housing. And so luckily, we've only had one positive case in the last 2 months. And so knock on wood, we've been very fortunate, but we hope we can continue that.
Thank you very much, Jeff. Appreciate your hard work. You might even still have work left to do this evening. I'm not sure. So we'll let you go, and we will move on to Human Resources.
Okay, the Human Resources Department has 2 budgets we'll take a quick look at this evening. The fiscal year 2021 budget is about a $400,000 increase over the 1920 adopted budget. It's about a 6% increase, and you can see a slight increase on the revenues as well for a net county cost of $1.5 million rounded up, and very similar to last year's numbers. There are 30 funded allocations in the Human Resources Department budget, and there are no supplemental requests and no requests for additional funded positions. The second budget is the Employee Benefits Internal Service Fund. Again, just a very slight increase of $200,000 between 1920 and 2021, and then a slight reduction in the revenue to support that. So a $380,000 net county cost requested for fiscal year 2021. There are 23 funded allocations in this budget, and there are no supplemental requests for either funding or new funded allocations. Because of that, the Director of Human Resources has opted out of presenting any more information to you this evening. And if there are no questions regarding the budget numbers, we'll move on to the next.
All right, let's do that. Thank you very much, Daniel. Thank you, Kate. And on to IT.
So Information Technology is an internal service fund, obviously provides IT support services to countywide operations. Their budget is really roughly the same as last year, from $26.3 million to $26.8 with offsetting revenue of $27.7. You can see that that would be adding about $910,000 to their fund balance reserve. Their fund balance reserve currently is slightly underfunded, and they'll be looking to rebuild that as they prepare for upcoming information technology efforts in the coming years. They do have supplemental requests in this budget totaling $730,000. There are 76 funded allocations in this budget and no requests for additional staffing. Along with this is the Countywide Radio Internal Service Fund, which sees a decrease this year after 1920 had a large capital expenditure, and then revenue of $2.79 to support that, and again with a add to fund balance or their reserves of about $72,000. 7 funded allocations in this budget and no supplemental requests. And with that, I'll hand it off to your Director of Information Technology, Jarrett Thiessen.
Hey, good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Jarrett Thiessen, Placer County CIO. I'd just like to take one quick minute to thank the county's IT staff, both within the IT department and the IT liaisons that reside in other departments, for their outstanding work, collaboration, and dedication to support the county during this pandemic. We've been able to support up to 1,100 concurrent users accessing our network remotely every day, and they've done so in such a professional manner. I'm very proud of them. I'd also like to thank Melissa Spack and the IT management team for their work on this budget, and Greg and Jeremy for their video production. Thanks, gentlemen. As we look forward to 2021 and the potential economic changes that result from this pandemic, the IT department will look for ways to proactively reduce our spending through service consolidation and the elimination of older systems to reduce our overall maintenance costs. So my point here is that I think as a county, we should continue to progress with new technologies to find ways to become more efficient and look to replace those older, maybe less efficient systems. We will work with our department leaders to reprioritize demand for IT services, and will help departments find innovative ways to do business more efficiently and provide online services to citizens through the county's website. As expected, we are experiencing a significant increase in attacks against our network during this pandemic, which is why it's important to continue to build on our already strong information security program. As we began the 2021 budget process, one of our goals was to simplify our charging methodology. We currently, in this fiscal year, have 4 ISFs, and we propose to consolidate that down to 2 that Daniel mentioned. One is IT, and the other one is countywide radio, excuse me. In the current fiscal year, we direct charge departments for phones, network ports, accounts, file storage, and workstations. In the proposed budget, we were able to consolidate all of those charges into one single account charge. I like to visualize that charge as a staff member coming to the county, sitting down at their desk, receiving all of the equipment and services they need to do their job in one single monthly charge. It's much easier to explain and to understand that. The Countywide Radio ISF will consist of 2 programs going forward, one for capital expenditures and one for operational expenditures. That allows us to keep radio charges and reserves separate from the rest of the IT programs. Lastly, we created a countywide systems program for PC replacements. Previously to 2021 budget, PC replacements were the responsibility of the departments, but moving forward, the IT department will budget for and manage the replacement of PCs that are at end of life. Our goal for that program is to have consistency for PC replacements across the entire county, have all PCs under 4-year warranties, and replace a quarter of the county's workstations annually. Next slide, please. And on to our supplemental requests. The first request is for, there you go. The first request is for an IT security log tool that will allow us to schedule automated vulnerability scans of servers, workstations, and devices that are connected to the county network. The tool utilizes advanced analytics, dashboards, and workflows to identify weaknesses on network-connected devices. Vulnerabilities, misconfigurations, and malware are identified and ranked in terms of risk, allowing the IT security team to focus on mitigating the highest risk assets. This item, if approved, will be funded through IT fund balance. The next request is for a board agenda software solution, which is near and dear to all of you, which is an automated system for board meeting agenda item creation and approval with the goal of creating transparency in the process and allowing flexibility for scheduling to accommodate changing business needs. The solution will provide efficiencies for all county departments and will be funded through IT fund balance if approved. Next, we have the Assessment Appeals Board administration application used by Clerk of the Board. The application tracks all appeals through their life cycle and allows for appeal status monitoring, updating, and agenda creation for the Assessment Appeals Board meeting. The goal of the application is to improve the accuracy of data by utilizing data from our megabyte property tax system as much as possible, eliminating duplicate data entry, and providing citizens with an online assessment appeals form to submit appeals online through our public website. This solution will be funded through IT fund balance if approved. The last two requests are to replace equipment that is near or at end of life for our network and our telephone system. The goal of the first of the two projects is to replace all the network switch equipment in county offices throughout the county. The lifespan of the new network equipment is approximately 10 years and will provide updated bandwidth, improved security controls, and high availability. The last supplemental request is to replace our legacy phone system that is near end of life. We're requesting a 7-year lease to procure a new phone system to meet the needs of county offices. Both of these requests will be funded through our capital asset reserves if approved. Next slide, please. And this is just our projected capital expenditures. We talked about the first two. I want to really just focus on the bottom three here, and that's to build out our digital countywide radio network in the Tahoe area, which we've talked about several times. So we're just laying out, how we see the capital expenditures going over the next several years. We've got a couple of phases here. The first phase is to build the 3 upper sites. Those sites are already built. We've procured the equipment, and we'll be installing and testing that equipment this summer. As we do that, we will identify what other locations are needed closer to the lake, and work on those site development and leases, and then procure equipment would be the last step for those lower sites. And with that, I will ask if you have any questions.
Thank you very much, Jarrett. Looks like there are no questions from board members, so appreciate it, and really appreciate all the hard work you and your team have done in the last couple of months, keeping people online, making sure we've been able to take care of county services as needed. Just a great job by you and your team.
Thank you. It's our pleasure.
All right, Daniel, let's see. County Library.
County Library. So the County Library Fund has a 2021 department request budget of $8.1 million. That's down from $8.9 million in fiscal year 1920. Most of that was due to not rebudgeting of a capital project. They have revenue supporting that of $8.2 million and add to fund balance of about $62,000. They have one supplemental request for $336,964 that supports the request for 4 additional funded allocations from their current funded allocation of 49 positions. And with that, if there are no questions, I'll hand this over to the county librarian, Mary George.
All right, Mary, you're up.
Thank you, everyone. It's good to see you. Thank you, Daniel. I'd like to thank the entire CEO budget team for their assistance and my budget team AFO Kelly Heikala and Assistant Director Sophie Bruno for their support and expertise. Madam Chair and members of the board, I'm Mary George, your Director of Library Services. Thank you for having me this evening to present the library's budget needs for fiscal year 2020-2021 and to give you an update of the health of your library system, including its emerging issues and departmental priorities. In the coming year, modernizing library processes and procedures through technology will help contain staffing cost drivers, assist to restore and maximize public service hours, and identify areas for program expansion. Technology initiatives in fiscal year 2020-2021 include an increased use of self-service automation and centralizing both customer telephone and account services through outsourcing. Your library administrative team remains committed to managing an efficient and effective delivery of library services to all. This includes a professional pledge to adhere to community needs as set forth in the library's strategic planning initiatives, and to bring work plans and budgets before your board for your consideration annually that move these initiatives forward. We are also dedicated to a nimble approach while supporting countywide initiatives in these difficult and unimaginable times. Next slide, please. To mitigate unprecedented but necessary library closures due to staffing shortages, the library is requesting support to implement a new division dedicated to centralized staff management and programming. The new public service team and staff stabilization plan will minimize impact to library open hours due to lack of staffing, restore consistent access for library users, and professionalize programming in all 9 library locations. The bar chart on this page gives a glimpse into the multiple year story of how the library reduced its reliance on extra help staff. Additionally, it shows how the library system has become too lean in its staffing. Today, we have 49 permanent staff with 2 extra help operating 9 library locations, the Materials Management Division, Library Administration, the Bookmobile, and literacy programs. Compounding the library's coverage issues is the library system typically has a 10 to 20% vacancy rate at any given time. As you can see, our number of people is the lowest it has ever been, but the demand for library services have been unchanged. In fact, we anticipate once we open again to see an increase in use and reliance similar to the 2008 Great Recession. Next slide, please. The library's supplemental request seeks to stabilize staffing and provide for a more consistent delivery of public service hours system-wide. Detailed here is the estimated cost and funding source for 4 full-time position allocations. We believe that this supplemental will go a long way to stabilizing the staff. Next slide, please. The capital slide details projects that are in progress we plan to roll to next year. Also included is funding for the library ADA issues and a King's Speech Library soft interior remodel. As you are aware, the Auburn Library building needs some attention and updating. Also included here is a placeholder for potential funding for the interior remodel of the Auburn Library year over year. JK Architecture with Library Administration and Capital Facilities has developed a comprehensive plan to modernize the interior of the Auburn Library. This plan is almost complete and should be before your board in the coming months. Next slide, please. Impacts from COVID-19 pandemic have temporarily shuttered our libraries, and the echo of the doors closing are fundamental questions as to how libraries will deliver services, manage and handle borrowed materials, and support the community's need to gather in the aftermath of a deadly virus. Libraries connect people to services, provide a clearinghouse for vetted and trustworthy information, help citizens navigate new processes, and bridge the digital divide for our communities by offering the use of computers and technology. Library staff also teach and support lifelong learning by developing collections and presenting library programs. It is likely when the libraries reopen that they will be inundated with constituents, including the most vulnerable among us, needing assistance and repeating the spike in library use during the Great Recession of 2008. Heavy use of libraries will create life-threatening safety compliance and enforcement issues. Library administration is currently grappling with three main challenges: when and how to reopen, how to prioritize safety and security for our staff and patrons, and what will be the long-term consequences to library programming in the post-COVID-19 world. I assure you that your library team will work diligently to strike a balance between community needs and staff safety while honoring county directives. I look forward to your input, support, and guidance as the public library system responds to impacts on how and when we deliver service. Next slide, please. Finally, library services are dependent on the alignment of labor resources and corresponding funding. To this end, the library brings forward the new system-wide public service division for your consideration. Library funding has always been tenuous. 61% of revenues are special dedicated property taxes. Each year, the library recognizes a budget deficit and wrestles with other county demands for the use of its carryover fund balance and salary savings. It would behoove us to commit to our public library's long-term sustainability for the benefit of the general welfare now and in the future. There are several ways to collaborate on solutions, and library administration looks forward to working with the CEO's team and your board towards a solution we can all support. I am happy to address any questions you may have, and thank you so much for your consideration.
Thank you, Mary. Appreciate your update and your leadership during this time. Let's see, it looks like no questions, so we'll let you go and move on to the probation department.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, the probation department is housed within the Public Safety Fund, again, along with the Sheriff's Department and the District Attorney. Their year-over-year increase of about 6.12% leads to a $33.5 million net budget and offsetting revenues for a purely balanced budget to zero. There are 147 funded positions within the probation department, no supplemental requests, and no requests for additional staffing. And because of those two items, the Chief Probation Officer, Marshall Hopper, has opted out of presenting this evening. So if there are no questions, we'll move on to Department of Public Works.
All right. All right, we'll move on to the Department of Public Works, as you say, yes?
Yes.
Okay, terrific. Moving right along. 40 pages left.
So the Department of Public Works, there's several budgets that we'll preview here for you. The first one is the Public Works General Fund budget with a 2021 department request of $7.3 million. One supplemental request in the amount of $42,000. There are 38 funded allocations, no supplemental requests for additional staffing. The next budget is the Eastern Regional Landfill Fund. Fiscal year 2021 department request of $1.7 million, slightly down from fiscal year 1920, offsetting revenue of $1.8 and a slight add to fund balance of $122,000. There are no funded positions within this department and no supplemental requests. The Environmental Utilities Fund has a proposed budget or requested budget of $14.3 million for fiscal year 2021. That's roughly the same as your 1920 adopted number. A slight increase in revenue to support that and a fund balance add of about $106,000. They do have supplemental requests in this budget totaling $575,000. They have offsetting revenue for those of $445,000 for a net general fund ask of $130,000. There are 63 funded positions and no requested changes for fiscal year 2021. The Tahoe Area Transit Fund has a 2021 department request of $7.2 million. That's slightly down from fiscal year 1920. Revenue also down in 2021 for a net county cost of $357,000. Also supplemental request in this budget of $575,000. There are 35 positions in the budget and no requests for additional staffing for next year. The Placer County Transit Fund similarly has supplemental requests for $1.5 million. on top of an $8.3 million department request with offsetting revenue of $8.3 million.
PCT, sorry.
Placer County Transit.
Thank you.
And a net support cost of $61,285. There are 29 funded positions within this this budget, and no requests for additional staffing for next fiscal year. Special Aviation Fund has a 2021 budget request of $10,015 and offsetting revenue. No supplemental requests. No staffing. The Road Fund. New year request of $95.7 million. That's down $20 million from 1920, usually related to the number of and the size of projects that they're supporting across the county. They have funding aligned with that requested amount of 95.7, so a net zero for their budget. No supplemental requests and no requested additions to their 110 funded allocations. Environmental Utilities Capital Improvements has a requested budget of $8.6 million and offsetting revenue of $8.6 also, and with a no net county cost. Again, there are no supplemental requests and no funded positions in this budget. The Parks and Grounds capital improvement budget is a slight decrease from fiscal year 1920 down to just around $8 million. There is a supplemental request here of $575,000, or supplemental requests totaling $575,000. There are revenues of $7.6 million and a net county cost or general fund support of $350,000 for this budget. There are no funded positions in this budget, so no additional requests there. And with that, we'll hand the presentation over to your Director of Public Works, Ken Grimm.
Hi there, Ken. Wow, I didn't know you had that many budgets. My goodness.
There's a few there, but good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Ken Grimm with the Department of Public Works. And really what I want to do is take a few minutes to talk about how those budget numbers that Daniel just talked about, how they translate into kind of real services and amenities for our citizens and communities. And so I think we're on the right slide. Did we move the slide, please? There we go. Nope, one back, please. There we go. And so first off, talking about road maintenance in 2019, we overlaid 11.5 miles of road and we resurfaced 22 miles of road. In this upcoming year, to put it in contrast, 2020, we're proposing to overlay 13 miles of road and then resurface over 132 miles of road. Putting that in perspective, we have about a little over 1,000 miles of county maintained roads within the county. And so we're talking about hitting about 10% of those roads in this upcoming year. Next slide, please. Last year, I talked about how it was the year of the bridges. And so here are a couple bridges that we constructed this year, Gold Hill Road Bridge as well as Dowd Road Bridge. Though here they're shown under construction, but they are complete and open to the public. We also completed the Bowman Road bridges in the Bowman area of North Auburn, as well as the Penryn Road Bridge just south of Interstate 80 on Penryn Road. Next slide, please. We are also doing some very extensive work for catastrophic wildfire and restoration in the French Meadows areas of our forests. A tremendous local, state, and federal partnership to make this work happen. In 2019, we did over 1,000 acres of treatment through the forest. In this coming year, we're proposing to do about 2,000 acres. Between those two, we have a goal to do 7,500 acres eventually throughout the area of forest. So we're about, after this year, about 40% complete with what we're proposing to do. Next slide, please. Our environmental utility group continues to maintain our wastewater collection systems as well as our closed landfills. We have several of them. Here's just some of the activities they have: maintaining easements, providing storage for wastewater, as well as drilling some gas wells in some of our closed landfills. Next slide, please. So along with the routine maintenance of our parks, we also have a continued focus on fuel load reduction in our public properties. Particularly, we focused the last several years on Hidden Falls Regional Park. Through our open space management plan, we have a plan on how we maintain fuels in that park. But last year, your board provided us supplemental funding where we're now able to go a little bit further out to other publicly owned parcels. Last year, there's some photos here of Bear River Campground, some before and after pictures there on the left, as well as Todd Valley Park. Neither of those areas were completed, but we got very good starts on both of those areas. Next slide, please. In the Tahoe area, we completed improvements to Speedboat Beach. Here are a couple photos, upper left and upper right, of a restroom facility, as well as a new access down to the beach. You can see, again, under construction on the left, completed on the right. Just a beautiful facility to gain access to Speedboat Beach. We also had the grand opening of a new Highway 89 roadway alignment that bypasses, for those that just want to go from the West Shore up to Truckee. They no longer have to go to the infamous congested Y. They do have the ability now to move towards the west, go across a new bridge over the Truckee River, and then join up with existing Highway 89. And you can kind of see the photo here of the completed improvement. Next slide, please. So upcoming year priorities. So we continue working on Placer Parkway, the new facility that eventually will stretch from Highway 65 all the way to Highway 9970. We are almost done with the design of the first phase from Highway 65 to Foothills Boulevard. We are working with our funding partners, regional funding partners, to come up with a way of funding that as early as possible. We also shown here are some photos of the Willarga Road Bridge, which is currently under construction. We anticipate that it will be probably substantially complete towards the end of this year, but not finally completed until early 2021. We also are working on bike trails, particularly the Martis Creek Trail up in Martis Valley, up in the Tahoe area. The current bike trail currently goes from the town of Truckee, goes down into the valley and stops at the Corps of Engineer property down in the creek bottom. We have been working with the Washoe Tribe and the Corps of Engineers to get a project approved down through the bottom of the valley and all the way up to the North Star roundabout. We are poised to deliver that. In fact, we're at the point now we're actually beginning the planning for the next phase from the North Star roundabout up to the North Star Village. We also have a couple new bridges that will be going out to construction. Although they may not actually physically start construction this year, we do anticipate having them teed up to perhaps go out to bid towards the end of the year for a early 2021 construction. And those are Dowd Road on Raccoon Creek, as well as Crosby Harold Road over Doty Ravine. We also have a large project, the Auburn Ravine Force Main project. That is a wastewater project to improve wastewater reliability in the North Auburn area. Your board approved a contract for that just several weeks ago. We also have a host of projects that we're working on that really won't be going perhaps in 20 or even 2021, but are poised to go in 22 and 23, and they take a lot of years to develop. Those include the Yankee Gyms Road Bridge over the North Fork of the American River, the Watt Avenue Bridge in West Placer County, as well as the rehabilitation of Fanny Bridge that we're working with the Central Federal Lands Group of the Federal Highway Administration to get that work done. And then we're working with our regional partners on how we might be able to improve and widen Baseline Road between the current 2-lane portion, widening it 4 lanes, even working with Sutter County on how we might be able to improve traffic flow all the way to Highway 99 and 70. Next slide, please. So emerging issues, and I guess they're not really emerging. We're right in the middle of these issues right now. I guess they've burst out. And that really is COVID-19, the elephant in the room, and we can't get around that. There are going to be revenue reductions that we expect to see in the upcoming year or even in the upcoming months, because it will impact gasoline tax as well as sales tax, which are a portion of the funding we do to provide the services. In addition to that, there are some operational changes we're experiencing. Although we are able to maintain pretty much all of our operations during these times, we are seeing a substantially reduced transit ridership, which translate into substantially less fare revenue, mixed with less sales tax. It will impact our budgets in the upcoming year. We don't know how yet. We will have to adjust. We hope to find out more as some of the numbers start coming in the end of May, the end of June, where we can see what the impacts are, particularly in March and April. But of course, really the big question is, how long will it last? What we've also noticed is fleet usage is down. Our operational groups continue to work, so a lot of our heavy equipment fleet continues to operate, but the white fleet, or regular types of sedan automobiles, have been staying largely silent. That will affect our revenues. We still have fixed costs. Obviously, we won't have as many fuel costs, but we're going to have to work through adjustments as we get back and fully online again. Next slide, please. So here are our general fund supplemental requests. There were other supplemental requests that Daniel showed. All of those are 100% paid for through grants or proprietary funds that we have. But these four are actually general fund requests that we hope you consider, knowing you've got a host of requests that you might have to consider, prioritize to see what the possibilities may be. We have 3 in parks and 1 in environmental utilities. For parks, we have a $42,000 supplemental request for extra help staff. That is really during the growing season. We typically hire a couple extra people just for the season, and then we release them in the fall time after the growing season's over. Base budgets, we still allow us to have 1 or 2 of those people. We'd like to have another couple people to handle the rush of the summer work that we have. In addition to that, we're talking about the replacement of the North Park playground equipment. That playground is aged and as having problems, making sure we can keep it passing its safety inspections and being in a good use for the children of that area. We're looking to replace that at a cost of $75,000. And then really probably our highest priority, I think I mentioned it earlier, countywide fuel load reduction. We do have money in our base budget that we provide for many of our ongoing parks. We also have CSAs and things that fund fuel load reduction at specific parks and specific locations throughout the county. But some of our locations do not have funding. And some of those aren't even parks. Some of them are just publicly owned properties that the county has owned for a variety of reasons. This $500,000, typically fuel load reduction can vary, but if you assume about $4,000 per acre, $500,000 allows us to do a little over 100 acres of fuel treatment. What we're focused on this year is on trying to complete Bear River Campground, Todd Valley Park, as well as a 5-acre parcel up at Serene Lakes, and as well as a portion of what's called the Firestone property where we built a bikeway through there, and we want to make at least clear the immediate edges of the bikeway to ensure that we are in good shape moving forward. I think it's important to note we do have a contract going on where we are doing a study to try to evaluate our entire inventory of publicly owned properties that may require fuel load reduction. So not just parks, but also other publicly owned properties by the county. Try to see what we can do about prioritizing those, categorizing those, both in terms of what's the minimum we have to do, as well as what we may think we should be doing, particularly on larger properties. That's an ongoing process. Work won't be completed until probably the end of the year, so that's probably a discussion we'll be having in the next budget year. The 4th supplemental request here is for the Sunset Sewer extension. We are going to eventually need to extend a sewer line up from the city of Roseville up into the Sunset Industrial area to provide sewer service there. We are looking to do just the amount of feasibility study to ensure we know how much it's going to cost to provide that sewer service and that sewer line so that we can create the appropriate fee payment or connection fee mechanism so that everybody who joins in, whenever they join in, can pay their fair share of that ultimate system. That's $130,000 to do that study and set up that fee program. We do believe we may be able to do it with this year's money, but since we're not sure where we stand right now today with everything going on, we thought we'd put it in as a supplemental request. If we're able to work with the CEO's office to get it out of this year's money, then we won't be needing that next year. Next slide, please. capital expenditures. We've got a host of them. Each one of these line items consists of many projects, many pieces of equipment. These only represent the three operating groups: environmental utilities, transportation, and parks. And I think the key takeaway I would hope you would take from this is that each of those has a component of capital expenditures associated with equipment they need to do the jobs that they do. And fortunately, we are in a good enough position to fully fund what we call our base level of equipment needs this year. So that's a good thing. And then the capital projects are really all those projects, those construction projects that we do throughout the year. And so with that, I'll turn it back over to Daniel.
Thank you, Ken. Appreciate it very much. It looks like there are no questions from board members. So with that, we'll move to County Council.
Okay, the County Council budget resides in the County General Fund. A new year request of $3.8 million, reduction from fiscal year 1920 of 4.2. Revenue of $2.2 million and a general fund support or net county cost of $1.5 million for the new year. There are no supplemental requests. County Council has 26 funded positions and no request for additional staffing in next fiscal year. And because of those two reasons, County Council has opted out of presenting this evening.
Not like she doesn't want to go home or anything. So, thank you, Karen. Appreciate your hard work very much. You and your team, you guys do a great job.
Okay, and lastly is the County Executive Office. So there's a variety of budgets housed within the County Executive Office, and I'll run through those fairly quickly. The general fund budget, which is supporting the departmental units of the CEO's office, which include administration, public information office, economic development, clerk of the board, board of supervisors, procurement, and the Office of Emergency Services. You see a very large reduction year over year from $32.5 million in 1920 down to $22.4 in fiscal year 2021. And reduction in revenues, mostly coming from A87 recovery costs to the departments, and a new net county cost and general fund amount of $10 million for the new year. These budgets do have supplemental requests totaling $544,266. There are offsetting revenues of $142,000 for a net county cost of request of $402,000. There are 98 funded positions in these departments or in these budgets, and no supplemental requests for additional staffing for next year. Another budget unit within the executive office is the Fire Protection Fund. You can see a slight reduction in expenditures from $5.4 million down to $5.2. That's mostly related to the removal of the radio procurement plan from that budget, and then their revenues are fairly consistent at $4.3 million into the new year. There is a supplemental request for $1 million of additional funding to help support the Fire Protection Fund and those and the fire units within that. There are no funded positions in this budget, and therefore no supplemental requests seeking additional allocations. Within the CEO's office are internal service funds, and these are related to document solutions, risk management, food services. Total fiscal year 2021 budget of $14.4 million, which is fairly consistent to your 1920 budget of $14.3. Offsetting revenue of just over $15 million, and an add to the fund balance of $625,000. Most of that is going to prop up the reserves and the contingency reserves for document solutions. There are 13 funded positions within these funds, and no supplemental requests and no requests for additional staffing for next year. Non-departmental budgets within the CEO's office has a requested amount of $217,799,565. That's about $3 million less than the adopted 1920 budget. The $1 million supplemental request here is the same request that we saw for the fire protection fund, just the offsetting side of that equation. The net county cost or revenues of $268 million, and adding to reserves of $50,209,000. Just point out that this is the agency and community support budgets where we transfer to other funds, so includes the public safety fund transfer, library fund transfer, and the like, and that's the extent of that budget size. There are no funded allocations in this budget, and no supplemental requests for additional staffing, obviously. The public safety fund portion of the CEO's office receives about $256,000, or spends about $256,000, and most of that is related to internal county costs. We receive about $372,000 of revenue, so in addition to that fund balance of $116,000. This fund is used to help support public safety initiatives countywide. Our open space fund, you can see the difference between 1920's adopted of $1.7 million to the fiscal year 2021 department request of $320,000. Generally, in the past, what happens is an allocation is made by your board to support the open space fund. That happens usually between the proposed budget in June and the final budget in September, and that would be the reason why there's a large difference there. There is no supplemental requests at this point in time for that budget, no funded positions. The Lake Tahoe Tourism and Promotions Fund has a projected, that number's not right, fiscal year 1920 adopted budget of $23 million and a fiscal year 2021 department request budget of $22 against $10.85 million in revenues. This budget would obviously can scale their projects and their expenditures by the amount of new revenue comes in, depending on COVID-19 impacts to those revenue sources. And the net county cost would represent the amount of fund balance being used to support their projects and their programs in the Lake Tahoe area. There are no funded positions in this budget and no supplemental requests. This slide just represents the Lake Tahoe Tourism and Promotions Fund, the active projects. And you can see through down to the bottom of that list of about $13.6 million worth of projects active at this time. And lastly, the debt service fund, with no significant changes from fiscal year 1920 for both expenses and revenues, no supplemental requests, no funded allocations in this department, in this budget. And we'll review, the county executive office has supplemental requests, but he's opted to have me present them. So there are a couple supplemental requests. Yeah, he does. And the first one is within the revenue services budget, and it's a priority to upgrade the outdated collection software system from CUBS to RevQ. The system currently being used is fairly antiquated. It requires either an upgrade or a complete overhaul of the existing system, but that is being requested for funding in fiscal year 2021. I believe the amount of that is around $420,000. Oops, I went too fast. Lake Tahoe Tourism, what am I doing? Oh, emerging issues and departmental priorities. I'm sorry. Potential for TOT revenue decrease related to COVID-19 economic impacts. And county fire, add a fire marshal position to the CAL FIRE contract to provide program oversight of the updated hazardous vegetation ordinance. In the economic development world, evaluation of initiatives to assist in local economic recovery necessitated by COVID-19 impacts. And in food services, increasing food costs due to contract price increases, as well as adding capital replacement program costs to the meal prices. Now the supplemental requests. So the collection software upgrade at $402,266 is being requested for general fund support. There are two supplemental requests related to collection fees. These are essentially pass-through fees where we are spending on average about $142,000 expected more in fiscal year 2021 to the state for their collection support. Those fees would be recouped from the fees that we charge those accounts, and that's $142,000. Again, the contribution to public safety is an additional $1 million general fund ask to be utilized to fund a fire marshal position within the CAL FIRE contract. It's estimated at about $250,000 a year as an ongoing expense, an associated vehicle and equipment for that position, and the remaining funds would be utilized for fire system support. And then the last one there is the offset of the $1 million, which is showing as money coming into the fire fund from the general fund. Projected capital expenditures in fiscal year 2021 projected capital expenditure of $263,000 for a fire vehicle lease replacement program. Also, the $402,266 request to upgrade the revenue services software. And then you can see some capital expenditures going out into the subsequent years, $300,000 for claims tracking software for the risk management, and then the ongoing fire vehicle lease plan of $263,000 for the next 4 years. That concludes the budget presentation, and if there are no questions about County Executive Office budgets,
seeing none,
I'll hit the last slide, which is what's next to come. And we'll use the information from this discussion as well as follow-up conversations with the board and the departments to produce the recommended budget and present that to you along with our annual public hearing for that on June 9th. And then the outcome of that would lead to our June 23rd board meeting where we hope to adopt the final fiscal year 2021 budget.
Great. Thank you very much, Daniel. It looks like no questions from board members. Yes, I have.
Sorry.
Yes, go ahead, Cindy, please.
I just want to make
What
sure.
else do you have to do this evening?
That I know, and I still have to drive a long way, so I'm just saying, you know. I just my quick question on in between now and June 9th, department meetings to review these in more detail. I do have a number of questions. It's a late hour, and I didn't want to belabor it, but there's definitely questions I have on the various departments.
Yeah, so what our intent is to come back to you individually and talk through, one, get your questions answered, walk through, obviously what you're seeing is presentations from departments. We'll be coming back to you and saying, okay, here's some ideas, whether those make sense or are there some other ways to either accomplish them or maybe they need to be deferred for a bit. So your questions, we'll get those answered for you. The general premise here for me is if you have questions, we're going to get them out and we're going to ship them out to all of you. That way, many times the questions you're asking are probably very similar to everybody else's. So whether it's coming from you or anybody else, we'll have an answer to you. Okay.
Sounds good. All right. Thank you, everyone. I don't think we have public comment. Yeah, a little bit late this evening.
Okay, so let's go to 9 every quarter.
No.
I didn't really mean that public or board members.
All right. Well, thank you very much for your hard work, Daniel. More work to come on the budget, and of course, things will change with how our revenues look as a result of COVID-19. Thank you, everyone, for your hard work today. And with nothing else, we will go ahead and adjourn to our next regular meeting, which is on May 19th, 2020. Thanks, staff, everybody. Have a good night.